last dregs of sunlight were fading from the sky when I heard the first ominous sputter from my engine. I glanced at the fuel gauge, its needle hovering just above empty, and silently cursed myself for not stopping at that last gas station. The thick canopy of trees lining the narrow road seemed to close in, swallowing what little light remained. I was miles from anywhere, driving a lonely stretch of forest road that wound through the mountains. It was a shortcut I'd taken on a whim, lured by the promise of shaving an hour off my journey. Now, as my car coughed and wheezed, I was beginning to regret that decision. The engine gave one final, desperate gasp before dying completely. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, gravel crunching under my tires. For a moment, I just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, as if I could will the car back to life through sheer determination. When that failed, I dug my phone out of my pocket. No signal. Of course, I popped the hood and got out, though I knew it was pointless. I'm no mechanic, and even if I were, this wasn't the kind of problem you could fix with a wrench and some duct tape. Still, I felt like I had to do something. As I stood there, staring uselessly at the engine, the silence of the forest pressed in around me. No cars, no distant hum of civilization, not even the chirp of birds, just the fading tick of my cooling engine and the whisper of wind through leaves. Then, cutting through the quiet, I heard it, the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Relief washed over me. Another car meant help, or at least a ride to the nearest town. I stepped out onto the road, waving my arms to flag them down. A battered pickup truck rounded the bend, its headlights cutting through the growing darkness. It slowed as it approached, and for a moment, I thought it might pass me by. But then it pulled over, coming to a stop a few feet behind my car. The driver's door creaked open, and a man stepped out. In the fading light, I could make out a stocky build and a face obscured by a thick beard. He approached slowly, hands shoved deep in the pockets of his worn jacket. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that matched his truck. I nodded, gesturing helplessly at my open hood. "Yeah, I think I'm out of gas. Don't suppose you have any to spare?" He shook his head. "Nah, no spare gas. But I can give you a ride to the nearest station if you want. It's about 20 miles up the road." 20 miles. Further than I'd thought. I hesitated, weighing my options. On one hand, getting into a stranger's vehicle on a deserted road wasn't exactly smart. On the other, I didn't have many choices. It would be fully dark soon, and the thought of spending the night alone out here was less than appealing. The man must have sensed my hesitation. "Look," he said, "I know it's not ideal, but I can't in good conscience leave you out here alone. It's not safe." Something in the way he said that last part sent a chill down my spine. Not safe from what? But before I could dwell on it, he continued. "Tell you what, you can sit in the back of the truck if you'd be more comfortable. That way you're not trapped in the cab with me." It was a reasonable offer, and it did make me feel a bit better. I nodded. "Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thank you." He helped me grab my essentials from my car. Then I climbed into the bed of his truck. As we set off down the road, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling of unease. Maybe it was just the strange situation, or the deepening darkness around us, but something felt off. We drove in silence for a while, the wind whipping my hair as we wound through the forest. I tried to keep track of our route, but in the darkness, every turn looked the same. After what felt like much longer than it should have taken to go 20 miles, I noticed we were slowing down. The truck pulled off onto a narrow dirt road, barely more than a trail. My heart rate picked up. This definitely wasn't a gas station. "Hey!" I called out, banging on the back window of the cab. "Where are we going?" No response. The truck kept moving, branches scraping against its sides as we pushed deeper into the woods. I considered jumping out, but at the speed we were going, I'd likely hurt myself. And then what? I'd be even more lost than before. Just as panic was starting to set in, We broke through the trees into a small clearing. In the center stood a cabin, dark and silent. The truck came to a stop in front of it. The driver's door opened, and the man stepped out. In the truck's headlights, I could see his face clearly for the first time. His expression was grim, his eyes darting around the clearing as if searching for something. "I'm sorry," he said, not meeting my gaze. "I couldn't take you to town. It's not safe there anymore." I stood up in the truck bed, anger overriding my fear. "What the hell are you talking about? Where are we?" He held up his hands in a placating gesture. "I know this looks bad, but I swear I'm trying to help you. There's something wrong in these woods, in the towns. People are changing." Great. I was trapped in the middle of nowhere with a paranoid conspiracy theorist. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I appreciate you trying to help, but I really need to get to a phone. My family will be worried sick." A flicker of something, pity, fear, crossed his face. "Your family, when's the last time you talked to them?" The question caught me off guard. "What? I don't know. This morning." "What does that have to do with anything?" He shook his head. "A lot can happen in a day. Come inside, I'll explain everything." Every instinct told me to run, but curiosity and the lack of any better options kept me rooted in place. Slowly, I climbed out of the truck. The cabin was sparse but clean. A generator hummed outside, powering a single bulb that cast a weak light over a small living area. The man, who finally introduced himself as Jim, gestured for me to sit at a small table while he busied himself making coffee. "Start talking," I demanded. "What's going on?" Jim sighed, setting 2 steaming mugs on the table before sitting across from me. "It started about a week ago. People in town started acting different. Subtle at first. They'd forget things, seem confused, then it got worse." He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. His hands were shaking slightly. "They became violent. Not all at once, but one by one. It was like something was taking them over, changing them into something else, something not human." I stared at him, waiting for the punchline, but his face remained deadly serious. "That's insane," I said finally. "You're talking about some kind of zombie apocalypse or alien invasion or something. That doesn't happen in real life." "I know how it sounds," Jim replied, "but I've seen it with my own eyes, my own wife." He trailed off, pain etched across his face. A chill ran down my spine. Part of me still wanted to dismiss this as the ravings of a madman, but there was a rawness to his pain that felt genuine. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's say for a moment I believe you. Why bring me here? Why not just warn me and send me on my way?" Jim leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Because it's spreading. Fast. The towns, the cities, they're not safe anymore. This is one of the few places left they haven't reached, and I couldn't leave you out there to become one of them." Before I could respond, a sound from outside made us both freeze. Footsteps, crunching on gravel, then a voice, eerily familiar. "Hello? Is anyone there? My car broke down, and I need help." My blood ran cold. It was my own voice, calling from the darkness. Jim was on his feet in an instant, moving to the window. He peered out, then quickly drew back, his face pale. "It's them," he whispered. "They found us." I joined him at the window, my heart pounding. In the dim moonlight, I could make out a figure standing by Jim's truck. It looked like me, down to the clothes I was wearing. But as it turned towards the cabin, I saw its face. My face, but wrong. The eyes were too wide, the smile too fixed. Inhuman. "Oh God," I breathed. "What is that thing?" "I don't know," Jim replied, already moving to barricade the door. "But I've seen them mimic people before. They use it to lure in victims, to spread whatever this is." The thing outside called again, its voice a perfect imitation of my own. "Please, I can see you in there. I just need to use a phone." More footsteps joined the first. I risked another glance out the window and felt my stomach lurch. There were more of them now, emerging from the trees. Some looked like ordinary people. Others were wrong, twisted, like badly made copies of human beings. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice shaking. Jim was already gathering supplies, shoving them into a backpack. "We run. There's a network of caves not far from here. We might be able to lose them in there." As if in response to his words, something slammed against the cabin door. The whole structure shook with the impact. "Please," my own voice called again, distorted now by inhuman glee. "We just want to talk, to explain, to show you how much better things can be." Jim grabbed my arm, pulling me toward a back door I hadn't noticed before. "We have to go. Now." As we slipped out into the night, the sound of splintering wood filled the air. They were breaking in. We ran, plunging into the dark forest. Behind us, I could hear them giving chase. Their not quite human voices calling out in a twisted parody of concern. I didn't know what was happening, or how much of Jim's story was true. But I knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. Whatever was pursuing us through the dark woods was going to change everything. And all I could do was run, and hope that somewhere, somehow, there was still a safe place left in this world. The crunch of leaves under my boots was the only sound breaking the silence of the forest. I'd been hiking alone for days, savoring the solitude and the crisp autumn air. But as I rounded a bend in the trail, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off. I spotted them before they saw me. A group of 4, 2 men and 2 women, huddled near the trailhead. They looked out of place, too clean and put together for serious hikers. As I approached, one of them waved, a friendly smile plastered on his face. "Hey there," he called out. "How's the hike going?" I hesitated, then nodded politely. "It's good, thanks." The man who had waved stepped forward, extending his hand. "I'm Ray. Where you headed?" I shook his hand, noting his firm grip. "Just following the trail, taking it slow." Ray's eyes lit up. "Oh, you're in for a treat then. We know a spot just off the trail that'll blow your mind. Great view of the valley. Hardly anyone knows about it." The others nodded enthusiastically, but something in their eyes made me uneasy. They were too eager, too insistent. "Thanks," I said, "but I should probably stick to the main trail." Ray's smile faltered for just a second before widening again. "Come on, you can't come all this way and miss the best part. We'll show you. It's not far." I glanced at the others. They were all watching me intently, their smiles never wavering. My instincts screamed at me to keep moving, but a part of me wondered if I was just being paranoid. These were probably just friendly locals, eager to share their secret spot with a passing hiker. Against my better judgment, I nodded. "All right, why not?" Ray clapped me on the shoulder, his grip a little too tight. "That's the spirit. You won't regret it." We set off, leaving the main trail behind. Ray led the way, with the others falling in behind me. The path quickly became less defined, winding through thick underbrush and over fallen logs. I tried to keep track of our route, but the twists and turns soon had me disoriented. As we walked, Ray and the others kept up a steady stream of questions. Where was I from? What brought me to the trail? Was I meeting anyone? With each answer, I felt more exposed, more vulnerable. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees growing denser, blocking out more of the sky. The friendly chatter of birds that had accompanied me all day faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the air felt heavier, pressing down on me. After what felt like an hour, I spoke up. "How much further is this spot?" Ray glanced back, that same fixed smile on his face. "Not far now. Just over the next rise." But as we crested the hill, there was no view, no clearing, just more trees stretching into the distance. My heart began to race. Something was very wrong. I slowed my pace, letting the gap between me and Ray widen. "I think I should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's getting late, and I need to set up camp before dark." Ray stopped and turned, his smile gone. The others had moved to flank me, cutting off my escape routes. "We're almost there," Ray said, his voice low and cold. "You're not leaving now." Panic surged through me. I dropped my pack, ready to run, but one of the other men was already lunging for me. I ducked under his grasp and bolted, crashing through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear them shouting, their footsteps pounding after me. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, my lungs burning. I had no idea where I was going, just away from them. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing behind a fallen tree. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, a twig snapped nearby. I held my breath, pressing myself flat against the rotting wood. "Come on out," Ray's voice called, far too close for comfort. "We just want to talk." I didn't move, didn't breathe. Another snap, closer this time. "We know these woods better than you ever could," he continued. "You can't hide forever." I knew he was right. I was lost, with no supplies and no idea how to get back to the trail. But I couldn't let them catch me. Whatever they had planned, I knew it wasn't good. Slowly, carefully, I peered over the log. Through the trees, I could see Ray about 50 yards away, his back to me. The others were spread out, methodically searching the area. I had to move. Staying put wasn't an option. As quietly as I could, I began to crawl away, using the fallen tree as cover. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a gunshot to my ears, but the searchers didn't seem to notice. Once I was clear of the log, I rose to a crouch and started moving faster, keeping low and using the trees for cover. I had no idea which direction would lead me back to the trail, so I just picked a direction and went, hoping to put as much distance between me and my pursuers as possible. The forest grew darker as night approached, making it harder to see where I was going. More than once, I nearly walked straight into one of my pursuers, only noticing them at the last second and ducking behind a tree. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time seemed to stretch and warp as I played this deadly game of hide and seek. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I heard it, the faint sound of running water. A stream. The trail had followed a stream for part of its length. If I could find it, maybe I could find my way back. Renewed hope gave me a burst of energy. I moved toward the sound, still careful to stay quiet and hidden. The noise grew louder, and finally, I broke through the trees to find a small stream cutting through the forest floor. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. On the other side of the stream stood Ray, his eyes locking onto mine the moment I emerged from the tree line. For a heartbeat, we both stood frozen. Then Ray's face split into that same terrible smile. "Found you," he said, starting across the stream. I turned to run, but my foot caught on a root. I went down hard, pain shooting through my ankle. Ray's footsteps splashed through the water, getting closer. Desperate, I grabbed a rock from the stream bed and hurled it at him. It caught him in the shoulder, making him stumble. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and ran. I followed the stream, pushing myself harder than I ever had before. Behind me, I could hear Ray calling for the others, but their voices grew fainter as I ran. The stream widened, and suddenly, I recognized where I was. Just ahead, the main trail crossed the water on a small wooden bridge. I'd made it. I didn't slow down until I reached the bridge. Only then did I allow myself to look back. The forest behind me was dark and silent. There was no sign of Ray or the others. I couldn't afford to relax yet. I needed to get as far away as possible. I set off down the trail at a steady jog, ignoring the protests of my battered body. It wasn't until I saw the lights of the ranger station that I finally felt safe. I burst through the door, startling the ranger on duty, and collapsed into a chair. Between gasps, I managed to tell him what had happened. He radioed for backup and assured me that they would search the area. But I knew they wouldn't find anything. Ray and his friends would be long gone, waiting for their next victim. As I sat there, waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something truly horrific. The friendly facade, the isolated location, the coordinated pursuit, it all spoke of a well-practiced routine. I never found out who they really were, or what they had planned for me. But to this day, I can't shake the memory of Ray's cold eyes and that fixed, predatory smile. It serves as a constant reminder that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones that look just like us. The cabin key felt heavy in my hand as I stood on the weathered porch, surrounded by a sea of towering pines. I'd come here to escape, to find some peace in the solitude of the woods. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake. I'd found the listing online, a secluded cabin, miles from the nearest neighbor, perfect for a weekend getaway. The photos showed a cozy interior and breathtaking views. What they didn't show was the oppressive silence that seemed to swallow every sound, or the way the trees loomed over the cabin like silent sentinels. With a deep breath, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was just as the photos had promised, rustic but comfortable, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and large windows offering views of the surrounding forest. I set my bag down and began to unpack, trying to ignore the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. As night fell, I built a fire and settled onto the worn leather couch with a book. The crackling flames cast flickering shadows on the walls, and for a while I managed to lose myself in the story. But then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from outside. At first, I dismissed it as a branch brushing against the cabin in the wind. But as I listened, I realized there was no wind. The forest outside was perfectly still. I set my book aside and moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The moonlight illuminated the clearing around the cabin, but beyond that was an impenetrable wall of black. The tapping continued, seeming to come from all around me now, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I returned to the couch and tried to focus on my book, but the sound persisted, growing louder and more insistent. It was joined by other noises, rustling in the underbrush, the snap of twigs, and something that sounded unsettlingly like whispers. Sleep was out of the question now. I paced the cabin, checking and rechecking the locks on the doors and windows. Every creak of the old wooden structure made me jump. I told myself it was just the sounds of the forest, that I wasn't used to being this far from civilization. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I finally allowed myself to relax a little. I'd made it through the night, and in the soft morning light, my fears seemed silly and overblown. I made a strong cup of coffee and stepped out onto the porch, determined to enjoy the day and shake off the lingering unease from the night before. That's when I saw them, scattered around the clearing, arranged in neat, deliberate patterns, were small piles of rocks. They hadn't been there the day before. I was certain of it. Some were simple stacks, 3 or 4 stones balanced precariously on top of each other. Others formed complex geometric shapes that seemed to defy gravity. I approached the nearest pile, my coffee forgotten in my hand. The rocks were ordinary enough, river stones mostly, smooth and round. But the way they were arranged, it was unnatural. As I leaned in for a closer look, the top stone shifted slightly, rotating on its axis without falling. I jerked back, my heart pounding. That wasn't possible. Rocks didn't move on their own. I retreated to the cabin, locking the door behind me. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe local kids were playing a prank, or there could be some kind of magnetic anomaly in the area. Anything to explain away what I'd seen. But as the day wore on, things only got stranger. I tried to distract myself by reading, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked out the window, the rock piles seemed to have shifted, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking. By mid-afternoon, I'd had enough. I decided to pack up and leave, forfeit my rental deposit if I had to. But when I went to start my car, the engine wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. Panic rising in my throat, I retreated back to the cabin. I tried my phone on, but there was no signal. Just as the rental listing had warned, I was trapped. As night fell again, the noises from the forest grew louder, more insistent. The tapping returned, but now it sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. I huddled on the couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hands, watching as shadows seemed to move and dance in the corners of the room. Something scratched at the door, a long, drawn-out sound that set my teeth on edge. Then came a knock, 3 sharp raps that echoed through the cabin. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer came, just another series of knocks, louder this time. I approached the door on shaky legs, the knife held out in front of me like a talisman. Through the peephole, I could see nothing but darkness. The knocking came again, insistent now. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide, I reached for the doorknob. My fingers had barely brushed the cool metal when a voice spoke from the other side, a voice that sounded like rustling leaves and grinding stone. "Let us in," it said. "We've been waiting so long." I stumbled back, a scream caught in my throat. The door shuddered in its frame as something on the other side slammed against it. I ran to the bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. The windows. I needed to get out through the windows, but as I reached for the latch, I saw them. Faces pressed against the glass, watching me with eyes that glowed like embers in the darkness. They weren't human faces. They were made of bark and leaves, of stone and earth. The bedroom door splintered behind me. I whirled around to see gnarled, root-like fingers reaching through the cracks. The wood groaned and creaked as the door was torn from its hinges. They poured into the room, creatures of the forest given hideous life. Trees that walked on root feet, boulders that rolled forward with terrifying purpose, swarms of leaves that coalesced into vaguely humanoid shapes. I pressed myself into the corner, the knife held out before me in a futile gesture of defense. The creatures surrounded me, their earthy bodies emanating an ancient, musty smell. The largest of them, a towering amalgamation of tree trunk and stone, leaned in close. Its face was a twisted mass of bark and rock, with deep hollows where eyes should be. "Welcome," it said in that same rustling voice. "We've been so lonely." As consciousness slipped away, my last thought was of the cabin listing, of the photos that had lured me here. And I realized too late that those photos had been old, very old. The cabin in them had been whole and well maintained. Not like the run-down, decrepit structure I now found myself in, a structure that had been reclaimed by the forest long ago. When I awoke, everything had changed. I could feel the forest all around me, inside me. My skin was rough bark, my fingers gnarled roots. And I understood at last the terrible loneliness that had driven the forest to reach out, to lure in unsuspecting visitors. Now I stand among the trees, waiting, watching the road that winds through the woods. Someday, another traveler will come seeking solitude, and when they do, we'll welcome them with open arms. After all, the forest is always hungry for new stories, new lives to absorb. And I've become very good at arranging stones. The zipper of my tent snagged as I frantically tried to open it, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. Outside, in the pitch-black forest, something was moving. Something that shouldn't be there. I'd come to these woods alone, seeking solitude and a break from the constant noise of city life. The first 2 days had been blissful. Just me, my thoughts, and the serene beauty of nature. But as the sun set on the third day, everything changed. It started with a feeling, just a prickle on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I dismissed it at first, chalking it up to an overactive imagination fueled by too many campfire stories. But as night fell and I retreated to my tent, the feeling only intensified. I tried to sleep, tossing and turning in my sleeping bag, but every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves jolted me awake. Then, sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it, footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. At first I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps continued, unhurried, as if whatever was out there had all the time in the world. I strained my ears, trying to determine if it was just an animal, maybe a curious deer. But the rhythm was all wrong, too measured, too purposeful. I fumbled for my flashlight, my trembling fingers finally finding the switch. The beam cut through the darkness of my tent, and for a moment I felt a little braver, until I saw it. A shadow, unmistakably human-shaped, passing across the fabric of my tent. That's when I made my move, lunging for the tent zipper, desperate to see what was out there. But in my panic, the zipper caught, trapping me inside with my fear. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. "Is someone there?" No response came, just the continued sound of footsteps, now joined by others. Multiple sets of feet, moving in perfect synchronization around my campsite. I finally managed to wrench the zipper free, practically falling out of the tent in my haste. The beam of my flashlight danced wildly around the clearing as I spun in a circle, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. Nothing. The woods were empty and still, but the footsteps continued, impossibly close yet somehow invisible. I swept the flashlight back and forth, its beam cutting through the darkness, but revealing nothing but trees and underbrush. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "This isn't funny," as if in response the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise had been. I stood there, muscles tense, waiting for something to happen. Then, at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, I saw them, dark figures, standing perfectly still, watching me. I couldn't make out any features, just vague, human-shaped silhouettes against the deeper darkness of the forest. I counted 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. They formed a loose semicircle around my campsite, effectively cutting off any escape route. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice cracking. No response came. They just stood there, motionless, watching. I considered my options. My car was parked about a mile down the trail. I could make a run for it, but I'd have to get past them first. And something told me they were faster than they looked. As I stood there, paralyzed with indecision, one of the figures took a step forward, then another. Its movements were odd, jerky, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my tent in my haste to put distance between us. "Stay back," I yelled, brandishing my flashlight like a weapon. The figure stopped, cocking its head to one side in an unnaturally fluid motion. Then, slowly, it raised an arm, pointing directly at me. As if this was some sort of signal, the other figures began to move too, all advancing towards me with that same jerky gait. Panic overtook me. I turned and ran, plunging blindly into the forest. Branches whipped at my face and roots seemed to reach up to trip me. But I didn't slow down. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, their footsteps in perfect unison, steadily gaining on me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I dare to look back. What I saw made my blood run cold. They were still there, moving through the forest with unnatural grace, neither slowed by the darkness nor impeded by the rough terrain. And they were getting closer. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my muscles and the stitch in my side. The trail to my car couldn't be far now, if I could just reach it. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I had been so focused on what was behind me that I hadn't seen the ravine until it was too late. I tumbled down the steep slope, rocks and branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and battered. Above me, silhouetted against the night sky, I could see the figures peering down into the ravine. For a long moment, they just stood there, watching. Then, one by one, they began to descend, ignoring the pain that lanced through my body. I scrambled to my feet and started moving again. The ravine floor was slick with moss and fallen leaves, making every step treacherous. But fear lent me speed, and I pushed on. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dark, nightmarish place. But eventually, mercifully, I saw lights through the trees. Saw lights. The parking area. My car. With a final burst of speed, I broke through the tree line. My hand shook so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. But finally, the door opened. I threw myself inside, slamming the door and locking it in one frantic motion. As I fumbled to start the engine, movement caught my eye. The figures had emerged from the forest, standing at the edge of the parking lot. In the harsh glare of the streetlights, I got my first clear look at them. They were human in shape, but there was something profoundly wrong about them. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over angular bones. Their eyes were black, pupil-less voids that seemed to drink in the light. And their mouths were stretched into wide, impossibly wide grins, filled with needle-sharp teeth. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the parking space. As I shifted into drive, ready to flee, one of the creatures stepped forward. It raised a hand, pale fingers unfurling like the petals of some nightmarish flower. And then it spoke. The voice that came from its grinning mouth was not one voice, but many. A chorus of whispers and screams, of laughter and sobs. "Come back," it said. "We're so lonely." I floored the accelerator, the car leaping forward. In my rearview mirror, I watched as the figures grew smaller, still standing perfectly still, watching me go. I drove through the night, not stopping until the sun was high in the sky and I was several states away. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being followed. It's been weeks now, and I've tried to convince myself that it was all a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I hear it. The sound of footsteps circling, always circling. And I know, deep in my bones, that they're still out there, waiting, watching. And I wonder, with a chill that goes right to my soul, how many others they've lured into those woods. How many have heard those whispered words, "We're so lonely." How long before they come for me again? The map crinkled in my hands as I squinted at it in the fading light, trying to make sense of where I was. The familiar trail markers I'd been following all day had disappeared, leaving me surrounded by an endless sea of trees that all looked the same. As the realization sank in that I was hopelessly lost, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. I'd set out early that morning, eager to tackle one of the more challenging trails in the state park. I was an experienced hiker, confident in my abilities and sure that I could handle whatever the wilderness threw at me. The trail had started off well marked and easy to follow, winding through beautiful forest scenery. But as the day wore on, I found myself wanting to explore. There was a small path branching off the main trail, barely more than a game trail really, that looked intriguing. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it for a bit, telling myself I'd turn back if it got too rough. I don't know exactly when I lost the trail. One moment I was pushing through some dense underbrush, and the next, I realized I couldn't see any sign of the path I'd been following. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Now, as the last of the daylight faded, panic began to set in. I had supplies, water, some energy bars, a flashlight, but I hadn't planned on spending the night in the woods. And without knowing which direction would lead me back to civilization, I was well and truly stuck. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Panicking wouldn't help. I needed to think logically, to remember my survival training. The first rule when lost: stay put. Moving around in the dark would only get me more lost, and possibly injured. I found a small clearing and set about making a rudimentary camp. As I gathered some fallen branches to create a shelter, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig made me whirl around, expecting to see, what? A bear, a mountain lion, or something worse. As full dark settled in, I huddled in my makeshift shelter, flashlight clutched in my trembling hands. The forest at night was alive with sounds: the hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals, the whisper of wind through leaves. But underneath it all was something else, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps, moving through the woods around me. At first, I told myself it was just my imagination, my fear playing tricks on me. But as the night wore on, the sound became unmistakable. Something was out there circling my camp. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, its beam cutting through the gloom but revealing nothing but trees and shadows. Yet the footsteps continued, sometimes fading into the distance only to return louder than before. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the vast darkness. "Is someone there?" No answer came, just the continuing sound of footsteps, now joined by others. It sounded like multiple sets of feet, moving in eerie synchronization around me. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a search party looking for me. But why wouldn't they answer when I called out? And why did their movements seem so unnatural? As the night wore on, sleep became impossible. Every time I started to drift off, a particularly loud snap of a branch or a rustle too close to my shelter would jolt me awake. The footsteps never ceased, a constant reminder that I wasn't alone in these woods. Just before dawn, when the sky began to lighten ever so slightly, I heard something new. A voice, or rather, voices. Whispers that seemed to come from all around me. Too quiet to make out words, but unmistakably there. I couldn't take it anymore. As soon as there was enough light to see, I packed up my meager belongings and started walking. I picked a direction at random, hoping it would lead me back to the trail, to safety. But as I walked, I realized the footsteps were following me. No matter how fast I moved, they kept pace, always just out of sight. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but still indecipherable. I started to run, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. Branches whipped at my face. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I didn't slow down. The footsteps behind me quickened to match my pace, and now I could hear something else. Breathing, harsh and ragged, too close for comfort. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I dare to look back. What I saw made my blood run cold. Shapes moved through the trees behind me, flickering in and out of view like heat shimmer on a hot road. They weren't quite solid, not quite there, but undeniably present, and they were getting closer. I turned to run again, but my foot caught on a root and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment I hadn't even seen. I rolled to a stop at the bottom, dazed and battered. As I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I heard them approaching. The footsteps slowed, becoming more deliberate. The whispers grew louder until they were almost words, almost understandable. I struggled to my feet, ready to run again, when I saw it, a flash of color through the trees. Unnatural, out of place in the greens and browns of the forest. I squinted, hardly daring to hope, and realized what it was. A trail marker. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed through the underbrush toward that splash of color. As I broke through the tree line, I found myself standing on a well-maintained hiking trail. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave, but it was short-lived. Behind me, the whispers had become a chorus, a cacophony of voices all speaking at once. I turned to look and immediately wished I hadn't. They stood at the edge of the trail, these things that had been following me. They were humanoid in shape, but wrong in a way that defied description. Their forms shifted and blurred, as if they couldn't quite decide what they wanted to be. But their eyes were fixed on me, hungry and ancient. One of them took a step forward, onto the trail. As it did, its form seemed to solidify, becoming more real, more present. It opened its mouth, and for the first time, I could understand what it was saying. "Stay," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers. "Stay with us. Be part of us." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran down the trail, my feet pounding against the packed earth. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase, their whispers rising to a fevered pitch. I ran like I'd never run before, every step taking me closer to safety, to civilization. The voices behind me grew fainter, and when I finally dared to look back, the trail was empty. I didn't stop running until I reached the ranger station. The ranger on duty looked alarmed as I burst through the door, wild-eyed and covered in scrapes and bruises. Between gasps for air, I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded crazy even to my own ears. The ranger listened patiently, then gently suggested that I might have gotten turned around and panicked. He talked about how the mind can play tricks when you're lost and scared, how the forest can seem alive at night. I nodded along, not believing a word of it, but knowing how insane my story must sound. In the light of day, in the safety of the station, even I was starting to doubt what I'd experienced. As the ranger called for someone to give me a ride back to my car, I glanced out the window. For just a moment, I thought I saw something at the edge of the trees, a flickering shape, watching me with hungry eyes. But when I blinked, it was gone. I've tried to put that night behind me, to convince myself it was all in my head. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the quiet of my room, I hear it, the whisper of many voices, calling me back to the woods. And I wonder, with a chill that goes right to my bones, what would have happened if I'd stayed? What would I have become? The first thing I noticed when I walked into the Airbnb was the smell. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, just odd, like old wood and something else I couldn't quite place. I brushed it off, chalking it up to the age of the house. It was a charming little place after all, with its creaky hardwood floors and quaint, mismatched furniture. I'd booked it on a whim, needing a cheap place to stay for a business trip. Hotels in the area were outrageously expensive, and this little house on the outskirts of town seemed perfect. The host, Roger, had great reviews, and the photos showed a cozy, well-maintained space. As I set my bag down in the bedroom, I heard footsteps overhead. That was strange. I thought I had rented the entire house. I made a mental note to double-check the listing later. A knock at the door startled me. I opened it to find a man in his early 50s, with thinning hair and a wide smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You must be the new guest," he said, extending his hand. "I'm Roger. Welcome." I shook his hand, noticing how his grip lingered a bit too long. "Thanks. I thought I had the whole place to myself." Roger's smile faltered for just a second. "Oh, of course you do. I live in the basement apartment. Hope that's not a problem." It wasn't ideal, but I decided not to make a fuss. "No, that's fine." I just wasn't expecting it. Great. Roger's smile widened again. Let me know if you need anything. I'm always around. As he turned to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about him. His eagerness, the way his eyes seemed to be taking in every detail, it made me uneasy. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The house creaked and groaned, as old houses do, but some of the noises seemed deliberate, like footsteps, or the sound of doors quietly opening and closing. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart racing. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move across the room, but when I turned on the light, there was nothing there. The next morning, I had an early meeting. As I was getting ready, I noticed something odd. My toiletries seemed to have been moved slightly, as if someone had been examining them. I shook my head, telling myself I was being paranoid. When I returned that evening, something felt different. Nothing I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. My clothes in the closet seemed rearranged. A book I'd left on the nightstand was at a different angle. I was about to go downstairs when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of my laptop booting up. But I hadn't touched it since I arrived. Heart pounding, I crept towards the spare room where I'd left my computer. The door was ajar, and through the crack, I could see Roger, hunched over my laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I must have made a noise because he suddenly looked up. Our eyes met, and for a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled that unsettling smile. Just checking to make sure the Wi-Fi was working properly, he said, his voice far too calm. Wouldn't want you to have any trouble. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Roger brushed past me, still smiling, and disappeared down the stairs. That night, I double-checked every lock, even wedging a chair under the doorknob for good measure. But sleep eluded me. Every creak, every distant sound had me sitting bolt upright, straining to hear. At some point in the early hours, I heard it, soft footsteps in the hallway outside my room. They paused outside my door, and I held my breath, praying the chair would hold. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved on. But I didn't relax. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. I'd find a hotel, cost be damned. But as I was packing, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A tiny camera, expertly hidden in the smoke detector. With shaking hands, I examined the rest of the room. There were more. In the lamp, behind a picture frame, even one in the shower head. My skin crawled as I realized the extent of the violation. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but there was no signal. Cursing, I ran downstairs, only to find that the landline had been cut. That's when I heard it. The sound of a key in the lock. Roger was coming back. Panic overtook me. I ran to the back door, but it was locked. The key nowhere in sight. The windows were all fitted with security bars. I was trapped. The front door opened, and Roger stepped in, that same unsettling smile on his face. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, his voice dripping with false concern. "But we've only just gotten to know each other." I backed away, my mind racing. "What do you want from me?" Roger's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Want? Oh, my dear, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to stay. All my guests stay, forever." As he advanced, I noticed for the first time how unnaturally pale his skin was, how his movements were just a little too fluid to be natural. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy table lamp, and swung it at him with all my might. It connected with a sickening crunch, and Roger stumbled back, his face a mask of shock and rage. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I ran, charging past him and out the front door. The street was deserted, the neighboring houses dark and silent. Had they always looked so abandoned? I ran until my lungs burned, not daring to look back. When I finally reached a main road, I flagged down a passing car, probably looking like a mad woman. The police were skeptical at first, but when they searched the house, they found evidence that chilled them to the bone. Hidden rooms filled with personal belongings, driver's licenses, phones, watches, all from previous guests who had mysteriously checked out but never made it home. Roger was nowhere to be found. The basement apartment was empty, showing no signs that anyone had lived there for years. As I gave my statement at the police station, an officer approached with a grim expression. "Ma'am," he said, "I think you should see this." He handed me a photo album. Inside were pictures of me, sleeping, showering, going about my day in the house. But interspersed with these were older photos, yellowed with age, showing other guests. The faces changed, but one thing remained constant. Roger, standing in the background, watching, and in every photo, he looked exactly the same. The last page of the album was blank except for a handwritten note. "See you soon. I've moved since then, changed my name, done everything I can to disappear. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear footsteps outside my door. And in the shadows, I catch glimpses of a familiar smile. I don't know what Roger is or how long he's been playing this twisted game, but I know one thing for certain. I'll never stay in an Airbnb again. And neither should you. Because you never know who or what might be watching from the shadows, waiting for their next eternal guest." The neon sign flickered weakly in the darkness, casting an eerie red glow over the empty parking lot. "Last chance gas, 24 hours, it proclaimed, though the dilapidated state of the building made me wonder if that was still true. I glanced at my fuel gauge, the needle hovering dangerously close to empty, and sighed. I didn't have much choice. I'd been driving for hours, taking back roads to avoid the highway traffic. It was supposed to be a shortcut, but somehow I'd gotten turned around. Now, well past midnight, I found myself in the middle of nowhere, my GPS useless and my phone showing no signal. As I pulled up to the pump, the station's fluorescent lights buzzed to life, startling me. I hadn't seen anyone inside, but someone must be on duty. I got out of the car, the cold night air biting at my skin, and started to fuel up. The pump clicked off sooner than I expected. Frowning, I tried again, but it wouldn't dispense any more gas. Great, just enough to get me down the road a bit, but nowhere near enough to get me to the next town. I headed inside to pay, a little bell tinkling as I pushed open the door. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered, shelves stocked with dusty snacks and random automotive supplies. Behind the counter stood a man who looked as old and worn as the station itself. "Evening," he grunted, not looking up from the ancient cash register. "Hi," I said, approaching the counter. "The pump outside cut off early. Is there a problem with it?" He finally looked at me, his roomy eyes narrowing. "No problem. That's all we got left." I blinked, confused. "All you've got left, but the sign outside says 24 hours. The old man shrugged. "Sign's old. Delivery's late. You're lucky you got what you did." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Something about this place, about this man, felt wrong. But I needed directions, wow, and he was the only one around to ask. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "I'm a bit lost. Is there another station nearby, or can you point me towards the highway?" The old man's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "Ain't no stations for miles. Highway's about an hour that way." He pointed vaguely to the left. "But I wouldn't go that way if I was you. Not tonight." "Why not?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. He leaned in close, his breath smelling of stale coffee and cigarettes. "There's things out there. Things that come out after dark. Things that hunt." I took a step back, forcing a laugh. "Right. Well, thanks for the gas. I'll be on my way." As I turned to leave, the old man called out, "Wait." I paused, hand on the door. So if you're set on leaving, at least take this. He reached under the counter and pulled out an old flashlight. Battery's good. Might help you see them coming. I took the flashlight, more to appease him than anything else. Thanks, I mumbled, hurrying out to my car. As I pulled away from the station, I could see the old man watching me in my rearview mirror. He stood there, motionless, until the darkness swallowed him up. I drove in silence for a while, the old man's warning echoing in my mind. The rational part of me knew it was nonsense, probably just a local legend used to scare tourists. But as the miles ticked by and the darkness pressed in around me, doubt began to creep in. The road stretched endlessly ahead, empty and silent. No other cars, no houses, not even any road signs. Just an endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through the night. After about 20 minutes, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. Relief washed over me. Another car meant I wasn't completely alone out here, but as the vehicle drew closer, that relief turned to unease. It was an old pickup truck, moving fast, too fast, and it was coming straight for me. I sped up, but the truck matched my pace, staying right on my bumper. Its high beams flicked on, flooding my car with harsh light. I couldn't see the driver, just a dark silhouette behind the wheel. My heart raced as I pushed my car faster, taking curves too quickly, desperate to put some distance between us. But no matter how fast I went, the truck stayed right there, like it was attached to my bumper. Suddenly, the truck swerved into the oncoming lane and accelerated, pulling up alongside me. I risked a glance over, trying to see the driver, but the windows were tinted black. Without warning, the truck swerved towards me. I jerked the wheel, barely avoiding a collision. My tires screeched as I fought to keep control of the car. The truck fell back, then charged forward again, repeating the maneuver. It was trying to run me off the road. Panic set in. I was alone on a dark road in the middle of nowhere, being hunted by someone or something in a truck. The old man's words came back to me. Things that hunt. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to call for help, but there was still no signal. I was on my own. Up ahead, I saw a turnoff. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel, skidding onto the smaller road. The truck blazed past, unable to match my sudden turn. I killed my headlights and coasted to a stop, holding my breath. In the distance, I heard the truck's engine roar as it came back, searching for me. I sat in the darkness, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The truck's headlights swept across the trees as it passed the turnoff, then faded into the distance. I waited, counting to 100 before I dared to breathe again. When I was sure it was gone, I turned on the dome light and tried to get my bearings. That's when I noticed it. A small piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. It hadn't been there when I left the gas station. With trembling hands, I retrieved the note. Scrawled in messy handwriting were 5 words that made my blood run cold. You can't outrun them forever. I stared at the note, my mind reeling. How had this gotten here? When? A twig snapped in the woods beside me, and I whipped my head around. In the faint glow of the dome light, I saw movement among the trees. Something large, moving with unnatural speed. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I saw them, eyes reflecting in the darkness, dozens of pairs, all fixed on me. I floored it, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase. I shot forward, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from here. As I drove, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, expecting to see the truck or those eyes following me, but there was nothing, just the empty road stretching out behind me. I drove through the night, not stopping until the sun began to peek over the horizon. Only then, in the safety of daylight, did I pull over at a busy truck stop. As I sat there, trying to calm my racing heart, a state trooper pulled up beside me. He got out and approached my window, a concerned look on his face. "Everything all right, ma'am?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to tell him everything. The gas station, the truck, the note, the eyes in the woods. But as I looked at his kind, skeptical face, I knew he'd never believe me. "Just got a little lost," I said instead. "Can you point me towards the highway?" As he gave me directions, I noticed something on my passenger seat that made my heart stop. The flashlight from the gas station attendant. I didn't remember bringing it with me. Had been sure I'd left it behind in my haste to leave. But there it was. And scratched into its metal surface were 2 words: "Come back." I thanked the trooper and pulled away, my hands shaking on the wheel. I drove home in a daze, jumping at every shadow, flinching at every passing truck. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, the product of an overtired mind and an overactive imagination. But sometimes, late at night, I hear the rumble of a truck engine outside my window, and I know, deep in my bones, that they're still out there, waiting, hunting, and sooner or later they'll find me again. The moment I bit into the casserole, I knew something was terribly wrong. The taste was off. Not spoiled, exactly, but deeply unsettling. As I looked around the room at my new neighbors, all smiling and eagerly awaiting my reaction, a chill ran down my spine. What exactly had I just put in my mouth? I'd moved into the neighborhood about a month ago, drawn by the quiet streets and affordable houses. It was a small, close-knit community, the kind where everyone knows everyone else's business. At first, I'd appreciated the friendliness, neighbors bringing over welcome baskets, offering to mow my lawn, inviting me to local events. It was a nice change from the anonymity of city living. So when Sarah, the unofficial ringleader of the neighborhood, invited me to the monthly potluck, I'd accepted without hesitation. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to really get to know everyone. The evening started normally enough. I arrived at Sarah's house with my contribution, a simple pasta salad, and was greeted warmly. The living room was filled with chattering neighbors, all balancing plates piled high with various dishes. "Try the meatloaf," one neighbor insisted, "and make sure you get some of Bill's famous chili." I filled my plate, noticing as I did that nearly every dish seemed to contain meat in some form. Even the desserts had a suspicious reddish tint to them. I chalked it up to small-town tastes and found a seat. That's when I took that first fateful bite of casserole. The taste was indescribable, rich and complex, but with an underlying flavor that set off alarm bells in my brain. I tried to hide my reaction, but Sarah must have noticed my hesitation. "Is something wrong with Marge's casserole?" she asked, her voice laced with concern that didn't quite reach her eyes. I forced a smile. No, it's interesting. I've never tasted anything quite like it." Sarah beamed. "That's what we love to hear. Marge's recipes have been in her family for generations. Very traditional." As the evening wore on, I noticed other odd things. None of my neighbors seemed to be eating much, just pushing food around on their plates. Yet they all watched me intently, their eyes following every forkful I raised to my mouth. When I excused myself to use the bathroom, I overheard whispered fragments of conversation. "Taking to it well. Might be the one. Soon. Very soon." I splashed water on my face, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. I was being paranoid, surely. These were just friendly neighbors. A bit eccentric, perhaps, but harmless. As I returned to the living room, the conversation suddenly hushed. All eyes turned to me, and Sarah stepped forward, that too-wide smile still plastered on her face. "We're so glad you could join us tonight," she said. "We have a special tradition for new neighbors, a sort of initiation, you might say." My heart began to race. "Oh, what kind of initiation?" Sarah's smile widened impossibly further. "Nothing to worry about, just a little taste test. We have a very special dish we save for occasions like this." She gestured to a covered platter on the dining room table. As she lifted the lid, my stomach churned. The meat inside was dark, almost black, and glistened wetly in the light. The smell that wafted from it was coppery and sickeningly familiar. What is that?" I stammered. "Just a local delicacy," Sarah replied smoothly. "Go on, take a bite. It's an honor, really. Not everyone gets to try this." I looked around the room, hoping to see some sign that this was all an elaborate joke. But every face wore the same expectant expression, eyes glittering with an almost feverish intensity. "I'm not really hungry," I said, backing away slowly. "Maybe another time." Sarah's smile faltered for just a moment. "Oh, but we insist. It's tradition, after all, and we wouldn't want you to feel unwelcome." The way she said that last word sent ice through my veins. I realized with sudden clarity that this wasn't a friendly gathering. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. "I really should be going," I said, edging towards the door. "Early day tomorrow, you know how it is." But as I reached for the doorknob, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Bill, the burly guy from down the street, blocking my path. Now, he said, his voice low and menacing. "You wouldn't want to be rude, would you? After we've gone to all this trouble." Panic surged through me. I ducked under Bill's arm and yanked the door open, bolting out into the night. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I ran blindly, my heart pounding in my ears. The streets I had once found so quaint now seemed like a maze, every turn leading me deeper into danger. I could hear my neighbors calling out, their voices echoing off the houses. "Come back. We just want to welcome you properly. Don't fight it. It's easier if you don't fight it." I ducked between houses, vaulting fences and crashing through carefully manicured gardens. My lungs burned, but terror kept me moving. Finally, I saw it, the main road leading out of the neighborhood. Freedom was so close I could taste it. But as I sprinted towards it, headlights suddenly blinded me. A car screeched to a halt, blocking my path. It was old Mrs. Jenkins from across the street, her usually kind face twisted into a snarl. "Now, dear," she called out the window. "Why don't you come back to the party? We haven't finished welcoming you yet." I changed direction, diving into a nearby hedge. Thorns tore at my skin, but I pushed through, emerging on the other side in someone's backyard. I could hear engines starting up, car doors slamming. They were mobilizing, determined not to let me escape. In desperation, I spotted a tool shed and ducked inside, pulling the door closed behind me. I crouched in the darkness, trying to quiet my ragged breathing as footsteps and voices passed nearby. "Check the yards." She couldn't have gotten far. "Remember, we need her alive." That last bit chilled me to the bone. What were they planning to do with me? I don't know how long I huddled there, surrounded by rakes and lawnmowers, every sound making me flinch. But eventually, the voices faded, and an eerie silence fell over the neighborhood. When I finally dared to peek out, the streets were empty. No search parties, no cars patrolling. It was as if nothing had happened at all. I made a break for it, running flat out until I reached the highway. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a mad woman with my torn clothes and wild eyes. The driver, a kind-faced older man, listened to my breathless explanation with growing concern. "Jesus," he said. "I've heard rumors about that place, but I never thought... Look, I'm heading to the next town over. I can drop you at the police station if you want." I nodded gratefully, sinking into the passenger seat. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see a horde of my former neighbors in pursuit, but the road behind us remained empty. At the police station, my story was met with skepticism. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. No laws had technically been broken, they said. It was just a misunderstanding at a neighborhood party that got out of hand. I knew better. I had seen the hunger in their eyes, tasted whatever abomination they had tried to feed me. There was something deeply wrong in that neighborhood, something evil hiding behind white picket fences and friendly smiles. I never went back to that house. I left everything behind, clothes, furniture, all of it. It wasn't worth the risk. I moved across the country, changed my name, did everything I could to disappear. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear a knock at my door. And in my nightmares, I see Sarah's too wide smile as she lifts the lid on that platter, revealing the dark, glistening meat within. I don't know what they are, those things wearing the faces of friendly neighbors. I don't know what they wanted from me, or what would have happened if they had caught me. But I know one thing for certain. I'll never trust a potluck invitation again. The sharp pop of the tire exploding shattered the quiet night, jolting me out of the hypnotic trance of highway driving. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, fighting to keep control as my car swerved dangerously on the empty road. As I managed to guide the vehicle onto the shoulder, my headlights illuminated a sign that made my heart sink. Next service station, 50 miles. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, with a flat tire and a sinking feeling that this was going to be a very long night. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling, trying to calm my racing heart. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m., far too late for any reasonable hope of assistance. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. Cell service out here was non-existent. I was on my own. With a resigned sigh, I popped the trunk and stepped out into the chilly night air. The beam of my flashlight revealed the sad state of my rear tire, shredded beyond any hope of repair. As I rummaged through the trunk for the spare, a gust of wind sent a shiver down my spine. The darkness beyond the reach of my headlights seemed to press in around me. And for the first time, I became acutely aware of just how isolated I was. I had just managed to locate the jack when I heard it, the low rumble of an approaching engine. Relief washed over me as I saw headlights appear in the distance. Maybe this wouldn't be such an ordeal after all. The vehicle, an old pickup truck, slowed as it approached, coming to a stop just behind my car. The headlights stayed on, leaving the driver in shadow. I squinted, trying to make out any details, but could only see a vague silhouette behind the wheel. "Need some help?" A gruff voice called out. Male, older by the sound of it. "Yes, please," I replied, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. "I've got a flat, and I'm not sure I can manage changing it on my own." The driver's door creaked open, and a man stepped out. As he moved into the light, I got my first good look at him. He was tall and lean, probably in his late 50s, with weather-beaten skin and eyes that seemed to glint in the darkness. He was wearing old jeans and a flannel shirt, with a trucker cap pulled low over his brow. "Let's take a look," he said, moving towards my car. As he bent to examine the tire, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Something about the way he moved, the way his eyes darted around, it set off alarm bells in my head. But I pushed the feeling aside. After all, he was just trying to help, right? "Yep, that's shot all right," he declared, straightening up. "Got a spare?" I nodded, gesturing to the tire I'd managed to wrestle out of the trunk. The man grunted and set to work, his movements quick and practiced. I stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to offer help or stay out of the way. As he worked, I heard another engine in the distance. A second set of headlights appeared, growing larger as they approached. The man paused in his work, looking up at the oncoming vehicle. "Probably just passing through," he muttered, but there was an edge to his voice that made me nervous. The second vehicle, another truck, didn't pass by. Instead, it pulled up behind the first, its headlights joining the others in illuminating the scene. The driver cut the engine but didn't get out. "Everything all right here?" a new voice called out. This one was younger, with a hint of authority in its tone. "Just helping the lady with a flat?" my would-be rescuer replied. his voice tight. The driver of the second truck finally emerged. He was younger, maybe in his 30s, wearing a uniform of some kind. A local deputy, perhaps. "Ma'am," he said, addressing me directly. "Are you okay?" There was something in his tone, a hidden warning, that made my pulse quicken. I glanced between the two men, suddenly acutely aware of the tension in the air. "I'm fine," I said slowly. "Just had a flat." This gentleman was helping me change it. The younger man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is that right?" he asked, but he wasn't looking at me. His gaze was fixed on the older man, who had straightened up, the tire iron gripped tightly in his hand. Now, the older man said, his voice deceptively calm. "No need for any trouble. I was just lending a hand, that's all." "Like you lent a hand to those other folks," the deputy shot back. "The ones who never made it to where they were going." My blood ran cold. What was he talking about? What other folks? The older man's demeanor changed in an instant. The helpful stranger facade dropped away, revealing something dark and dangerous underneath. He lunged at the deputy, the tire iron raised like a club. What happened next was a blur of motion and shouting. The deputy dodged the attack, drawing his weapon in one fluid motion. I stumbled backward, my back hitting the cold metal of my car. "Ma'am, get in your vehicle and lock the doors," the deputy shouted, his gun trained on the older man. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled into my car, slamming the door and engaging the locks. Through the windshield, I watched the confrontation unfold. The older man circled warily, still clutching the tire iron. "You don't know what you're dealing with, boy," he snarled. "This is bigger than you can imagine." "Drop the weapon and get on the ground," the deputy commanded, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his posture. For a moment, it seemed like the older man might comply. He lowered the tire iron slightly, his shoulders slumping. But then, quick as a snake, he whipped around and hurled the iron at the deputy's head. The deputy ducked, the makeshift projectile whistling past his ear. In that moment of distraction, the older man bolted for his truck. The deputy fired, the sound of the gunshot impossibly loud in the quiet night. But the man didn't fall. He reached his truck, yanked open the door, and roared away into the darkness. The deputy swore, holstering his weapon and rushing to his own vehicle. He paused by my window, rapping on the glass with his knuckles. I lowered it a fraction, still trembling from the adrenaline coursing through my system. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his eyes scanning me for any signs of injury. I shook my head, unable to find my voice. "Good. Listen carefully. I need you to follow me to the station. It's not safe out here, especially not tonight." "What's going on?" I finally managed to croak out. "Who was that man?" The deputy's face was grim. "Someone very dangerous. Someone we've been trying to catch for a long time. Please, just follow me. I'll explain everything when we're somewhere safe." As I trailed behind the deputy's truck, my mind raced with questions. What had I stumbled into? Who was that man? And what had he done to those other folks the deputy mentioned? And what did he mean when he said this was bigger than you can imagine? The answers, I would soon learn, were far more terrifying than anything I could have guessed. That night on the lonely highway was just the beginning of a nightmare that would change my life forever. A nightmare of dark roads, hidden predators, and a conspiracy that reached far beyond a simple flat tire on a deserted stretch of asphalt. As we drove through the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching from the darkness beyond my headlights. And somewhere out there, a dangerous man was nursing his wounds and planning his next move. I had escaped once, but something told me this was far from over. The small-town police station loomed ahead, a beacon of safety in the night. But as I parked and made my way inside, I couldn't help but wonder, was anywhere truly safe anymore? The old man's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity as he invited me into his cabin. Come in," he rasped, his weathered hand gesturing towards the dim interior. "It's not safe to be out in these woods after dark." As I hesitated on the threshold, a distant howl echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. With one last glance at the deepening shadows behind me, I stepped inside, unaware that I was walking into a nightmare far worse than anything lurking in the forest. I hadn't planned on ending up here. My solo hiking trip was supposed to be a chance to clear my head, to escape the pressures of my job and my recent breakup. The trail I'd chosen was challenging but well marked, or so I thought. Somewhere along the way, I must have taken a wrong turn. As the sun began to set, I realized with growing panic that I was hopelessly lost. That's when I saw the cabin, a weathered structure nestled among the pines. Smoke curled from the chimney, promising warmth and perhaps directions back to civilization. I approached cautiously, my relief at finding signs of life tempered by the isolated location. The old man who answered my knock introduced himself as Jack. He looked to be in his 70s, with a wild gray beard and deep-set eyes that seemed to hold secrets. His clothes were worn and patched, like he hadn't left these woods in years. "You're lucky I found you," Jack said as he busied himself stoking the fire. "These woods can be treacherous at night. All sorts of dangers out there." I nodded gratefully, sinking into a rickety chair by the hearth. The interior of the cabin was cluttered but cozy, filled with odd trinkets and faded photographs. My eyes were drawn to a collection of animal skulls arranged on a shelf, some of which I couldn't identify. "I really appreciate this," I said. "I thought I was going to have to spend the night out there. Do you have a phone I could use? My family will be worried sick." Jack chuckled, a dry sound that reminded me of leaves scraping against bark. "No phone out here, I'm afraid. Been living off the grid for nigh on 30 years now." My heart sank. "Oh, well, could you point me in the direction of the main trail? Maybe I could still make it back before it gets too dark." The old man's expression darkened. "Wouldn't advise that. Like I said, these woods ain't safe at night. You're better off staying here till morning." Something in his tone made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside. After all, he was probably right. Stumbling around in the dark would only get me more lost. As the evening wore on, Jack proved to be a fascinating, if somewhat odd, host. He regaled me with stories of his life in the woods, of encounters with wildlife and the challenges of surviving off the land. But there was an undercurrent to his tales, a hint of something darker that he seemed to be dancing around. "You ever hear about the disappearances in these parts?" he asked suddenly, his eyes glinting in the firelight. I shook my head, a chill running down my spine despite the warmth of the fire. "Oh yes," he continued, leaning forward. "Every few years, hikers go missing. Search parties comb the woods, but they never find nothing. It's like the forest just swallows them up." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "That's unsettling, but I'm sure there's a logical explanation. People probably just get lost, like I did." Jack's laugh was harsh and sudden. "Logical explanation? Boy, there ain't nothing logical about what happens in these woods after dark." The way he said it, with such conviction, made my skin crawl. I found myself glancing towards the door, wondering if I'd made a mistake in coming here. As if reading my thoughts, Jack's demeanor suddenly changed. His face softened into a grandfatherly smile. "But don't you worry, you're safe here with old Jack. Now, how about some dinner? I've got a stew that's been simmering all day." My stomach growled at the mention of food, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since that morning. Still, as Jack shuffled into the small kitchen area, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The stew, when he brought it out, smelled delicious, rich and meaty, with an array of herbs and spices I couldn't identify. I took a cautious bite, then another. It was incredible, unlike anything I'd ever tasted before. "This is amazing," I said between mouthfuls. "What kind of meat is this?" Jack's smile widened, showing teeth that seemed too sharp, too white for a man his age. "Oh, just something I trapped in the woods. Eat up now. You'll need your strength." I paused, my spoon halfway to my mouth. "What do you mean, I'll need my strength?" But Jack just waved off my question, turning to stare into the fire. As I watched, his posture seemed to change. He sat straighter, his movements becoming more fluid, less like the old man he appeared to be. Suddenly, I felt dizzy. The room began to spin and my limbs felt heavy. With growing horror, I realized the stew must have been drugged. What did you do to me?" I slurred, struggling to stand. Jack turned back to me and I gasped. His face was changing, shifting into something inhuman. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and when he spoke, his voice was deeper, resonating with power. "I told you," he said, rising from his chair with unnatural grace. "These woods are dangerous after dark, but not because of what's out there." He gestured towards the window where night had fully fallen. "Because of what's in here." I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I collapsed to the floor, my vision blurring. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Jack, or whatever he really was, looming over me, his form wavering and changing into something ancient and terrifying. When I awoke, I was no longer in the cabin. Cold, damp earth pressed against my cheek, and the musty smell of decay filled my nostrils. I blinked, trying to focus in the dim light. I was in some sort of cave, its walls glistening with moisture. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with horror that I wasn't alone. Scattered around the cave were bones, human bones. Some were old and yellowed, others terrifyingly fresh. And there, propped against the far wall, were backpacks and camping gear, silent testaments to other hikers who had disappeared in these woods. A shuffling sound came from the cave's entrance. Jack appeared, but he was Jack no longer. The creature that stood before me was something out of a nightmare, part man and part beast, with antlers sprouting from its elongated skull and claws that clicked against the stone floor. "Ah, you're awake," it said, its voice a guttural growl that echoed off the cave walls. "Good. I prefer my meals alert. It makes the hunt so much more invigorating." I scrambled backward, my back pressing against the cold stone. What are you?" The creature tilted its head, regarding me with those glowing eyes. "I am old," it said simply. "Older than these woods, older than your civilizations. I have been here since the first humans dared to venture into the wild places of the world, and I will be here long after your kind has crumbled to dust." It took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the stone. "But for now, you are here, and I am hungry." As it lunged forward, I closed my eyes, certain that my life was about to end in this dank cave, far from anyone who knew or cared about me. But in that moment of desperation, my hand closed around something smooth and cold, a femur from one of the creature's previous victims. With strength born of pure terror, I swung the bone, connecting solidly with the creature's head. It roared in pain and surprise, stumbling backward. I didn't wait to see if I'd done any real damage. I scrambled to my feet and ran, ducking past the stunned monster and out of the cave. The forest outside was dark and disorienting, but I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. Behind me, I could hear the creature's enraged howls, spurring me to even greater speed. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst out of the tree line and onto a paved road. Headlights appeared in the distance. A car. I flagged it down frantically, probably looking like a madman with my wild eyes and torn clothes. The startled driver, an older couple, listened to my breathless explanation with growing concern. "Jesus," the man said, "I've heard stories about these woods, but I never thought—" "Quick, get in. We'll take you to the police station in town." As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see the creature burst out of the trees in pursuit. But the road behind us remained empty. At the police station, My story was met with skepticism, but they took my statement and promised to investigate. They found the cabin, right where I said it would be, but there was no sign of Jack or the monstrous creature he had become. The cave, too, was empty of bones or any evidence of foul play. I know what I saw, what I experienced. I know the danger that lurks in those woods, wearing the skin of a harmless old man. But with no proof, my story remains just that. A story, a cautionary tale of the dangers of hiking alone, of trusting strangers in isolated places. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear a howl in the distance, and I wonder how many more unwary hikers will stumble upon a lonely cabin in the woods, seeking shelter from the coming dark, unaware of the ancient hunger that waits within. The old man's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity as he invited me into his cabin. Come in, he rasped, his weathered hand gesturing towards the dim interior. It's not safe to be out in these woods after dark. As I hesitated on the threshold, a distant howl echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. With one last glance at the deepening shadows behind me, I stepped inside, unaware that I was walking into a nightmare far worse than anything lurking in the forest. I hadn't planned on ending up here. My solo hiking trip was supposed to be a chance to clear my head, to escape the pressures of my job and my recent breakup. The trail I'd chosen was challenging but well marked, or so I thought. Somewhere along the way, I must have taken a wrong turn. As the sun began to set, I realized with growing panic that I was hopelessly lost. That's when I saw the cabin, a weathered structure nestled among the pines. Smoke curled from the chimney, promising warmth and perhaps directions back to civilization. I approached cautiously, my relief at finding signs of life tempered by the isolated location. The old man who answered my knock introduced himself as Jack. He looked to be in his 70s, with a wild gray beard and deep-set eyes that seemed to hold secrets. His clothes were worn and patched, like he hadn't left these woods in years. "You're lucky I found you," Jack said as he busied himself stoking the fire. "These woods can be treacherous at night. All sorts of dangers out there." I nodded gratefully, sinking into a rickety chair by the hearth. The interior of the cabin was cluttered but cozy, filled with odd trinkets and faded photographs. My eyes were drawn to a collection of animal skulls arranged on a shelf, some of which I couldn't identify. "I really appreciate this," I said. "I thought I was going to have to spend the night out there. Do you have a phone I could use? My family will be worried sick." Jack chuckled, a dry sound that reminded me of leaves scraping against bark. "No phone out here, I'm afraid. Been living off the grid for nigh on 30 years now." My heart sank. "Oh. Well, could you point me in the direction of the main trail? Maybe I could still make it back before it gets too dark." The old man's expression darkened. "Wouldn't advise that. Like I said, these woods ain't safe at night. You're better off staying here till morning." Something in his tone made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside. After all, he was probably right. Stumbling around in the dark would only get me more lost. As the evening wore on, Jack proved to be a fascinating, if somewhat odd, host. He regaled me with stories of his life in the woods, of encounters with wildlife and the challenges of surviving off the land. But there was an undercurrent to his tales, a hint of something darker that he seemed to be dancing around. "You ever hear about the disappearances in these parts?" he asked suddenly, his eyes glinting in the firelight. I shook my head, a chill running down my spine despite the warmth of the fire. "Oh yes," he continued, leaning forward. "Every few years the hikers go missing. Search parties comb the woods, but they never find nothing. It's like the forest just swallows them up." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "That's unsettling. But I'm sure there's a logical explanation. People probably just get lost, like I did." Jack's laugh was harsh and sudden. Logical explanation? Boy, there ain't nothing logical about what happens in these woods after dark. The way he said it, with such conviction, made my skin crawl. I found myself glancing towards the door, wondering if I'd made a mistake in coming here. As if reading my thoughts, Jack's demeanor suddenly changed. His face softened into a grandfatherly smile. But don't you worry. You're safe here with old Jack. Now, how about some dinner? I've got a stew that's been simmering all day. My stomach growled at the mention of food, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since that morning. Still, as Jack shuffled into the small kitchen area, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The stew, when he brought it out, smelled delicious, rich and meaty, with an array of herbs and spices I couldn't identify. I took a cautious bite, then another. It was incredible, unlike anything I'd ever tasted before. "This is amazing," I said between mouthfuls. "What kind of meat is this?" Jack's smile widened, showing teeth that seemed too sharp, too white for a man his age. "Oh, just something I trapped in the woods. Eat up now. You'll need your strength." I paused, my spoon halfway to my mouth. "What do you mean, I'll need my strength?" But Jack just waved off my question, turning to stare into the fire. As I watched, his posture seemed to change. He sat straighter, his movements becoming more fluid, less like the old man he appeared to be. Suddenly, I felt dizzy. The room began to spin, and my limbs felt heavy. With growing horror, I realized the stew must have been drugged. What did you do to me?" I slurred, struggling to stand. Jack turned back to me, and I gasped. His face was changing, shifting into something inhuman. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. And when he spoke, his voice was deeper, resonating with power. "I told you," he said, rising from his chair with unnatural grace. "These woods are dangerous after dark, but not because of what's out there." He gestured towards the window where night had fully fallen. "Because of what's in here." I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I collapsed to the floor, my vision blurring. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Jack, or whatever he really was, looming over me, his form wavering and changing into something ancient and terrifying. When I awoke, I was no longer in the cabin. Cold, damp earth pressed against my cheek, and the musty smell of decay filled my nostrils. I blinked, trying to focus in the dim light. I was in some sort of cave, its walls glistening with moisture. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with horror that I wasn't alone. Scattered around the cave were bones, human bones. Some were old and yellowed, others terrifyingly fresh. And there, propped against the far wall, were backpacks and camping gear, silent testaments to other hikers who had disappeared in these woods. A shuffling sound came from the cave's entrance. Jack appeared, but he was Jack no longer. The creature that stood before me was something out of a nightmare. Part man, part beast, and with antlers sprouting from its elongated skull and claws that clicked against the stone floor. "Ah, you're awake," it said, its voice a guttural growl that echoed off the cave walls. "Good, I prefer my meals alert. It makes the hunt so much more invigorating." I scrambled backward, my back pressing against the cold stone. What are you?" The creature tilted its head, regarding me with those glowing eyes. "I am old," it said simply. "Older than these woods, older than your civilizations. I have been here since the first humans dared to venture into the wild places of the world, and I will be here long after your kind has crumbled to dust." It took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the stone. "But for now, you are here, and I am hungry." As it lunged forward, I closed my eyes, certain that my life was about to end in this dank cave, far from anyone who knew or cared about me. But in that moment of desperation, my hand closed around something smooth and cold, a femur from one of the creature's previous victims. With strength born of pure terror, I swung the bone, connecting solidly with the creature's head. It roared in pain and surprise, stumbling backward. I didn't wait to see if I'd done any real damage. I scrambled to my feet and ran, ducking past the stunned monster and out of the cave. The forest outside was dark and disorienting, but I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. Behind me, I could hear the creature's enraged howls, spurring me to even greater speed. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst out of the tree line and onto a paved road. Headlights appeared in the distance. A car. I flagged it down frantically, probably looking like a madman with my wild eyes and torn clothes. The startled driver, an older couple, listened to my breathless explanation with growing concern. "Jesus," the man said, "I've heard stories about these woods, but I never thought. Quick, get in. We'll take you to the police station in town." As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see the creature burst out of the trees in pursuit, but the road behind us remained empty. At the police station, my story was met with skepticism, but they took my statement and promised to investigate. They found the cabin, right where I said it would be, but there was no sign of Jack or the monstrous creature he had become. The cave, too, was empty of bones or any evidence of foul play. I know what I saw, what I experienced. I know the danger that lurks in those woods, wearing the skin of a harmless old man. But with no proof, my story remains just that, a story. A cautionary tale of the dangers of hiking alone, of trusting strangers in isolated places. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear a howl in the distance, and I wonder how many more unwary hikers will stumble upon a lonely cabin in the woods, seeking shelter from the coming dark, unaware of the ancient hunger that waits within. The incessant knocking jolted me awake, my heart pounding in my chest as I sat bolt upright in the unfamiliar motel bed. The digital clock on the nightstand blinked 2:37 a.m. in angry red numbers. Who could be at my door at this ungodly hour? As I fumbled for the bedside lamp, a voice called out, low and insistent, "Management, open up, please. We have an urgent situation." Little did I know, answering that door would plunge me into a night of terror I'd never forget. I'd checked into the Pinewood Motel late that evening, exhausted from a long day of driving. It wasn't much to look at, just another run-down establishment on a forgotten stretch of highway. But it was cheap, and I was desperate for sleep. The night clerk, a bored-looking teenager, had barely glanced up from his phone as he handed me the key to room 113. The room itself was about what you'd expect. Musty smell, faded wallpaper, a bed that had seen better days, but I was too tired to care. I'd fallen asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow, grateful for the chance to rest. Now, as the knocking continued, I wished I'd kept driving. "Just a minute," I called out, my voice hoarse with sleep. I stumbled out of bed, pulling on the jeans I'd discarded earlier. As I approached the door, a sense of unease washed over me. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on what. I peered through the peephole, expecting to see the night clerk or maybe a middle-aged manager in a rumpled suit. Instead, I saw nothing. The hallway outside was empty. I frowned, convinced I must have imagined the voice. But just as I was about to turn away, the knocking came again, loud, insistent, and definitely real. "Hello?" I called out, my hand hovering over the door handle. "Who's there?" "Management, sir," the voice replied, sounding closer now, as if the speaker was right up against the door. "Please, we need you to open up. There's been an incident." Something in the tone sent a shiver down my spine. It was too smooth, too practiced, And why couldn't I see anyone through the peephole? What kind of incident? I asked, stalling for time as I tried to decide what to do. There was a pause, just a beat too long. A security issue, sir. We need to check all the rooms. It's for your own safety. I took a step back from the door. My instincts were screaming at me not to open it, but another part of me worried I was overreacting. What if there really was some kind of emergency? Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not comfortable opening the door right now. If this is really management, you should have a master key, right? Another pause, longer this time. Then, in a voice that had lost all its fake pleasantness, open the door. Now, fear flooded through me. I scrambled for my phone, intending to call 911, only to realize with horror that I had no signal. Of course, we were in the middle of nowhere. The knocking intensified, becoming a pounding that shook the entire door. Open up, the voice demanded, all pretense gone. We know you're in there. We, I thought, panic rising in my throat. How many of them were out there? I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. The bedside lamp was too flimsy, the chair too unwieldy. My eyes fell on my car keys, sitting on the dresser. The car. If I could just get to my car, I could drive away from this nightmare. But to reach my car, I'd have to go through that door. The pounding continued, interspersed now with the sound of something scraping against the lock. They were trying to break in. I grabbed my keys and shoes, shoving my feet into them without bothering to tie the laces. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold on to anything. I briefly considered the window, but a glance outside showed it was too high to jump safely. The door began to splinter. In that moment, I made a desperate decision. I grabbed the cheap desk chair and hefted it above my head. As the door finally gave way, I charged forward with a yell, swinging the chair with all my might. It connected with something solid. I heard a grunt of pain and felt the impact reverberate up my arms. Without pausing to see what, or who, I'd hit, I bolted through the doorway. The hallway was dimly lit, but I could make out several dark figures stumbling back from my sudden emergence. They were dressed all in black, their faces obscured by masks or hoods. One was on the ground, clutching his head where the chair had struck him. I didn't wait to see more. I ran, my feet pounding against the threadbare carpet. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I burst out of the emergency exit at the end of the hall, the cool night air hitting me like a slap to the face. The parking lot was to my left. I sprinted towards it, fumbling with my keys. A hand grabbed my shirt, yanking me backward. I spun, lashing out blindly with my fist. It connected with something that felt like a jaw, and the grip on my shirt loosened. I stumbled forward, finally reaching my car. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the lock. As I wrenched the door open, I risked a glance back. What I saw made my blood run cold. At least 5 figures were converging on me, moving with an eerie, synchronized grace that seemed almost inhuman. And behind them, standing in the motel's entrance, was the night clerk, the same bored teenager who had checked me in. But now his face was split in a wide, unnatural grin as he watched the scene unfold. I threw myself into the car, slamming the door and jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as one of the figures reached my window. A fist pounded against the glass, and I caught a glimpse of eyes gleaming behind a dark mask. I floored it. The tires screeched as I peeled out of the parking lot, narrowly missing one of my pursuers. In the rearview mirror, I could see them running after the car, moving faster than should have been possible. I didn't slow down until the motel had long disappeared behind me. My heart was racing, my breath coming in ragged gasps. What the hell had just happened? Who were those people? And what would have happened if they had caught me? As the adrenaline began to wear off, I realized I was still in my t-shirt and jeans, with no belongings except my phone and wallet. Everything else was back in that room. But there was no way I was going back. I'd rather lose some clothes and toiletries than my life. I drove through the night, jumping at every set of headlights I saw in my rearview mirror. When I finally reached the next town, I went straight to the police station. The officer on duty listened to my story with a mix of skepticism and concern. He took my statement and promised to send a patrol car to check out the motel, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that he didn't really believe me. "Probably just some kids playing a prank," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "Or maybe you had a bad dream and got confused. It happens sometimes in unfamiliar places." I wanted to argue, to make him understand the terror I'd felt, the very real danger I'd been in. But I knew how it sounded. A mysterious knocking, faceless pursuers, a grinning night clerk orchestrating it all. It was the stuff of nightmares and horror movies, not real life. In the end, I thanked the officer and left. I found another motel, a well-lit, busy chain this time, and tried to get some rest. But sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those masked figures coming for me. Every sound made me jump, convinced that somehow they had found me again. The next day, I called the Pinewood Motel, half expecting the number to be disconnected or to reach some innocent, confused proprietor. Instead, the same bored teenage voice answered, as if nothing had happened. When I asked about the incident, about the people who had tried to break into my room, he sounded genuinely confused. "I'm sorry, sir, but nothing like that happened here last night. Are you sure you have the right motel?" I hung up, my hands shaking. Was I going crazy? Had it all been some vivid, terrifying dream? But then I looked down at my knuckles, still bruised from where I'd struck one of my attackers, and I knew it had been real. All of it. I don't know what was really going on at the Pinewood Motel that night. I don't know who those people were or what they wanted with me. But I do know one thing. I'll never stay at a roadside motel again. And if I ever hear a knock on my door in the middle of the night, no matter who claims to be on the other side, I won't be answering. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes, they're standing right outside your door, waiting for you to let them in. The moment our car sputtered to a stop on the outskirts of Millbrook, I knew we were in trouble. What I didn't realize was that this quaint little town, with its picture-perfect main street and friendly faces, would become our prison. A prison from which escape seemed impossible, and where the smiles of the locals hid secrets darker than I could have ever imagined. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I had been on a road trip, meandering our way across the country with no real destination in mind. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to see the real America, before we settled down into our careers back home. We'd been on the road for 3 weeks, staying in small towns and out-of-the-way places, when our old Subaru decided it had had enough. The sun was just beginning to set as we coasted into Millbrook, population 2,187, according to the welcome sign. Main Street looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. Quaint storefronts, a small park with a gazebo, even an honest-to-God soda fountain. Under different circumstances, we might have found it charming. "Well, this is just great," Sarah sighed as I popped the hood, though we both knew I had no idea what I was looking at. "Think we can find a mechanic at this hour?" I was about to respond when a cheerful voice called out, "Car trouble, folks." We turned to see a man approaching, probably in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and a friendly smile. He introduced himself as Tom, the owner of the hardware store we'd broken down in front of. "Mechanics will be closed by now," he said, glancing at his watch. "But don't you worry. We'll get Pete to take a look first thing in the morning. Why don't you two come on over to the Millbrook Inn for the night? Martha makes a mean pot roast on Thursdays." His offer seemed genuinely kind, and we were tired and hungry, so we accepted, gathering our overnight bags and following Tom down the street. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Faces appeared in windows, curtains twitching shut as we passed. I told myself it was just small-town curiosity about newcomers. The Millbrook Inn was a Victorian-style house converted into a bed and breakfast. Martha, the proprietor, was a plump, grandmotherly woman who fussed over us like long-lost relatives. The pot roast was indeed excellent, and the room she gave us was cozy and clean. As we settled in for the night, I felt relieved. Sure, the breakdown was inconvenient, but at least we'd landed in a nice place. That feeling of relief didn't last long. The next morning, we headed to Pete's auto shop, guided by Martha's directions. Pete, a burly man with grease-stained hands, took one look at our car and shook his head. "Gonna need to order some parts," he said. "Might take a few days to get 'em in." Sarah and I exchanged glances. A few days wasn't ideal, but what choice did we have? We agreed and headed back to the inn to extend our stay. It was on our walk back that I first noticed something odd. The townspeople, who had seemed so friendly yesterday, were now watching us with wary eyes. Conversations stopped as we approached. Doors closed. It was subtle, but unmistakable. "Is it just me?" Sarah whispered. "Or are people acting weird?" I nodded, relieved I wasn't the only one who'd noticed. Maybe they're not used to outsiders staying long. Days passed, and the parts for our car still hadn't arrived. Each time we checked with Pete, he had a new excuse. The supplier was out of stock. The delivery truck broke down. The order got lost in the system, always with that same apologetic smile that never quite reached his eyes. We tried to make the best of it, exploring the town and surrounding areas. But everywhere we went, we felt those eyes on us. The locals were polite enough when we interacted directly, but there was always an undercurrent of something. Tension. Fear. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. On our 5th day in Millbrook, we decided we'd had enough. We told Martha we were going to rent a car in the next town over and come back for ours when it was fixed. Her reaction was unsettling. "Oh, you can't leave yet," she exclaimed, her usual warmth replaced by something almost frantic. "We're having our Founders' Day festival tomorrow. You simply must stay for that. It's the highlight of the year." Before we could protest, she'd whisked away, muttering about making sure we had proper attire on for the occasion. That night, unable to sleep, I slipped out of our room for some fresh air. As I stood on the inn's porch, I overheard voices coming from an open window. "Can't let them leave," someone was saying. It sounded like Tom from the hardware store. "You know what happens if outsiders don't participate in the festival." "But they're so young," Martha's voice replied, heavy with what sounded like genuine regret. "Couldn't we just, you know the rules?" Tom cut her off. "It's them or us. Always has been." A chill ran down my spine. I crept back to our room, my mind racing. What the hell was going on in this town? I woke Sarah and told her what I'd heard. Her face paled. "We need to get out of here. Now." We quickly packed our bags, moving as quietly as we could. The inn was silent as we crept down the stairs and out the front door. Main Street was deserted, streetlights casting long shadows. We had just reached our broken-down car, thinking maybe we could push it out of town, when headlights illuminated us from behind. We turned to see Pete's tow truck, with what looked like half the town crowded into the bed. "Now where do you think you're going?" Pete called out, his voice friendly but with an edge of menace. "The festival's about to start. We can't have our guests of honor missing out." We were surrounded before we could run. Gentle but firm hands guided us towards the town square, where a bonfire was already blazing. The entire population of Millbrook seemed to be there, all dressed in old-fashioned clothes that wouldn't have looked out of place a century ago. Mayor Johnson, a man we'd only seen in passing before, stood on a raised platform. He smiled warmly at us, but his eyes were cold. "Welcome, friends," he announced to the crowd. "Once again, the gods of Millbrook have blessed us with visitors for our most sacred rite. With their sacrifice, our town will prosper for another year." Sarah gripped my hand tightly as realization dawned. This wasn't just some quaint local festival. This was something much older, much darker. "Please," I tried to reason with them, my voice shaking. "We won't tell anyone about your town. Just let us go." Martha stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "But I'm so sorry, dears. We don't have a choice. It's how it's always been. The outsiders must be sacrificed, or the curse takes one of us instead." As the townspeople began to close in, their faces a mix of sorrow and grim determination, I frantically looked for an escape route. But we were completely surrounded. Just when all hope seemed lost, a commotion erupted at the edge of the crowd. A young man, I recognized him as the bag boy from the local market, burst through, wielding a shotgun. "This ends now," he shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "I won't let you kill any more innocent people." In the chaos that followed, Sarah and I managed to break free. We ran, hearts pounding, not daring to look back. The sounds of shouting and what might have been gunshots faded behind us as we plunged into the woods surrounding the town. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. Only then did we stop, collapsing against a tree, gasping for breath. What the hell was that?" Sarah panted. I shook my head, still struggling to process what we'd just escaped from. "I don't know. Some kind of cult, a town-wide delusion. Whatever it was, we need to keep moving." We walked through the night, jumping at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. When dawn broke, we found ourselves on a highway. An hour later, a trucker picked us up, eyeing our disheveled appearance warily but asking no questions. We told the police, of course. They sent officers to investigate, but by the time they arrived, Millbrook was a ghost town. Empty houses, abandoned shops, not a soul in sight. It was as if the entire population had simply vanished overnight. Sometimes, late at night, I still dream of Millbrook, of friendly faces hiding dark secrets, of ancient rituals in the town square. And I wonder, how many other Millbrooks are out there, tucked away in forgotten corners of the country? How many travelers have disappeared, becoming unwitting sacrifices to ensure another year of prosperity for some cursed town? One thing's for certain, I'll never look at small towns the same way again, because you never know what secrets might be hiding behind those picturesque main streets and warm welcomes. Sometimes, the real horror isn't in what you can see, but in what's hidden just beneath the surface, waiting to pull you in. The first text message arrived at exactly 3:33 a.m. "I see you," it read. I dismissed it as a wrong number, rolled over, and went back to sleep. But as the messages kept coming, each one more specific and unsettling than the last, I realized with growing horror that someone was watching my every move, and they were always one step ahead. It started as a normal Tuesday. I woke up, scrolled through my phone, and barely registered the strange text from the night before. Probably just some drunk person who mistyped a number, I thought. I got ready for work, grabbed my usual coffee from the corner shop, and headed to the office. It wasn't until my lunch break that I noticed the second message. "Turkey sandwich again. You should try something new." I froze, my half-eaten sandwich halfway to my mouth. How could they possibly know what I was eating? I glanced around the crowded cafe, suddenly paranoid. Was someone watching me right now? I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe a coworker was playing a prank. But as the day wore on, more messages arrived, each one revealing an intimate knowledge of my activities. "That red shirt brings out your eyes. Your boss didn't look happy in that meeting, did he? You should really clean up those crumbs on your desk." By the time I left work, I was a nervous wreck. I took a different route home, constantly looking over my shoulder, but saw nothing suspicious. No one following me, no mysterious figures lurking in the shadows, just the usual evening crowd of commuters and shoppers. That night, I double-checked all my locks and drew the curtains tight. I even put tape over my laptop camera and turned off my phone, paranoid that I was somehow being hacked. But at 3:33 a.m., right on schedule, My phone chimed with a new message, despite being powered down. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bedbugs bite. I barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities. Who was doing this? How were they getting this information? And most importantly, why me? The next day was more of the same. Messages commenting on my breakfast choice, the book I was reading on the subway, even the private conversation I had with a co-worker in the break room. I felt like I was losing my mind. After work, instead of going home, I went to the police station. The officer listened to my story with a mix of skepticism and concern. He took down the number the messages were coming from, but warned me that there wasn't much they could do without more concrete evidence of a threat. Change your number, he suggested, and if you really feel you're in danger, consider staying with a friend for a few days. I nodded, feeling defeated. As I left the station, my phone buzzed. The police can't help you. That was the final straw. I went straight to my cell phone provider and got a new number on the spot. I breathed a sigh of relief as I left the store, feeling like I had finally taken back some control. That illusion lasted exactly 33 minutes. As I approached my apartment building, my new phone, the one whose number only I and the cell phone store employee knew, chimed with a message. New phone. Who dis? Just kidding. I know it's you. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, my heart pounding. This wasn't possible. How could they have gotten my new number so quickly? In a daze, I made my way up to my apartment. As soon as I opened the door, I knew something was wrong. Nothing was obviously out of place, but there was a feeling, a sense that someone had been there. I did a frantic search of every room, looking for, I don't know what, a hidden camera, a burglar, but everything seemed normal. Until I got to the bedroom. There, on my pillow, was a single red rose and a handwritten note. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm always watching, and I'm coming for you. I ran. I didn't even bother to pack a bag. I just ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and out into the street. I hailed the first cab I saw and gave them the address of my best friend, Sarah. Sarah listened to my story with wide eyes, then insisted I stay with her. We spent the night brainstorming who could be behind this. An ex with a grudge, a stalker from work, but none of it made sense. How could anyone have this level of access to my life? The messages stopped for a blissful 24 hours. I started to hope that maybe, just maybe, I had finally escaped. But then, as Sarah and I were having dinner, both of our phones chimed simultaneously. Room for one more. We stared at each other in horror. Before we could react, there was a knock at the door. Sarah went to answer it, looking through the peephole first. She turned back to me, her face pale. There's no one there, she whispered. But there's another rose on the welcome mat. That was when I knew this was something beyond a normal stalker. This was something else, something that defied logical explanation. We spent a sleepless night huddled in Sarah's living room, jumping at every sound. In the morning, bleary-eyed and exhausted, we decided to go to my parents' house in the countryside. Surely there, miles from the city, we'd be safe. The drive was tense, both of us constantly checking the rear-view mirror for any cars that might be following us. But we made it to my parents' house without incident. They were confused by our sudden appearance and vague explanations, but welcomed us warmly. For 2 days, everything was quiet. No messages, no roses, no sense of being watched. I started to relax, to think that maybe distance had been the solution all along. On the third night, I woke up at, you guessed it, 3:33 a.m. The house was silent, but something felt off. I crept downstairs, drawn by some instinct I couldn't explain. There, in the living room, bathed in the blue glow of the TV, sat my parents and Sarah. They were perfectly still, eyes fixed on the screen. On the TV was a message, filling the entire screen. Did you really think you could escape me? I tried to wake them, shaking them and shouting, but they were unresponsive. It was like they were in some kind of trance. And then, slowly, they turned to look at me. Their eyes were blank, pupilless, and their mouths stretched into identical, inhuman grins. In unison, they spoke. "He's here." I ran, out of the house, into the dark countryside. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized I had no idea where I was. Surrounded by dark fields and looming trees, with no signs of civilization in sight. And then, breaking the silence of the night, my phone chimed. With trembling hands, I looked at the screen. Let's end this game. Turn around. Every instinct screamed at me not to do it, to keep running. But I knew, somehow, that running was pointless. Whatever this was, wherever I went, it would find me. Slowly, I turned around. There, at the edge of a field, stood a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs too long to be human. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank slate, featureless except for a wide, glowing smile. As I stood there, paralyzed with fear, it raised one impossibly long arm and waved. Not in a threatening way, but almost playfully, like this was all some big joke. My phone chimed one last time. I looked down, already knowing what I'd see. Tag, "You're it." When I looked up again, the figure was gone, but I knew, with bone-deep certainty, that this was far from over. Whatever game this entity was playing, I was now a permanent part of it. I'm writing this as a warning. Check your phone. Look closely at the people around you, because you never know when you might become the next player in this cosmic game of cat and mouse. And if you start getting messages from an unknown number, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. But know this, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, at 3:33 a.m., your phone will chime, and the game will begin anew. The Polaroid camera felt heavy in my hands as I turned it over, examining its worn edges and faded leather. I'd found it half buried in the dirt just off the hiking trail, an odd relic in this age of smartphones and digital cameras. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent discovery would lead me down a path of terror, revealing horrors hidden in the quiet woods I thought I knew so well. I've always been an avid hiker, spending most of my weekends exploring the vast network of trails that crisscross the mountains near my home. That Saturday started like any other, an early morning drive to my favorite trailhead, a thermos of coffee, and the anticipation of a day spent in nature's embrace. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with just a hint of autumn in the air. I'd been walking for about an hour when I spotted something glinting in the underbrush just off the path. Curiosity got the better of me, and I ventured off trail to investigate. That's when I found the camera. It was an old Polaroid model, the kind that spits out instant photos. Despite being caked with dirt, it seemed largely intact. I brushed it off, surprised to find that it still had film inside. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. "Let's see if this thing still works." I raised the camera to my eye, framing a shot of the sun-dappled trail ahead. The mechanism whirred and clicked, and to my amazement, a photo slid out. I waved it in the air, watching as the image slowly developed. But as the picture came into focus, my blood ran cold. The photo showed the trail all right, but there was something else. A figure standing among the trees, barely visible in the shadows. It was tall and unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blur of white. I looked up sharply, scanning the woods around me. There was nothing there, just the usual forest sounds and dappled sunlight. I told myself it must be a trick of the light, a flaw in the old film. But a nagging sense of unease had taken root in the pit of my stomach. Shaking off the feeling, I decided to continue my hike. I tucked the camera and the strange photo into my backpack, determined to examine them more closely later. As I walked, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. About a mile further down the trail, I came across a small clearing I'd never noticed before. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating a circle of wildflowers. It was beautiful, almost ethereally so. Without thinking, I pulled out the Polaroid and snapped another picture. As I waited for the image to develop, that sense of unease returned, stronger than ever. When I looked at the photo, I understood why. The clearing in the picture was dark, overcast, nothing like the sunny scene before me. And there, in the center of the frame, was the figure again. This time, it was facing the camera, its featureless face somehow conveying a sense of hunger, of anticipation. My hands shaking, I shoved the photo into my pocket and turned to leave the clearing. That's when I saw it, a flash of white among the trees, gone so quickly I could have imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. Heart pounding, I abandoned all pretense of continuing my hike and started back the way I'd come. I walked quickly at first, then broke into a run as panic overtook me. The forest that had always been my sanctuary now felt oppressive, threatening. I was about halfway back to the trailhead when I had to stop, gasping for breath. As I leaned against a tree, trying to calm myself, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze. The whir and click of a camera shutter. Slowly, dreading what I might see, I turned around. There, lying on the ground as if placed carefully, was a Polaroid photo. With trembling fingers, I picked it up. The image showed me, from behind, running down the trail. And there, just a few feet behind, was the figure. Its impossibly long arms were outstretched, reaching for me. I ran again, no longer caring about the path, just desperate to get away. Branches whipped at my face, roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something moving through the woods parallel to me, keeping pace effortlessly. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I broke through the tree line into the parking lot. I scrambled for my car, fumbling with the keys as I glanced frantically over my shoulder. The woods were still, silent, no sign of pursuit. As I drove home, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was an elaborate prank, or I'd stumbled upon some weird art project. Anything was better than admitting the impossible truth my mind was struggling to accept. Back in the safety of my apartment, I emptied my backpack, laying out the camera and the photos on my kitchen table. In the harsh fluorescent light, they looked almost ordinary. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But as I examined the photos more closely, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. In each image, the figure was closer to the camera. In the last one, the one I'd found on the trail, its face filled the entire frame. A blank white oval with just the suggestion of features, like a child's drawing of a face. I must have sat there for hours, staring at the photos, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. At some point, exhaustion overtook me and I fell into a fitful sleep right there at the table. I woke with a start, momentarily disoriented. The apartment was dark, lit only by the glow of streetlights filtering through the blinds. As my eyes adjusted, I realized something was wrong. The photos were gone. Panic rising in my throat, I fumbled for the light switch. As the room flooded with light, I saw it, a single Polaroid photo placed in the center of the table. With trembling hands, I picked it up. The image showed my apartment, this very room, from an angle that could only have been taken from the corner near my front door. And there, sleeping at the table, was me. Standing behind me, its long fingers resting on my shoulders, was the figure. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me, stumbling backward until I hit the wall. My eyes darted around the room, searching every shadow, every dark corner, but I was alone, or at least, I appeared to be. That was 3 days ago. I haven't left my apartment since. I've called in sick to work, ignored concerned messages from friends. I can't sleep, can barely eat. Every time I close my eyes, I see that blank white face. The camera is gone. I've torn my apartment apart looking for it, but it's vanished along with the original photos. All I have left is that final image, the one of me sleeping. I keep it hidden in a drawer, unable to look at it, but equally unable to get rid of it. I don't know what to do. I'm writing this down in the hope that someone will believe me, will understand the danger. If you're hiking in the woods and you find an old Polaroid camera, leave it where it lies. Don't pick it up. Don't take any photos. Because once you do, you become part of its game. And as I sit here, jumping at every creek and shadow, I'm terrifyingly aware that the game may not be over. In fact, I'm starting to believe it's only just begun. Because sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something tall and thin, with arms that are just a little too long. And even though I tell myself it's just my imagination, I know deep down that it's not. It's waiting, watching, and sooner or later, I fear it's going to do more than just take my picture. If you're reading this and you believe me, please, be careful out there. And if you happen to see a strange figure in the background of your photos, run, and don't look back. Because once it finds you, I don't think it ever really lets you go. The first time I noticed something was out of place, I brushed it off as forgetfulness. The book I'd left on my nightstand had somehow migrated to the coffee table. No big deal, right? But as the days went by, more things began to shift when I wasn't looking. Small changes at first, easily explained away, until the night I woke to find my furniture completely rearranged, and the terrifying realization that someone, or something, was invading my home while I slept. I've always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in routine and order. My apartment was my sanctuary, everything in its proper place. So when I noticed that book on the coffee table, it niggled at the back of my mind. Had I moved it in a sleepy haze and forgotten? It seemed unlikely, but I couldn't think of any other explanation. A few days later, I came home from work to find all my kitchen cupboards open, just slightly, as if someone had gone through them and hadn't quite closed them properly. A chill ran down my spine, but I rationalized it away. Maybe there had been a minor earthquake while I was out, just strong enough to pop the doors open. But the incidents kept piling up. My clothes would be in different drawers than where I'd left them. The shower curtain would be closed when I knew I'd left it open. My laptop would be at a different angle on my desk. Each time, I tried to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe I was more forgetful than I thought. Maybe I was sleepwalking. I even set up my phone to record myself while I slept. But the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. Just me, sleeping soundly through the night. It was about 2 weeks into this strangeness that things escalated. I woke up one morning to find all my framed photos turned face down, every single one, from the ones on my dresser to the ones hanging on the walls. There was no way I could have done this in my sleep without waking up. Fear gripped me as I realized I could no longer deny the truth. Someone was in my apartment when I wasn't aware. But how? I lived alone, on the 3rd floor. The windows were always locked, the door secured with 2 deadbolts. How could anyone be getting in? I called the police, but they were skeptical. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing had been stolen, and I had no proof beyond my own word that anything unusual was happening. They suggested I install some security cameras and change my locks, just in case. I took their advice, spending a small fortune on a state-of-the-art security system. Cameras in every room, motion sensors, the works. For a few nights, nothing happened. I began to relax, thinking maybe whoever it was had been scared off by the new security measures. Then came the night that changed everything. I went to bed as usual, the security system armed and active. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from weeks of stress and poor sleep. When I woke, it was still dark outside. At first, I couldn't put my finger on what had roused me. Then I realized my bed was in a different position. Panic seized me as I sat up, fumbling for the light switch. When the room illuminated, I gasped in horror. Everything was different. My dresser was on the opposite wall. The nightstand was on the wrong side of the bed. Even the pictures on the walls had been rearranged. Heart pounding. I grabbed my phone to check the security footage, but when I opened the app, my blood ran cold. The cameras had all been disabled. The last footage from each one showed the room as it had been when I went to bed, then static. I ran through the apartment, flicking on lights as I went. Every room had been altered. Furniture moved. Decorations rearranged. Even the contents of my refrigerator had been reorganized. It was as if some meticulous but deranged interior decorator had remodeled my entire home while I slept. But how? How could someone do all this without waking me? And more importantly, why? I called the police again, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what had happened. This time, they took me more seriously. Officers arrived within minutes, sweeping the apartment for intruders. But they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, no evidence that anyone but me had been there. One of the officers, a kind-faced woman named Rodriguez, sat with me as I gave my statement. "Ms. Chen," she said gently, "I know this is difficult, but I have to ask, is there any history of mental illness in your family? Any episodes of sleepwalking or memory loss?" I shook my head vehemently. "I'm not crazy," I insisted. "I know what I saw. Someone was in here." She nodded sympathetically, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. They left promising to increase patrols in the area, but I knew they didn't really believe me. After they were gone, I sat in my rearranged living room, jumping at every little sound. I couldn't stay here, not tonight. I packed a bag and went to a hotel, desperate for a sense of security. But even in the anonymous safety of the hotel room, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shadowy figures moving silently around me, rearranging my surroundings. When I did finally drift off near dawn, my dreams were filled with shifting rooms and faceless intruders. I woke late the next morning, groggy and disoriented. For a moment, I forgot where I was, panic rising as I took in the unfamiliar room. Then reality came crashing back. The hotel, the police, my violated apartment. I checked out and drove back home, dreading what I might find. But everything was exactly as I'd left it, furniture still in the new positions from the night before. Nothing further disturbed. Somehow, that was almost worse. It meant that whatever had happened, whatever force had invaded my space, it had followed me to the hotel. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with finding an explanation. I researched obscure sleep disorders, paranormal phenomena, even the possibility of gas leaks causing hallucinations. I interviewed my neighbor's mirror, but none of them had experienced anything unusual. I started sleeping with the lights on, a baseball bat by my bed. I set up old-fashioned tripwires, strings attached to bells, all over the apartment. But nothing happened. No midnight rearranging, no objects out of place. It was as if whatever had been tormenting me was laying low, waiting. Just when I thought maybe, just maybe, it was over, it happened again. This time I woke to find myself in the living room, all the furniture pushed to the walls, and in the center of the room, arranged with unsettling precision, were all my shoes. Every pair I owned, lined up in perfect rows, all facing the same direction. I didn't call the police this time. What was the point? They already thought I was losing my mind. Instead, I sat on the floor among my shoes and wept, overwhelmed by fear and frustration. As the sun rose, casting long shadows across the room, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this anymore. I needed to know what was happening, even if the truth was more terrifying than the mystery. That night, I prepared. I drank several cups of strong coffee, determined to stay awake. I positioned myself in the hallway, a clear view of both the bedroom and the living room. And I waited. Hours passed. My eyelids grew heavy, my mind fuzzy with exhaustion. I pinched myself, slapped my cheeks, anything to stay alert. But sometime in the early hours of the morning, despite my best efforts, I must have dozed off. I woke with a start, momentarily disoriented. The apartment was silent, seemingly undisturbed. Had nothing happened? Had I finally broken the cycle? Then I saw it. A single sheet of paper on the coffee table that hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I picked it up. On it, in handwriting that was unsettlingly similar to my own, was a simple message. We're always here. We're always watching. And soon, we'll be more than just watching. I dropped the paper as if it had burned me, backing away until I hit the wall. My eyes darted around the room, searching every shadow, every corner. But I was alone. Or at least, I appeared to be. That was 3 days ago. Days. I haven't slept since. I can't bear the thought of closing my eyes, of losing awareness even for a moment. I've barricaded myself in my bedroom, surviving on caffeine and fear. But I know I can't go on like this forever. Sooner or later, exhaustion will claim me. And when it does, when I finally succumb to sleep, I don't know what I'll wake up to. Will my apartment be rearranged again? Will there be more cryptic messages? Or will the presence that's been toying with me finally reveal itself? I'm writing this down as a record, a testament to what's been happening to me. If you're reading this and I'm gone, know that I wasn't crazy. Something was here, something that defied explanation. And if you ever wake up to find things not quite where you left them, if you ever get that prickling sensation of being watched in your own home, remember my story, because they might be watching you too. And next time, they might do more than just watch. The moment I saw his thumb jutting out from the roadside, I knew I should have kept driving. Something about the man's posture, the way his eyes gleamed in my headlights, set off alarm bells in my mind. But it was late. The road was empty, and a lifetime of Midwestern politeness overrode my instincts. I pulled over, unaware that I was about to embark on the most terrifying ride of my life. I'd been driving for hours, making my way back home after visiting my sister in the next state over. The highway stretched out before me, a ribbon of black cutting through the darkness. I was tired, the monotony of the road making my eyelids heavy. Maybe that's why I didn't trust my initial gut reaction. As I slowed to a stop, the man jogged up to my passenger window. He was older, probably in his 50s, with a weather-beaten face and clothes that had seen better days. I rolled down the window a crack. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He flashed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Anywhere you're going is fine by me. Just need to get off this road." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the doors. "Hop in," I said. "I'm heading to Cedar Rapids." He slid into the passenger seat, a musty odor following him. As I pulled back onto the road, I snuck a glance at him. Up close, there was something off about his appearance. His clothes were outdated, like something from the 70s, and there was a strange stillness to him, as if he was barely breathing. "Thanks for the ride," he said, his voice low and gravelly. Not many people stop these days. "No problem," I replied, keeping my eyes on the road. "What brings you out here so late?" He was quiet for a moment, and when I glanced over, I found him staring at me intently. "Oh, you know how it is," he finally said. "Sometimes a man just needs to wander." An uncomfortable silence fell over the car. I reached for the radio, hoping some music might ease the tension. "Leave it off," he said sharply. Then, softer, "If you don't mind. I prefer the quiet." I withdrew my hand, a chill running down my spine. Something was very wrong here, but I was trapped in a moving vehicle with no easy way out. "So," I said, desperate to break the silence, "where are you from originally?" He chuckled, a dry sound that reminded me of dead leaves scraping across pavement. "Oh, I'm from all over, nowhere and everywhere, you might say." I nodded, not sure how to respond to that. As the miles ticked by, his presence seemed to fill the car, oppressive and suffocating. I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "You ever wonder," he said suddenly, "what it would be like to just disappear?" I swallowed hard, but hard. "Oh, what do you mean?" He turned to face me fully, and in the brief illumination from a passing streetlight, I could have sworn his eyes glowed. "To vanish without a trace, to slip away from your life and become someone, or something, else entirely." My heart was pounding now, blood rushing in my ears. "I can't say that I have," I managed to say. He nodded slowly. "No, I suppose you wouldn't. You're not like me. Not yet, anyway." I was about to ask what he meant by that, when something caught my eye in the rearview mirror. A pair of headlights, coming up fast behind us. Relief washed over me at the sight of another car, but as I watched, the headlights seemed to flicker and distort, stretching and twisting in impossible ways. I blinked hard, convinced I must be more tired than I thought. When I looked again, the road behind us was empty. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. The man smiled, showing too many teeth. "See what?" I shook my head, trying to clear it. "Nothing. Never mind." He leaned back in his seat, still watching me. "You know," he said conversationally, "I've been hitchhiking these roads for a long, long time. Longer than you'd believe." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. "Is that right?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded. "Oh yes. I've seen things out here in the dark. Things that would turn your hair white." He paused, then added with a chuckle, "If you lived to tell about them, that is." I was really scared now, my mind racing with possibilities of how to get out of this situation. We were miles from anywhere, no other cars in sight. Even if I stopped, where would I go? "You're probably wondering why I'm telling you all this," he said, as if reading my thoughts. I didn't respond, focusing on the road ahead, desperately hoping to see lights of a town, a gas station, anything. "The thing is," he continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "I get so lonely out here, and it's been so long since I've had company." As he said this, I felt a cold hand on my arm. I jerked away instinctively, the car swerving slightly before I regained control. "Don't touch me," I said, my voice coming out higher than I intended. He laughed, a sound that seemed to echo in the confined space of the car. "Oh, I'm not going to hurt you. Not really. I just want to show you something wonderful and terrible." I was about to tell him to get out of the car, consequences be damned, when suddenly the road ahead changed. The asphalt seemed to ripple and twist, like a mirage in the desert, and beyond it, I could see something. A vast, yawning darkness filled with shifting shapes and distant, inhuman cries. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop on the suddenly alien roadway. "What the hell is happening?" I screamed, turning to my passenger, but the man was transforming before my eyes. His skin seemed to melt away, revealing something ancient and horrifying underneath. His eyes were now glowing orbs, his mouth a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. "Welcome," it said, its voice no longer human, "to the in-between, the space where lost souls wander for eternity." I fumbled for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Outside, the world had become a nightmarish landscape, filled with twisted versions of cars and travelers, all seemingly trapped in this hellish limbo. "You see?" The creature that had once been my passenger continued. "I was like you once, just a helpful driver, picking up a stranger on a lonely road. But that stranger showed me this place, this reality that exists alongside your own. And now, I pass on the gift." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "No," I whispered. "Please, no." It reached out with a hand that was now more claw than flesh. "Don't fight it," it said, almost gently. "In time, you'll come to love it here. The freedom, the power. And one day, You'll be the one picking up a lonely traveler, ready to show them the wonders of the dark. As its claws touched my face, I felt a searing pain, like my very essence was being torn apart. I screamed, a sound that seemed to go on forever, echoing through the twisted reality around us. And then, suddenly, it stopped. I found myself back on the familiar highway, my car idling on the shoulder. There was no sign of the hitchhiker, no evidence of the nightmare I'd just experienced. For a moment, I thought perhaps it had all been a vivid hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But as I looked in the rearview mirror, my heart stopped. My eyes, once brown, now glowed with an otherworldly light. And when I smiled, I saw rows of sharp, inhuman teeth. I put the car in drive, pulling back onto the empty highway. As I drove, I found myself scanning the roadside, looking for lone travelers in need of a ride. After all, I had so much to show them now. So if you're ever driving down a lonely stretch of road late at night and you see someone hitchhiking, think twice before you stop, because you never know where that ride might really take you. And once you've seen the in-between, there's no coming back. Not really. The first red flag should have been the way the realtor's smile never quite reached her eyes when she showed us the house. But we were too enamored with the spacious rooms, the sprawling backyard, and the almost too good to be true price to notice. It wasn't until we'd unpacked the last box that we realized our dream home was at the center of a neighborhood nightmare, one that would test the limits of our sanity and our very will to survive. My wife, Sarah, and I had been searching for months for the perfect place to start our family. When we stumbled upon the listing for 1313 Willow Lane, it seemed almost too perfect. A 4-bedroom colonial in a quiet suburb, with great schools and a close-knit community, all for a price well below market value. We jumped at the chance, rushing through the buying process with an eagerness that, in hindsight, should have given us pause. Moving day was a blur of cardboard boxes and sweat-soaked t-shirts. Our new neighbors came out to greet us, offering help and platters of home-cooked food. They seemed friendly enough, if a bit too eager to welcome us. I remember thinking how lucky we were to have found such a warm community. It was on our third night in the new house that things started to feel off. I was taking out the trash when I noticed Mr. Johnson from next door standing in his driveway, just staring at our house, not in a casual, unneighborly way, but with an intensity that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. When he saw me looking, he smiled and waved, but there was something forced about the gesture. I mentioned it to Sarah, but she brushed it off. "He's probably just curious about the new neighbors," she said. "Don't be so paranoid." But as the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, constantly. Whenever I looked out a window or stepped outside, there always seemed to be a neighbor conveniently walking their dog or tending to their garden, their eyes inevitably drawn to our house. A week after we moved in, Sarah and I decided to have a barbecue, inviting the whole neighborhood as a way to properly introduce ourselves. Everyone showed up, bearing dishes and bottles of wine. The atmosphere was jovial, with lots of laughter and conversation, but there was an undercurrent of something, tension, maybe, or expectation. It wasn't until later, when I was cleaning up, that I overheard a snippet of conversation that made my blood run cold. "They seem nice enough," Mrs. Peterson from across the street was saying in a low voice. "Do you think they'll be suitable?" "Time will tell," replied Mr. Johnson. "We thought the last ones would work out, but..." They trailed off as they noticed me approaching, plastering on those two wide smiles I was becoming all too familiar with. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with questions. What did they mean by suitable? What happened to the previous owners? And why couldn't I shake the feeling that we were being sized up for something? The next morning, I tried to do some digging. I searched online for information about the previous owners, but came up empty. It was as if they had never existed. When I casually brought it up with Mr. Johnson while getting the mail, he got a strange look in his eye. "Oh, they moved away quite suddenly," he said, his tone light but his eyes hard. "Family emergency, I believe. Best not to dwell on the past, don't you think?" As weeks turned into months, the sense of wrongness only grew. The constant watching became more overt. Neighbors would show up unannounced, asking to borrow sugar or check our thermostat settings. They seemed inordinately interested in our daily routines, our habits, even our health. Sarah started to notice it too. She'd come home from work to find things slightly out of place, as if someone had been in the house. Nothing was ever missing, just rearranged. When she mentioned it to Mrs. Peterson, the older woman just laughed it off. "Oh, house is settled, dear," she said, patting Sarah's hand. "I'm sure it's nothing to worry about." But we did worry. We installed a security system, changed the locks. It didn't help. The feeling of being watched, of being evaluated, only intensified. Things came to a head on a crisp autumn evening, about 6 months after we'd moved in. Sarah and I were having dinner when the doorbell rang. On our front porch stood every single one of our neighbors, their faces solemn. "It's time," Mr. Johnson said, his voice grave. "We've come to a decision." Before we could react, they pushed their way into our house. Strong hands gripped our arms, holding us in place. The smiles were gone now, replaced by looks of grim determination. "What's going on?" I demanded, struggling against the hold. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Peterson stepped forward, her usually kindly face now cold and hard. "We are the guardians," she said, her voice taking on an almost ritualistic tone. "For generations, we have protected this neighborhood from the darkness that seeks to enter our world. And for generations, we have required sacrifices." My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. It was like something out of a horror movie, not real life in suburban America. "The house you live in," Mr. Johnson continued, "sits upon a nexus point, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. Every few years we must appease the forces that dwell beyond, to keep them at bay, to protect our homes, our families." Sarah was crying now, begging them to let us go, but their grips only tightened. "We had hoped you would be suitable," Mrs. Peterson said, almost sadly, "that you would understand the importance of what we do. But we've watched you, studied you, and we've determined that you are not strong enough for what must be done." With growing horror, I realized what they were implying. "You're going to kill us," I whispered. Mr. Johnson shook his head. "Not kill, offer, there's a difference." They began to chant. Then, a guttural, rhythmic sound that seemed to make the very air vibrate. The lights flickered, and a cold wind swept through the house despite all the windows being closed. In desperation, I managed to wrench one arm free. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy table lamp, and swung it with all my might. It connected with Mr. Johnson's head with a sickening crunch, and he went down. The chanting faltered. In the moment of confusion, Sarah and I broke free. We ran, not bothering with shoes or coats, just needing to get away. Behind us, we could hear them giving chase, their voices rising in anger and panic. "Stop them!" Mrs. Peterson shrieked. "If they cross the neighborhood boundary, all will be lost." We ran like we'd never run before, our lungs burning, our bare feet slapping against the cold pavement. I could feel something building in the air around us, a pressure that made my ears pop and my vision blur. Just as we reached the now leaving Willow Creek Estates and sign, there was a deafening crack, like thunder, right overhead. I felt a searing pain in my back, as if I'd been struck by lightning. Then everything went black. I woke up in a hospital bed 3 days later. Sarah was in the next room, also recovering. The official story was that we'd been the victims of a home invasion gone wrong. The police were investigating, but didn't have any leads. We tried to tell them the truth about the neighbors, the ritual, the talk of sacrifices and other worldly forces. But of course, no one believed us. They chalked it up to trauma and possible concussions from our dying attack. When we were released, we didn't go back to the house. We couldn't. We moved in with Sarah's parents while we figured out our next steps. But even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in crowds. Mrs. Peterson at the grocery store, Mr. Johnson at a gas station, always watching, always waiting. And at night, I dream of that pressure building again, of something vast and hungry pushing against the thin veil of reality. We're planning to move across the country soon, to start over somewhere new. But part of me wonders, will it be enough? Or are there other neighborhoods out there with other guardians and other houses sitting on points where the world grows thin? All I know is that I'll never look at a too-good-to-be-true house the same way again. And if you ever find yourself in a neighborhood where the smiles are a little too wide and the neighbors a little too interested in your daily habits, run, and don't look back. Because some secrets are better left buried, and some doors are better left unopened. The first muddy footprint appeared on the pristine white carpet of the guest bedroom, a stark contrast that stopped me dead in my tracks. I lived alone, miles from the nearest neighbor, and I certainly hadn't tracked in any mud. As I stood there, heart pounding, I realized with growing horror that someone, or something, had been in the house while I slept, and judging by the still damp soil, they might still be here. I'd taken the house-sitting gig as a chance to get away from the bustle of city life, to focus on my writing in peace and quiet. My friend Jake had inherited the place from a distant relative and needed someone to look after it while he sorted out the estate. It seemed perfect, a picturesque Victorian nestled in the woods, with no neighbors for miles. Just me, my laptop, and blessed silence. The first few days were idyllic. I'd wake up to birdsong, spend my mornings writing on the wraparound porch, and my evenings curled up by the fireplace with a good book. The house creaked and settled at night, but I chalked it up to its age. Old houses make noise, right? It was on the fourth night that I first heard something that couldn't be explained away by settling foundations. A thump, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps overhead. I was in the living room at the time, and I knew for a fact that there was no one else in the house. I grabbed the fireplace poker and crept upstairs, my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. But when I reached the second floor, there was nothing. No sign of an intruder, no open windows, nothing out of place. I checked every room twice before convincing myself it must have been my imagination. The next morning, I woke to find all the kitchen cabinets open, every single one. I know I hadn't left them that way. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly closed each door, straining my ears for any sound of movement in the house. I called Jake that afternoon, trying to keep my voice casual as I asked if there had ever been any break-ins at the property. He laughed it off. In the middle of nowhere? Nah, you're more likely to run into a bear than a burglar out there. I didn't tell him about the cabinets or the noises. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. But I did ask about the house's history, probing for any tales of tragedy or violence that might explain whatever was happening. Honestly, I don't know much, Jake admitted. It belonged to my great-aunt, but she was kind of the black sheep of the family, kept to herself mostly. Died in her sleep about a month ago. That night, I double-checked every lock, window, and door before going to bed. I even dragged a heavy dresser in front of my bedroom door, just in case. It took hours for me to fall asleep, and when I did, my dreams were troubled. I woke to the sound of humming, a soft melodic tune that seemed to be coming from just outside my door. I froze, barely daring to breathe. The humming continued, and then, a gentle knock. "Hello?" A woman's voice called softly. "Is anyone there?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Fear had paralyzed me completely. "I know you're in there," the voice continued, a note of amusement creeping in. Don't worry, I won't bite. I just want to talk. I must have made some small sound of terror because the voice chuckled. Oh dear. You're scared, aren't you? There's no need for that. This is my house after all. I'm just trying to be a good hostess. With a jolt, I realized she must be talking about Jake's great aunt, the one who had died here. But that was impossible. Ghosts weren't real. This had to be some kind of sick prank. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I called out, "Who are you? What do you want?" Finally, he speaks, the voice said cheerfully. As for who I am, well, I think you've already figured that out. And what I want? Company, I suppose. It gets awfully lonely out here. I heard the floorboards creak as if someone was shifting their weight. Now, be a dear and open the door. It's terribly rude to keep a lady waiting in the hallway. My eyes darted around the room, looking for an escape route. The window was my only option, but it was a long drop to the ground. I'd likely break something if I jumped. "I'm calling the police," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. The voice sighed. "Oh, very well, if you're going to be difficult about it." Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath misting in the air. The dresser blocking the door began to shake. Then slowly, impossibly, it started to slide across the floor. I didn't wait to see what would come through that door. I bolted for the window, fumbling with the latch as the dresser continued its unnatural movement. Just as I got the window open, I heard the door creak. Now, the voice said, "Closer now. That's no way to treat your hostess." I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. There, in the doorway, stood the translucent figure of an elderly woman. She smiled at me, but it wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of a predator who knows its prey is cornered. Without thinking, I dove out the window. I felt a cold hand brush against my ankle as I fell. But then I was tumbling through the air. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my leg. But adrenaline propelled me forward. I limped as fast as I could towards my car, not daring to look back at the house. As I fumbled with my keys, I heard that eerily cheerful voice call out from an upstairs window. "Do come back soon. I so enjoyed our little chat." I peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying behind me. I didn't slow down until I hit the main road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. I drove straight to Jake's place, pounding on his door until he answered, bleary-eyed and confused. When I told him what had happened, he didn't believe me at first, but something in my face, in the wild terror in my eyes, must have convinced him I wasn't joking. We went to the police, but of course, they were skeptical. They did a cursory check of the house but found nothing out of the ordinary. No muddy footprints, no open cabinets, no sign of any disturbance. They chalked it up to an overactive imagination and too many late nights working on my novel. Jake was more sympathetic. He promised to look into the history of the house, to see if there was any truth to what I'd experienced. But I knew I could never go back there. The memory of that ghostly figure, of that cold hand reaching for me, was seared into my mind. I'm writing this from a motel room 2 states away. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in a remote location again. The solitude I once craved now feels threatening, full of unseen dangers and things that shouldn't exist. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear humming, that same soft, melodic tune, and when I check my phone, there's always a missed call from an unknown number I haven't answered. I'm afraid of what I might hear if I do, afraid that somehow, some way, she found me, that she's still looking for that company she so desperately craved. So if you're ever asked to house sit in a remote location, think twice, because you never know what or who might already be calling that place home. And some residents don't take kindly to uninvited guests, even when they're the ones who are supposed to be dead. The old Polaroid camera felt heavy in my hands as I turned it over, examining its worn leather and scratched metal. I'd found it tucked away in a dusty corner of my grandfather's attic, a relic from a bygone era. Little did I know that when I pressed that shutter button, I'd be capturing more than just images. I'd be revealing a nightmare that had been hiding in plain sight all along. I've always been fascinated by photography, especially the old school, analog kind. There's something magical about watching an image slowly develop before your eyes. So when I stumbled upon my grandfather's old Polaroid while helping him clean out his attic, I was thrilled. "Does it still work?" I asked, holding it up. Grandpa squinted at it, a flicker of something crossing his face. Was it recognition? Worry? But it passed so quickly, I thought I must have imagined it. "Probably," he said with a shrug. "There might even be some film left in there. Why don't you take it home and give it a try?" I spent that evening cleaning the camera, marveling at its vintage charm. There was indeed one pack of film left, the expiration date long past. But I figured it was worth a shot, even if the pictures came out weird. The next day I decided to test it out on my usual hiking trail. It was a beautiful spring morning, the kind that makes you glad to be alive. I snapped a few shots of the scenery, a babbling brook, a gnarled old tree, a field of wildflowers. It wasn't until I got home and really looked at the developed photos that I noticed something odd. In the background of each image, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure, tall and unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank white oval. I told myself it must be a trick of the light, a flaw in the expired film. But a chill ran down my spine as I remembered the stories my grandfather used to tell, about things that lived in the woods, things that most people couldn't see. Determined to prove to myself that it was just my imagination, I went back to the trail the next day, this time with both the Polaroid and my digital camera. I retraced my steps, taking pictures with both cameras at the same spots. When I got home and compared the photos, my blood ran cold. The digital images showed nothing out of the ordinary, just trees and flowers and sunlight. But in every single Polaroid, there it was again, the figure. And this time, it was closer, more distinct. I called my grandfather, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I'd seen. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Bring the camera back," he said finally, his voice grave. "And whatever you do, don't take any more pictures." But curiosity got the better of me. Before heading to my grandfather's house, I decided to take one more photo, this time in my own backyard. As the image developed, I watched with growing horror as the figure came into focus. It was standing right behind me, its blank face now mere inches from my own. I dropped the photo and ran, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove to my grandfather's house in a panic, the camera and photos clutched tightly in my lap. Grandpa was waiting for me on the porch, his face grim. Without a word, he ushered me inside and bolted the door behind us. "I was afraid of this," he said, examining the photos spread out on his kitchen table. "I should never have given you that damned camera." "What is it, Grandpa?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What are these things?" He sighed heavily, suddenly looking much older than his years. "We don't have a name for them, but they've always been there, watching from the edges of our world. Most people can't see them, but certain objects, like this camera, can reveal their presence." "But why?" I pressed. "What do they want?" "To cross over," he said simply, "to enter our world fully. And they use people like us, people who can see them, as anchors." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, anchors?" "The more you observe them, the more aware of them you become, the stronger their connection to our world grows. That's why they're getting clearer, closer in each photo. You're drawing them in." I thought about that last photo, the creature standing right behind me, and felt sick. "How do we stop them?" Grandpa shook his head. "We don't. We just try to stay off their radar, which is why I'm going to have to destroy this camera and these photos." But as he reached for the Polaroids, a gust of wind swept through the room, scattering the photos across the floor. We both froze, staring at each other in shock. All the windows were closed. Slowly, we turned to look at the kitchen doorway. There, its blank face tilted in an almost curious manner, stood one of the creatures. It was even more terrifying in person, its body seeming to shift and distort as if it wasn't fully solid. Grandpa moved faster than I'd ever seen him move, grabbing my arm and pulling me towards the back door. "Run!" he shouted. "Don't look back." We burst out of the house and into the yard. I could hear something moving behind us, a sound like dry leaves scraping against concrete. Against my better judgment, I glanced over my shoulder. They were everywhere, emerging from the shadows of trees, from behind parked cars. Their blank faces all turned towards us, and they were getting closer, their movements jerky and unnatural, like stop-motion animation brought to terrifying life. We ran down the street, our feet pounding against the pavement, but no matter how fast we moved, they were always just a few steps behind. I could feel the air growing colder around us, hear a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. "The church," Grandpa gasped, pointing ahead. "Holy ground, they can't follow us there." We made a final desperate sprint, practically falling through the heavy wooden doors of the old stone church. As they slammed shut behind us, I heard something impact against them with a dull thud. For a moment, we just stood there in the dim interior, gasping for breath. Then, slowly, I approached one of the stained glass windows and peered out. They were there, dozens of them, standing motionless at the edge of the church property. Their blank faces were all turned towards the building, waiting. "What now?" I asked, turning back to my grandfather. He slumped onto a pew, looking utterly exhausted. "Now, we wait, and we pray." We ended up spending 3 days in that church. The creatures never left, never moved, just stood there watching. On the morning of the 4th day, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone. We made our way cautiously back to Grandpa's house. Everything looked normal, as if nothing had happened. But we both knew better. Grandpa destroyed the camera that day, smashing it to pieces and burning the remains along with all the photos. But the damage was done. We could still see them sometimes, out of the corner of our eyes. Flickers of movement in places there shouldn't be any. The sense of being watched, even in empty rooms. It's been months now, and things have calmed down. But I know they're still out there, waiting. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear the soft click of a camera shutter, followed by that awful whirring sound of a Polaroid developing. I don't take pictures anymore. I can't bear to see what might be lurking in the background, getting closer with each shot. But I'm writing this as a warning. Be careful what you choose to see, what you choose to capture, because sometimes the act of observation can change things in ways you never imagined, and not all change is for the better. So the next time you're going through old belongings and you come across a vintage camera, think twice before you use it. You never know what you might reveal or what might be revealed to you. The moment we stepped into the quaint bed and breakfast, I knew something was off. The overly cheerful smiles of the elderly couple who ran the place, the way their eyes seemed to follow our every move, it all set my nerves on edge. But it wasn't until we found ourselves locked in our room, listening to the sound of shuffling footsteps and whispered chants outside our door, that I realized the true horror of our situation. My girlfriend, Lisa, and I had been planning this weekend getaway for months. Both of us were swamped with work, and we desperately needed some time away from the city. When we stumbled upon the listing for Willow Creek Bed Breakfast online, it seemed perfect. Nestled in a small town in the countryside, it promised a cozy, quiet retreat. The drive out was pleasant enough. We watched as the urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills and farmland. The town of Willow Creek was tiny, the kind of place you could blink and miss if you weren't paying attention. The BB itself was a large Victorian house set back from the main road, surrounded by ancient willow trees. As we pulled into the gravel driveway, an elderly couple emerged from the front door. They introduced themselves as Martha and George, the owners. "Welcome, welcome," Martha crooned, her smile so wide it looked almost painful. "We're so glad you could join us. It's been so long since we've had guests." The way she hesitated on that last word sent a shiver down my spine, but I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid, letting the unfamiliarity of the place get to me. George insisted on carrying our bags, despite my protests. As we followed him up the creaking stairs to our room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I glanced back, I caught glimpses of Martha quickly averting her gaze. Our room was on the second floor, at the end of a long hallway lined with old photographs. As we passed, I could have sworn I saw the eyes in one of the portraits move, following our progress. But when I looked again, it was just a normal picture. The room itself was nice enough, if a bit dated. Floral wallpaper, a 4-poster bed, antique furniture. But something about it felt off, like it was trying too hard to be quaint and charming. "Dinner will be served at 7 sharp," Martha informed us as George set down our bags. "Don't be late. We have something special planned." As soon as they left, Lisa flopped onto the bed with a contented sigh. "This place is adorable," she said. "Exactly what we needed." I nodded, not wanting to voice my unease. Maybe I was just stressed from work, seeing problems where there weren't any. I decided to take a shower, hoping it would help me relax. But as I stood under the hot water, I could have sworn I heard whispering coming from the other side of the bathroom door. When I turned off the shower to listen better, it stopped. I told myself it was just the old pipes, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. Dinner was a surreal experience. Martha and George joined us at the large dining table, along with 2 other couples who were staying at the BB. The food was excellent, but the conversation was stilted and strange. Everyone seemed to be speaking in code, exchanging meaningful glances that I couldn't decipher. "How are you enjoying your stay so far?" one of the other guests asked us, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "It's nice," I replied cautiously. "Very quiet." "Oh yes," his wife chimed in. "It's always quiet here, peaceful. You might even say, timeless." The way she emphasized that last word made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked to Lisa, hoping she was picking up on the weirdness, but she seemed completely at ease, chatting happily with Martha about the house's history. As we finished dessert, George stood up, tapping his glass with a spoon. "A toast," he announced, "to our new friends. May they find exactly what they're looking for here at Willow Creek." Everyone raised their glasses, their eyes fixed on Lisa and me with an intensity that made me want to squirm in my seat. I took a small sip of the wine, which suddenly tasted sour. Back in our room, I tried to talk to Lisa about my concerns, but she brushed them off. "You're being ridiculous," she laughed. "They're just a sweet old couple running a BB. Stop looking for problems and try to relax." I wanted to believe her, but as we got ready for bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. It was the sound of chanting that woke me in the middle of the night. Low, rhythmic, coming from somewhere in the house. I sat up, my heart pounding. Lisa was still asleep beside me, undisturbed by the noise. I slipped out of bed and went to the door, pressing my ear against it. The chanting was clearer now, accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps. It seemed to be coming from the hallway, moving closer to our room. I tried the doorknob, intending to peek out, but it wouldn't budge. We were locked in. Panic rising in my throat, I shook Lisa awake. "We need to go," I whispered urgently. "Something's happening." She blinked at me groggily. "What are you talking about?" But before I could explain, there was a loud knock at the door. It's time, Martha's voice called out, sickly sweet. Won't you join us? Lisa sat up, confusion turning to fear as she realized I wasn't joking. We both stared at the door in horror as the knob began to turn. What happened next is a blur in my memory. The door burst open, revealing Martha, George, and the other guests, all wearing long robes and holding candles. Their faces were transformed, no longer the friendly masks they'd worn earlier, but something ancient and hungry. The harvest is ready, George intoned, his eyes gleaming in the candlelight. The old gods will feast tonight. We fought. God, how we fought. But there were too many of them, and they were unnaturally strong. They dragged us from the room, down the stairs, into a hidden basement we hadn't known existed. The walls were covered in strange symbols, and in the center of the room was a large stone altar. As they forced us towards it, I saw the glint of a knife in Martha's hand. Please, I begged, struggling against the hands that held me. You don't have to do this. We won't tell anyone. Just let us go. Martha smiled, a terrible, pitying expression. Oh, my dear, she said softly. You don't understand. This isn't about you. It's about keeping the balance, feeding the old ones so they don't wake and devour us all. I looked to Lisa, saw the terror in her eyes, and something in me snapped. With strength born of desperation, I wrenched free of my captors and lunged for Martha, knocking the knife from her hand. Chaos erupted. Lisa broke free too, and we fought our way through the cultists, their inhuman shrieks echoing off the stone walls. Somehow, miraculously, we made it up the stairs and out of the house. We ran into the night, not stopping until we reached our car. As we peeled out of the driveway, I caught one last glimpse of the house in the rearview mirror. Martha and George stood on the porch, watching us go, but they weren't alone. Behind them, barely visible in the shadows, was something massive and twisted, its form shifting and writhing in ways that defied comprehension. We drove straight to the police, but of course, they didn't believe us. When they went to investigate the BB, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Just a sweet old couple running a quaint countryside inn. No basement, no altar, no evidence of anything sinister. Lisa and I tried to move on with our lives, to forget what happened. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that chanting, and I know, deep in my bones, that somewhere out there the old gods are still hungry, and sooner or later, they'll need to be fed again. So if you're ever driving through the countryside and you see a sign for Willow Creek Bed Breakfast, keep driving, no matter how tired you are, no matter how charming it looks, because some places aren't meant for visitors, and some stays can last an eternity. You know those nights when everything feels just a little too quiet? The kind of stillness that makes you hear your own heartbeat, every little creak of your car, and suddenly, you're hyper-aware of just how alone you are. I wasn't expecting anything unusual that night, just another late drive home after visiting a friend across the state. But there I was, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter as I cruised down an empty stretch of highway with nothing but my headlights cutting through the darkness ahead. It had been a long day, and my eyelids were starting to get heavy. The soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic sound of the tires on the road weren't helping my fatigue. I glanced at the clock, 12:47 a.m. The next town wasn't for another 30 miles, but I figured I'd make it there easily if my car held up. Suddenly, the engine sputtered. A small jolt ran through the car, and I instinctively leaned forward, as if that could somehow fix whatever was happening. The dashboard lights flickered, and then, without warning, the engine died completely. My heart sank. The power steering cut out, and the car started to slow down on its own as I desperately coasted to the side of the road. "Are you kidding me?" I muttered, pulling the car to a stop on the shoulder. I took a deep breath, hoping it was just some weird glitch. But as I tried the ignition again, the engine only cranked weakly before falling silent. I tried again, And again, nothing. The reality hit me. I was stuck in the middle of nowhere, alone. No lights, no passing cars, just a vast expanse of darkness on a deserted highway. The stars above were bright, but even they felt distant, like they couldn't care less about my predicament. I fumbled for my phone, hoping I had some service. I glanced at the screen. No signal. Of course. I sighed and leaned my head back against the seat, weighing my options. I could wait for a passing car, but I hadn't seen one for what felt like hours. Or I could start walking, though I had no idea how far I was from any sign of civilization. As I sat there, debating what to do next, I noticed a flicker of light in my rearview mirror. It was faint at first, but it grew brighter with each passing second. Relief flooded me. Finally, someone else was on this godforsaken road. Maybe they'd stop and help. The lights were approaching slowly, and something about that gave me pause. I turned in my seat to get a better look. The car, or whatever it was still a good distance away, but it was moving at an oddly measured pace. It wasn't speeding by like most cars do on an open highway late at night. Instead, it crept closer, almost cautiously, as if whoever was driving was in no rush. I glanced down at my phone again. Still no signal. The headlights continued their slow approach, casting long shadows across the highway. I rolled down my window, hoping to wave them down, but as the vehicle neared, something about the way it moved gave me an unsettling feeling. It wasn't just the speed, it was the silence. No engine noise, no tires crunching on the asphalt, just the sound of the wind blowing across the empty fields. By the time the vehicle pulled up behind me, I could feel my pulse in my throat. I leaned out of the window, my arm raised in a weak attempt to signal them. But the car, if you could even call it that, just sat there. Its headlights illuminated the back of my car, casting a harsh glare into my rearview mirror. But no one stepped out. I waited, expecting the driver to emerge, but the door never opened. I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, do you have a phone? I'm stuck out here." No response. I swallowed hard, my hand still resting on the door handle. My instincts were screaming at me not to get out, but what other choice did I have? I opened the door slowly, the creak of the hinges sounding way louder in the silence than it should have. My feet hit the pavement, and the moment I stood up, the headlights shut off. The sudden darkness made me freeze in place, my eyes struggling to adjust. For a split second, I thought maybe they were conserving power, or maybe they just didn't want to blind me. But as my vision adjusted, I realized something was off. The vehicle, or whatever it was, wasn't just silent. It was completely dark now, blending into the night. I could barely make out its shape, but it was larger than I'd expected. No car should have been that big. I felt a chill run down my spine. My breath quickened, and I stepped back, my instincts telling me to retreat. But as I did, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the direction of the now hidden vehicle. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to see who, or what, was approaching. The footsteps stopped just as abruptly as they had started. I stood there, my breath shallow, waiting for something, anything to happen. But the silence stretched on. No voices, no movement, just the eerie stillness of the night. I quickly climbed back into my car, slamming the door shut. My hands were trembling as I fumbled for the locks. I didn't know what was out there, but I wasn't about to find out. I just needed to wait it out. Maybe the vehicle would leave. Maybe someone else would drive by soon. But every second felt like an eternity. Then, a soft tap on my window. I jumped, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. But there was nothing. No one standing there, no face pressed against the glass. Just the same dark, empty road. Another tap, this time from the other side of the car. My eyes darted to the passenger window, but again there was nothing there. I reached for my phone again, though I knew there was still no signal. I just needed something to hold on to, something to make me feel like I had control of the situation. But as I gripped the phone, the tapping grew more insistent, faster, louder, as if whatever was out there was growing impatient. I couldn't take it anymore. Without thinking, I hit the horn, the loud blare cutting through the night. For a brief moment, the tapping stopped, and I allowed myself a sliver of hope that maybe it had scared off whatever or whoever was out there. But then I saw it. A figure, standing just at the edge of the glow from my dashboard lights. Too far to make out any details, but close enough for me to see its outline. Tall, unnaturally still, just standing there, watching. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't think. All I could do was stare back, my eyes locked on the shadowy figure. Seconds ticked by, but it didn't move. It just stood there, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me, frozen in fear, and the figure looming just beyond the reach of my headlights. But eventually, my body took over, and I slammed the key into the ignition one last time. By some miracle, the engine sputtered to life. I didn't wait. I threw the car into gear and floored it, the tires screeching as I pulled back onto the highway. I didn't look back, not even once. All I could think about was getting as far away from that place as possible. I drove for miles before I finally allowed myself to breathe again, my hands still shaking on the wheel. I don't know what was out there that night, and I don't want to know, but I can still feel its presence every time I drive that stretch of highway, and I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting. I've always loved the quiet, the kind that settles over a place when the world feels far away, when the only sounds are the occasional rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of crickets. My farm, tucked in the middle of nowhere, gave me that peace. No neighbors for miles, just wide open fields, a few animals, and endless sky. It was the kind of place where you could get lost in your thoughts, let the stress of the world melt away. But sometimes, that quiet can turn on you. Sometimes, it can be suffocating, isolating in a way that leaves you feeling like the last person on earth. I learned that the hard way. It all started with small, unimportant things. Or at least, that's what I told myself. First, it was the animals, my goats in particular. They had this habit of gathering around the barn at night, but lately, they'd been huddling closer to the fence, bleating nervously as if something had spooked them. I figured it was just a coyote or some other predator sniffing around. Nothing unusual. But then it started happening during the day. The goats would crowd together in the middle of their pen, eyes wide, staring at something in the distance, something I couldn't see. I'd walk the perimeter of the property, checking for signs of trouble, footprints, claw marks, anything. But there was never anything out of place, not a sign of anything at all. I convinced myself it was nothing. Living out there, you can't let every strange noise or flicker of movement get to you, or you'll drive yourself crazy. So, I pushed it to the back of my mind and carried on with my routine. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of something banging against the side of the house. At first I thought it was just the wind, maybe a loose shutter. But as I lay there, listening, I realized it was too deliberate. There was a pattern to it, like someone, or something, was knocking. I got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed a flashlight and moved through the house as quietly as I could. The knocking continued, steady, slow. It seemed to be coming from the back door. I hesitated for a second, every instinct in me screaming to turn back. But this was my home. I wasn't about to let some random noise scare me out of it. I unlocked the door and yanked it open, shining the beam of my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing. Just the empty backyard, the faint outline of the barn in the distance, and the wind rustling through the trees. I stood there for a minute, scanning the yard, my heart still racing. The air felt thick, heavy, like the night itself was pressing down on me. But there was no sign of anyone, no tracks in the dirt. Eventually, I convinced myself it had to have been a branch or some loose debris. I locked the door and went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily that night. The next morning, I found the back gate open. I hadn't noticed it the night before, but it was wide open now, swinging slightly in the breeze. My stomach twisted. I always locked the gate at night. Always. I checked the latch, but it wasn't broken. It was like someone had just casually opened it and left it that way. That was when I started to feel it, that gnawing sensation in the back of my mind, the sense that someone was watching me. At first, it was just a passing thought, easily dismissed. But the more I tried to ignore it, the stronger it got. Days went by, and little things kept happening. I'd find tools moved from where I'd left them, gates left open, and sometimes the faintest trace of footprints in the dirt near the barn. The animals were still on edge, refusing to leave the barn unless I was with them. Even my dog, usually so calm and friendly, started growling at nothing, his hackles raised as he stared at the tree line. One evening, just before sunset, I was out in the field, mending a section of fence that had been knocked down. As I worked, I got the distinct feeling that someone was watching me. I glanced up, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the woods, just far enough away that I couldn't make out any details. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I stared at the figure, waiting for them to move, to call out something, but they just stood there, motionless, watching. "Hello?" I shouted, my voice sounding more uncertain than I wanted it to. Nothing. The figure didn't respond. They didn't move. I stood up, trying to act casual as I grabbed my tools and slowly made my way back toward the house. I didn't take my eyes off them, though. I couldn't. But as I reached the barn, I blinked, and they were gone. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light, maybe a shadow playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside, set me on edge. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the knock to come again. But it didn't. Instead, it was worse. Around midnight, I heard footsteps, not inside the house, but outside. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling the house. I threw off the covers and scrambled to the window, peeking out through the curtains. At first, I saw nothing, just the moonlit yard and the outline of the barn in the distance. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it. Movement near the barn. A figure, moving slowly, almost casually, toward the back of the house. I dropped to the floor, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. This was real. There was someone out there, walking around my property like they belonged there. I crawled to the door, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I didn't want to alert whoever it was, but I needed to know if they were still there. My hands shook as I reached for the doorknob. I unlocked it, inching it open just enough to peek outside. The figure was closer now, maybe 20 yards away, their outline clearer in the moonlight. They were tall, wearing what looked like a long coat, but I couldn't make out their face. They were walking slowly, deliberately, like they knew I was watching but didn't care. I slammed the door shut, locking it as fast as I could. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely hold the lock in place. For the next hour, I sat in the kitchen, clutching my phone, even though I knew there was no signal. I debated driving into town, but the thought of stepping outside, of being out there alone with that figure, made my blood run cold. Eventually, the footsteps faded. I don't know how long it took, but when I finally got the courage to look outside again, the yard was empty. Whoever it was, they were gone. The next morning, I found more footprints. They circled the house, leading up to the back door, and then disappeared into the woods. The gate was open again, swinging in the breeze like an invitation. That day, I made up my mind. I wasn't going to sit around and wait for whoever or whatever. This was to get bolder. I called a friend in town and arranged to stay with them for a few days, just to get away, clear my head. Maybe, I thought, it was all in my imagination. Maybe I was overreacting. But as I packed my things, I found something that shattered that illusion. Lying on the porch, just outside the front door, was one of my tools, a hammer I hadn't touched in weeks. It was placed neatly on the doormat, almost like a gift, a reminder that whoever had been out there knew exactly where I lived, and they had no intention of leaving me alone. I spent the next few nights at my friend's place, trying to piece together what had happened. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? There was no crime, no damage, nothing stolen, just the creeping feeling that someone was watching, waiting. A few days later, I went back to the farm, hoping the break would clear my head. But the moment I stepped out of the car, that familiar feeling washed over me. The animals were still on edge, my dog still growling at the tree line. And as I walked toward the house, I saw it, another gift. This time, it was a small pile of stones, neatly arranged on the porch. No footprints, no sign of how they'd gotten there. Just another reminder. I don't know who or what is out there, but I know one thing for sure. I'm not alone. In the silence of the farm, it's never been louder. It's funny how quickly things can go from a fun adventure to something that sticks with you forever. We were supposed to be having a great time, a weekend road trip with some of my closest friends, just like the good old days before life got busy. You know the kind of trip where you laugh until your stomach hurts, stop at random roadside attractions, and blast music with the windows down as you leave the city behind. But that feeling didn't last long. What started off as a lighthearted road trip turned into something I still can't fully explain. It was the second night of our trip, and we were somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just south of the state line. None of us knew exactly where we were, and that was part of the thrill. We were winging it, letting the road guide us. The sky was a blanket of stars, and the air had that crisp, cool edge to it that made you want to roll the windows down just a little more. We'd been driving for hours, losing track of time as we laughed and reminisced, but then our GPS glitched out. The screen went black, then flickered back to life, only to show us a map with no roads, just a blank gray void. The car's system recalculated, then recalculated again, throwing out routes that didn't make any sense. I shrugged it off at first, figuring we were in a dead zone. It happens, right? But after half an hour of driving, the GPS was still out and we were running low on gas. "We should find a gas station," I said, glancing at the dashboard. "We're getting close to empty." Sam, who was driving, nodded. "Yeah, I'll keep an eye out." The road was eerily quiet, no signs of civilization in sight. Just long stretches of asphalt, flanked by dark fields and the occasional cluster of trees. No lights, no houses, no other cars. Just us. At first, it was peaceful, but then that peace turned into a kind of tension. It felt like we were the only people left in the world. Anyone else getting creeped out? Or is it just me? Sarah, my best friend, asked from the back seat. "I'm with you," I admitted. "Feels weird out here." We all agreed. It was hard to put our finger on what exactly felt off. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe it was the fact that the GPS was still useless. Either way, the lighthearted vibe from earlier had all but vanished. About 15 minutes later, we saw it, a gas station in the distance. It was small, the kind of place that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s. Its neon sign flickered faintly, casting a dull glow over the empty parking lot. "Finally," Sam muttered as he pulled in. The place looked deserted. There were no other cars, no movement inside the little convenience store, just the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights above the pumps. We all got out, stretching our legs while Sam started filling the tank. "I'll grab snacks," Sarah said, heading toward the store. "Anyone want anything?" "Chips," I called after her. I walked around the car, trying to shake the unsettling feeling that had been gnawing at me since the GPS died. The night was silent, too silent. No crickets, no rustling in the nearby trees, nothing, just the faint hiss of the gas pump. A few minutes passed, and I realized Sarah hadn't come back yet. "I'll check on her," I said, heading toward the store. As I pushed the door open, a bell rang above me, though it sounded muffled, like the air was thick inside. The store was dimly lit, the aisles narrow and crammed with dusty products that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. "Sarah?" I called, my voice echoing slightly. No response. I walked past the aisles, expecting to find her browsing for snacks, but she wasn't there. The place was empty. I felt a flicker of unease. "Sarah, quit messing around," I said, louder this time. Still nothing. I headed toward the back of the store, where a door led to what I assumed was a restroom or storage room. The door was slightly ajar, a faint light spilling out. I pushed it open, but all I found was a tiny, dingy bathroom. No sign of Sarah. Panic started creeping in at the edges of my mind. Where could she have gone? She couldn't have left without us noticing. I stepped back out into the main store, scanning the aisles one more time, just in case. That's when I noticed something strange. A magazine rack by the counter. The magazines looked old, like they'd been sitting there for decades. I picked one up, and my heart skipped a beat. The date on the cover was from 1998. I dropped the magazine, my hands suddenly clammy. This place felt wrong. The whole gas station, the empty aisles, the strange silence. It all felt wrong. I rushed back outside, my heart pounding in my chest. "Guys, we need to go," I said, my voice shaky. Sam looked at me, frowning. "What's wrong? Where's Sarah?" "I can't find her," I admitted. "She's not in there." "What do you mean she's not in there?" Sam asked, his face tightening with concern. "She said she was getting snacks." "I know, but she's gone," I insisted. "We need to go, now." The uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach was growing stronger by the second. Something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. I glanced back at the store, half expecting to see Sarah walking out with a bag of chips and a grin on her face, but the door remained closed. That's when the lights above the gas pumps flickered. Once, twice, then they went out, plunging the station into complete darkness. "Sam," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "we need to leave." He didn't argue. He yanked the pump out of the car, and we all scrambled back inside. Sam started the engine, but before he could pull away, something caught my eye. Out of the corner of my vision, I saw movement. A figure, standing near the edge of the parking lot, just beyond the reach of our headlights. It was too dark to make out any details, but they were there, standing still, watching. My heart raced as Sam hit the gas, peeling out of the parking lot. I didn't dare look back. None of us spoke as we sped down the highway, the gas station disappearing into the distance. For the next hour, we drove in silence, the tension in the car palpable. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure following us, but the road was empty. Eventually, the GPS blinked back to life, recalculating our route and guiding us toward a small motel just off the highway. We checked in, still shaken, but grateful to be off the road. The motel was old, but it was clean, and most importantly, it felt normal. Sarah hadn't returned, and I tried to push the growing panic to the back of my mind. We decided to report her missing in the morning if she hadn't shown up by then. But something was gnawing at me. The gas station, the magazine, the figure in the parking lot. It all felt too surreal, like something out of a nightmare. I lay awake in the motel bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of it all. Around 3 a.m., just as I was starting to doze off, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. It was a text message from Sarah. I sat up, heart racing, and opened the message. "Where are you guys?" I stared at the screen, confused. How How was she texting me? I quickly typed out a response, asking her where she was and what had happened at the gas station. Her reply came almost immediately. What gas station? My blood ran cold. We stopped at a gas station. You went inside to get snacks, and then you disappeared, I typed, my hands shaking. This time, the response took longer, but when it came, it chilled me to the bone. I've been at the motel this whole time. Where did you guys go? I dropped the phone, my mind reeling. How was that possible? We'd all seen her go into the gas station. We'd all been there together. I rushed out of the room, banging on Sam's door, waking him up. Sarah's here, I blurted out as soon as he opened the door. She's been here the whole time. What? Sam looked at me, half asleep and confused. What do you mean? I don't know, I cried, holding up my phone. She just texted me. She said she's been here the whole time. Sam stared at me for a long moment, trying to process what I was saying. But we all saw her go inside the gas station. I know, I whispered. I know. The next morning, Sarah was sitting at the motel's breakfast area, looking as confused as we were. She swore up and down that she hadn't left the motel, that she'd gone to bed early after getting tired of waiting for us to get gas. We tried to make sense of it, but nothing added up. It was like the night had been a shared hallucination, a glitch in reality. We never found out what really happened at that gas station, but every time I think about it, I can still see that figure standing at the edge of the parking lot, watching us as we drove away. You know those vacations that are supposed to be a chance to relax, escape reality, and leave all your worries behind? That was exactly what I had in mind when I booked a 7-day cruise. I needed it, a break from work, from stress, from everything. The open ocean, the warm sun, a drink in hand, it all sounded perfect. At least, that's how it started. But vacations don't always go as planned. Sometimes, things get weird. The first few days were exactly what I'd hoped for. I spent my mornings lounging by the pool, reading a good book, and my evenings enjoying the onboard entertainment with a cocktail in hand. I'd opted for a solo trip, and it was exactly what I needed. Just me, the sea, and no distractions. Well, that's what I thought. It wasn't until day 3 that I noticed something was off. I had a room with a private balcony, and every night I'd sit out there watching the stars. The sound of the waves was hypnotic, the gentle rocking of the ship oddly soothing. But that night, as I sat in my usual spot, I felt something strange. It was that eerie, unmistakable sensation that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling, like eyes are on you, even when you can't see them. I turned my head, looking down the length of the ship. Nothing but empty balconies. I scanned the rows above and below mine, expecting to see someone else out there enjoying the night air. But every cabin seemed dark, curtains drawn tight. I shook it off, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was the wine, or maybe I'd been cooped up in my own head for too long. Either way, I stayed outside for another hour before heading to bed. The next morning, I forgot all about it. It was another perfect day on the ship. Breakfast by the pool, an afternoon nap in the sun, and a light breeze that made everything feel just right. But later that afternoon, while I was getting ready for dinner, something strange happened. I was brushing my hair in front of the mirror, halfway through putting on my makeup, when I glanced toward the balcony door. The curtains were partially open, just enough to let in a sliver of light, and standing there, just outside, was a figure. I froze, my hand still gripping the brush. It wasn't a shadow, wasn't a trick of the light. There was someone standing on my balcony watching me. My heart leaped into my throat. I couldn't move. For a split second, I convinced myself I was imagining it, that it was just a weird reflection or something. But then the figure shifted, just a slight movement, but enough to make my blood run cold. I dropped the brush and bolted toward the door, my fingers fumbling with the handle as I yanked it open, my heart pounding in my chest. But when I stepped out onto the balcony, no one was there. I leaned over the railing, scanning the balconies on either side of mine. There was no way someone could have climbed up or down. They would have had to be Spider-Man. The ship was moving, the wind tugging at my hair as I stood there trying to catch my breath. The ocean stretched out in every direction, endless and dark, and there was no one in sight. I backed into my cabin, slamming the door shut behind me, my pulse racing. What had I just seen? Was someone really standing there? I wasn't the kind of person to scare easily, but there was no mistaking it. Someone had been on my balcony, watching me. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I passed a window or caught a glimpse of my own reflection, I'd feel that same prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it had been a crew member, someone checking the rooms, or maybe my imagination was getting the better of me. But the next night, things got worse. I'd just gotten back from dinner, feeling more relaxed after a few drinks and some live music, when I walked into my cabin and noticed something odd. My balcony door was unlocked. I distinctly remembered locking it before I left. I always did. There was something about being out in the middle of the ocean, with only a thin door separating you from the open water, that made me extra cautious. But now it was open, just a crack, but enough to send a chill down my spine. I stepped closer, my heart thudding in my chest. My hands were shaking as I reached for the handle, pulling the door open all the way. The wind whipped at the curtains, sending them fluttering into the room like ghostly fingers. I stepped out onto the balcony, half expecting to see someone waiting there, but it was empty. I leaned against the railing, staring out at the endless black sea. The ship's wake churned the water below, and for a moment the sound was almost calming. But then I noticed it. On the small table next to my balcony chair, there was something that hadn't been there before. A small object, barely visible in the dim light. I reached for it, my hand trembling as I picked it up. It was a matchbook, the kind you'd find at a cheap hotel or a roadside diner. I turned it over in my hands, feeling the worn edges, and noticed there was something written on the inside of the cover in messy, almost illegible handwriting. It said, "I see you." I dropped the matchbook like it had burned me, backing away from the table. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. Someone had been in my room. Someone had left this for me. I rushed back inside and locking the balcony door behind me and pulling the curtains tight. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the front desk, to demand an explanation, but then I stopped. What was I going to say? That I found a matchbook on my balcony? That I thought someone had been watching me? It sounded ridiculous, even to me, but I knew what I'd seen, and I knew someone had been there. For the rest of the night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the ship, every distant voice in the hallway made me jump. I stayed awake, huddled under the covers, my eyes darting toward the balcony door every few minutes, half expecting to see that figure again. When morning finally came, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I spent the entire day on edge, avoiding my cabin as much as possible. I tried to enjoy the cruise, tried to distract myself with activities, meals, and even a massage. But the unease followed me everywhere. That night, I decided I wasn't going to let it get to me. I was tired of feeling scared. I locked the balcony door, double-checked it, and got ready for bed, determined to put the whole thing behind me. But around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of tapping. At first, I thought it was just a dream. I lay there, half awake, listening to the faint, rhythmic sound, like someone gently knocking on the glass. It was coming from the balcony door. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, my eyes glued to the curtains. The tapping continued, soft but persistent, like whoever or whatever was out there wanted me to know they were there. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. With the beam of light cutting through the darkness, I slowly approached the door, my hands shaking. The tapping stopped. I reached for the curtains, hesitating for just a moment before yanking them open. The balcony was empty, just like the last time. But this time, the door was still locked. I stared at it, confused and terrified. The tapping had been real. I knew it had. But how could it have been if the door was locked? I stepped back, shaking my head, trying to make sense of it all. That's when I noticed something new. Something written on the outside of the glass, right at eye level. It was foggy, like someone had pressed their hand against the door and dragged it downward, leaving a trail of condensation. And written in the fog, just above the smudge, were 3 words. "Are you scared?" I stumbled back, dropping my phone. My pulse thundered in my ears, my vision going blurry for a second. I ran to the phone on the desk and called the front desk, my voice barely coherent as I tried to explain what had happened. Security arrived within minutes, checking the balcony, the door, everything. But of course, they didn't find anything. They assured me that no one could have accessed the balcony, that the locks were secure. They even suggested it might have been a prank by another passenger, though they couldn't explain how anyone could have gotten in. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew someone had been there. The rest of the cruise passed in a blur. I stayed out of my room as much as possible, keeping the balcony door locked and the curtains drawn tight. But no matter how hard I tried to shake the feeling, I couldn't forget those words. "I see you." To this day, I don't know who or what was lurking outside my room that night. But every time I think about it, I can still hear that tapping on the glass, and I can't help but wonder if they're still out there, watching someone else, waiting for their next message. There's something unsettling about being deep in the woods, miles from anyone, with nothing but trees stretching in every direction. Some people find it peaceful. Me? I always found it a little unnerving, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But that's the thing about hiking. You push through that discomfort because the adventure is worth it. Or at least, that's what I used to believe. I wasn't a novice. I'd been hiking for years, done everything from easy day trips to multi-day treks. This one was supposed to be simple, an overnight hike in a national park that I'd explored before. I had my gear packed, the weather was perfect, and the trail was well marked. Nothing out of the ordinary. I started early in the morning, the crisp air filling my lungs as I set off on the trail. The trees towered above, their leaves a rich green, filtering the sunlight into soft patches on the forest floor. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the distant chirping of birds. It was the kind of quiet I usually loved, the kind that let me disconnect from the world and just exist in the moment. But as the day went on, that quiet started to change. It wasn't sudden, just a gradual shift, like the forest was getting quieter, too quiet. The birds stopped singing, and the wind seemed to die down. It was almost as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, like something was watching. I told myself it was just nerves. Being alone in the middle of nowhere can do that to you. You start to imagine things, turn every rustle of leaves into something more sinister than it really is. But even with that thought in mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around midday, I stopped for a break near a small clearing. I sat on a fallen log, ate my lunch, and tried to relax. The sun was warm, and for a moment, I felt that sense of peace I'd been hoping for. But as I sat there, something strange happened. I heard my name. At first, it was faint, almost like a whisper carried on the breeze. I brushed it off as my imagination, but then I heard it again, clearer this time. "Jason." I froze, my sandwich halfway to my mouth. The voice was soft, distant, like someone was calling me from deep within the forest. I glanced around, but there was no one in sight, just trees and the empty trail. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. No answer. I waited a few moments, listening, but the voice didn't come again. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined it. It had to be the wind. or maybe some distant hikers, even though I hadn't seen anyone all day. I packed up my things and continued on the trail, my pace a little quicker than before. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in my gut, but I tried to push it aside. I'd come out here to enjoy the woods, and I wasn't going to let a few strange noises ruin that. But as I hiked deeper into the forest, the whispers started again. Jason. This time, it was more persistent, like whoever was calling me was getting closer. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice seemed to come from all around me, echoing through the trees in a way that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice tight with fear. Silence. I stood there, my breath coming in short bursts, straining to hear anything else. But the forest was completely still. No birds, no wind, no footsteps, just the oppressive quiet pressing in from every side. I started moving again, faster this time. I didn't care about enjoying the hike anymore. I just wanted to get out of there, back to the safety of my car. Every step I took felt heavier, like the forest itself was closing in on me. The whispers didn't stop. "Jason, come here." The voice was closer now, louder. It didn't sound threatening, but there was something about it that chilled me to the bone. It was almost too calm, too insistent, like it knew I had no choice but to listen. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the trail was empty. Just a long, winding path disappearing into the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that something, or someone, was just out of sight, watching my every move. I picked up my pace and my mind racing with thoughts of what could be out there. Was it another hiker messing with me? Some kind of prank? But who would go through that much trouble, especially out here in the middle of nowhere? I told myself to stay calm, to keep moving. But the fear was starting to creep in. My legs felt heavy, and every time the trail twisted around a bend, I expected to see someone, or something, waiting for me. By the time the sun started to set, I was completely on edge. The whispers had become more frequent, the voice calling my name over and over, always just out of reach. It felt like I was being lured deeper into the woods, away from the safety of the trail. And then, I saw it. Ahead of me, just off the path, was a small figure standing between the trees. At first, I thought it was a child, a small, pale figure, barely visible in the fading light. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, motionless, staring at me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its gaze, cold and unblinking, fixed on me. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a step back, my hands shaking. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching. The whispers grew louder, the voice echoing in my head. "Jason, come closer." I shook my head, backing away slowly. I didn't know what that thing was, but every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away, to run as fast as I could. I turned and bolted down the trail, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The trees blurred around me as I ran, the sound of my footsteps pounding in my ears. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just needed to get out of the woods. But no matter how fast I ran, the whispers followed me. "Jason." I stumbled, nearly tripping over a root, but I forced myself to keep going. The forest felt alive now, like the trees were closing in on me, the branches reaching out to pull me back. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw the parking lot ahead. My car was sitting there, a beacon of safety in the fading light. I sprinted toward it, my lungs burning, and slammed the door shut behind me. The moment I was inside, the whispers stopped. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath. The forest was still, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. I don't know what was out there that day. I don't know if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But I've never gone back to that park, and I never will. Because sometimes the woods are watching, and sometimes they call your name. The next day, I did some research trying to find an explanation. Maybe it was a local legend or a known haunting, but I didn't find anything. No stories, no warnings, just the same old national park website advertising peaceful trails and beautiful views. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. There's something about being completely off the grid that both excites and terrifies me. The idea of leaving behind the chaos of the world, no phones, no internet, just pure, untouched wilderness, had always been one of the main reasons I loved camping. But there's a flip side to that isolation, a part of it that creeps up on you when the sun sets and you're left alone in the dark. That's when the wilderness doesn't feel quite so peaceful. It had been a while since I'd gone camping, so when my buddy Alex suggested a weekend trip to the remote mountains, I jumped at the chance. Just the two of us, a couple of tents, and the quiet of nature. The location was perfect, miles from the nearest town, deep in a national forest where few people ventured. No campgrounds, no RVs, just us and the wild. The drive out was long and winding, the kind where you pass fewer and fewer signs of civilization as the miles roll by. Eventually, the paved road turned to gravel, and after a good hour of that, even the gravel road ended. From there, it was a rough trail on foot, but that's exactly what we wanted. Isolation. We set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, the air fresh and cool in the late afternoon. It felt perfect. No city noise, no distractions. Just the rustling of the trees in the breeze and the occasional bird calling out in the distance. As the sun began to set, we started a fire, cooked dinner, and settled in for the evening. We talked, laughed, and drank a few beers, the firelight casting long shadows across the trees. It was everything a camping trip should be. But then, right as the conversation started to die down, we heard it. A faint tapping sound coming from the woods. At first, I thought it was an animal. We were out in the middle of nowhere, after all, so it made sense that wildlife would be moving around nearby. But the tapping was rhythmic, too steady to be some random creature rustling through the bushes. "Do you hear that?" Alex asked, his voice low. "Yeah," I replied, listening closely. The tapping continued, soft but persistent, like someone tapping a stick against a tree. It seemed to come from different directions, shifting from one side of the clearing to the other. My heart started to beat a little faster, but I told myself it was nothing. Probably the wind, maybe a tree branch knocking against another. No big deal. But the tapping didn't stop. As the night went on, the sound grew louder, more deliberate. Every few minutes, it would change locations, like something, or someone, was circling our camp. I glanced over at Alex, and I could tell he was on edge, too. His eyes darted toward the woods, trying to make sense of the sound. "It's probably just an animal," I said, trying to sound casual, though my voice betrayed the nervousness I was starting to feel. "Yeah, probably," Alex agreed, though he didn't sound convinced. We let the fire die down, and the tapping seemed to fade with it. Relieved, I crawled into my tent, figuring it would stop once we were settled in for the night. But as soon as I zipped up my sleeping bag and closed my eyes, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. It was closer now. Too close. I lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling of my tent, every muscle in my body tense. The sound was coming from just beyond the trees, moving slowly around our camp, methodically. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a deer, a curious animal wandering too close, but the pattern of the tapping was too deliberate, too human. I reached for the flashlight beside my sleeping bag and clicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the walls of my tent. I hesitated for a moment, then unzipped the tent flap just enough to peek outside. The fire had died down to embers, and the night was pitch black beyond the glow of the coals. I scanned the perimeter of our camp, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. No rustling in the bushes, no animals darting through the trees, just the tapping, steady and relentless. I was about to call out to Alex when I heard him zip open his tent. "Did you hear that?" he asked in a whisper, his face pale in the dim light of his flashlight. "Yeah," I replied, stepping out of my tent. "I can't figure out what it is." We stood there in the clearing, both of us holding our breath as the tapping continued. It seemed to be coming from the trees directly in front of us now, just beyond the fire pit. "Maybe it's the wind," Alex suggested, though we both knew that wasn't it. Before I could respond, the tapping stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the sound itself. We stood there, frozen, listening for any other noise. But the woods were completely still. No wind, no animals, nothing. "Maybe we should check it out," Alex said after a long pause. Though his voice lacked confidence, I wasn't exactly eager to go exploring in the dark, but I didn't want to seem like a coward either. So, I nodded, and we both grabbed our flashlights and headed toward the trees. The beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the dense underbrush as we moved deeper into the woods. The air felt heavier here, like the forest was pressing in around us. We walked for a few minutes, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing that would explain the tapping. Just as I was about to suggest we head back to camp, we heard it again. This time it was louder, more distinct. The tapping was coming from directly ahead, deeper in the woods. Alex looked at me, his eyes wide with uncertainty. "What do you think it is?" I shook my head. "I don't know." We kept moving forward, our flashlights sweeping the trees as we went. The tapping grew louder with every step, more insistent, almost as if it was leading us somewhere. And then, without warning, the sound stopped. We stood there in the middle of the forest, the silence pressing in on us from all sides. My skin prickled with unease, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. "Let's go back," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Alex didn't argue. We turned and started heading back to camp, but something about the woods felt different now. The trees seemed taller, the shadows darker, like the forest itself had shifted in the short time we'd been gone. As we neared the clearing, I stopped in my tracks, my flashlight fixed on something just ahead. At the edge of our camp, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, was a large figure. It was tall, much taller than any person, and its outline was distorted, like a silhouette stretched too far. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching us. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my throat tight with fear. Alex nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief. We stood there, paralyzed, staring at the figure. I don't know how long we stayed like that, frozen in place, but eventually, the figure began to move. It didn't walk or step, just seemed to glide backward, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Neither of us said a word as we rushed back to camp, grabbed our gear, and threw everything into our backpacks. We didn't care about the fire, didn't care about leaving anything behind. We just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the car was a blur of panic and adrenaline, both of us constantly glancing over our shoulders, half expecting the figure to reappear. But it didn't. The tapping had stopped. The woods were silent again, but that silence was more oppressive than ever. When we finally made it back to the car, we threw our packs in the trunk and sped down the mountain without looking back. Neither of us spoke the whole way home. I think we both knew that whatever we'd seen or heard wasn't something we could explain. It's been months since that trip, and I haven't been camping since. I'm not sure I ever will again. There's something out there in those woods, something I can't explain, and I'm not eager to find out what it is. Because sometimes the quiet of the wilderness isn't peaceful. Sometimes it's a warning. And the next time I hear that tapping sound, I won't stick around to see what's making it. I've always loved the solitude of the open road. There's something about those long, empty stretches of highway that just let you clear your head. It's like the world falls away, and it's just you, your rig, and the hum of the engine. Some people hate it, the isolation, the hours with nothing but their own thoughts, but for me, it's a kind of peace. At least, that's what I used to think. There's this one route I've been running for years. It's a late-night haul, and the road cuts through miles of empty desert. It's not a route most truckers like to take, especially at night. It's isolated, with barely any stops along the way, and it's known for being, well, strange. I didn't pay much attention to the stories at first. Figured they were just tall tales drivers tell each other to pass the time. But now, I know better. The first time something felt off, I was about an hour into the drive. The sun had set, leaving the sky a deep, inky black, with only the occasional flicker of headlights from distant cars. The stretch of road I was on was notorious for being desolate. No buildings, no rest stops, just flat, empty land as far as the eye could see. Even with the radio playing softly, there was a stillness that settled in my chest, a sense that I was the only one out there. I was cruising along, minding my own business, when my CB radio crackled to life. The static was loud and sudden, making me jump. I adjusted the dial, expecting it to be nothing more than interference, but the crackling continued, more persistent now. Then, faintly through the static, I heard a voice. It was hard to make out at first, like someone was whispering from miles away. But as I listened, the words became clearer. Breaker 19. Anyone out there? I frowned, glancing at the CB radio. It wasn't unusual to hear other truckers on the line, especially late at night, but this voice was different. There was something off about it, something that sent a shiver down my spine. Yeah, I'm here, I replied, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet cab. What's going on? For a moment, there was nothing but static. Then, the voice came through again, clearer this time. Watch out. Mile marker 223. Stay off that stretch. I blinked, caught off guard. Mile marker 223. That was coming up in about 20 miles. I hadn't heard of any issues on the route. No road closures, no accidents. And who was this guy anyway? I hadn't passed any other trucks in hours. Everything all right up ahead? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Again, nothing but static. I waited, listening for a response, but the radio was silent. I shook my head, telling myself it was probably just someone messing around, maybe some bored driver trying to spook me. But still, something about the way that voice had sounded, so distant, so strange, made me uneasy. As I got closer to mile marker 223, the road seemed to change. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow, and the darkness seemed darker, like the headlights weren't cutting through it the way they should. The hum of the engine, usually a comforting sound, started to feel oppressive. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, 2:17 a.m. The witching hour, as they call it. I kept my eyes on the road, half expecting to see something, anything out of the ordinary. But it was just the same endless highway, mile after mile of blacktop stretching into the distance. Nothing ahead but darkness, nothing behind but the glow of my taillights. And then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, a shadow moving in the corner of my vision. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a shadow at all. There was something, or someone, standing on the side of the road, right at mile marker 223. I slowed the rig down, squinting through the windshield. It was a figure, tall and motionless, standing just beyond the reach of my headlights. The closer I got, the clearer it became. It was a man, dressed in an old, dusty jacket and worn jeans. His face was obscured by the shadows, But there was something about the way he stood there so still that made my stomach twist. I considered stopping, maybe offering help, but something deep inside me screamed not to. There was no way a person should be out here, in the middle of nowhere, at this time of night. I had passed no cars, no broken down vehicles, and yet, there he was, standing on the shoulder of the road like he was waiting for something, or someone. I kept my foot on the gas, speeding up slightly as I passed him. I didn't look back, didn't dare. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. As I drove past, I caught one final glimpse of him in the side mirror. He hadn't moved, not an inch, just stood there, watching me as I disappeared down the road. For the next few miles, my heart raced. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure following me. But there was nothing, just the empty road behind me, stretching on into the night. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just some hitchhiker, maybe someone who had gotten lost. But the further I drove, the more unsettled I felt. There was something wrong about that man, something that didn't fit. And then the CB crackled to life again. "Did you see him?" The voice was the same, that strange, distant tone that didn't quite belong. My throat went dry. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaky. There was a long pause, filled only by the sound of static. Then, the voice came through again, softer this time. "They say he's been out there for years, never leaves, just stands there, waiting." A chill ran down my spine. I didn't know what to say, didn't know how to respond. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. Was this guy talking about the man I'd just seen? The figure by mile marker 223? "Who is he?" I finally asked, my voice barely a whisper. Another pause. The static crackled louder, like the signal was fading. And then, just before the radio went silent, the voice spoke one last time. "Don't stop. Don't ever stop." The rest of the drive was a blur. I kept the rig moving, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, my mind spinning with what I'd just heard. I didn't pass any more figures, didn't hear any more voices on the CB. But the tension in my chest didn't ease until I was miles away from mile marker 223. By the time I reached my destination, the sun was rising, casting a pale light over the desert. I parked the rig, shut off the engine, and sat there for a long time, trying to process what had happened. It felt surreal, like a bad dream I couldn't shake. I thought about asking other truckers if they'd seen the figure or heard anything strange on that route, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the fear of sounding crazy, or maybe it was the knowledge that, deep down, I didn't want to know the answer. I've run that route a dozen times since then, but I've never driven it at night again. And every time I pass mile marker 223, I can't help but glance toward the side of the road, half expecting to see him standing there, waiting. Because the thing is, I never figured out who or what he was, and I don't want to know. Some things are better left in the darkness, where they belong. So if you ever find yourself on that stretch of highway, alone in the dead of night, and you see a figure standing by the road, and keep driving, don't stop, don't ever stop. I used to think picking up hitchhikers was one of those old-school, adventurous things people did back in the day. You know, when people trusted each other more, and the world felt a little less dangerous. But after what happened to me on that quiet stretch of road a few years back, I don't stop for anyone anymore. I learned the hard way that not everything, or everyone, is what they seem. It was late October, and I was on a solo road trip, driving through the middle of nowhere. I had taken a detour off the highway to explore some scenic backroads, a long stretch of empty, winding road that cut through fields and forests. The kind of place where you might not see another car for miles. Perfect for clearing your head. Or so I thought. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a pale pink glow across the sky. I'd been driving for hours and was starting to feel the wear of the road in my bones. My destination was still a couple of hours away, but I wasn't in a rush. With my favorite playlist keeping me company, I figured I'd stop at the next town to stretch my legs, grab a bite, maybe find a cheap motel for the night. But then I saw him. He appeared out of nowhere, standing by the side of the road with his thumb out, a small duffel bag slung over his shoulder. There was something about him that felt out of place, like he didn't belong there, in the middle of that long, deserted road. He wasn't the scruffy, disheveled type you'd expect to see hitchhiking. He was young, maybe mid-20s, with neat clothes, jeans and a plain t-shirt, and a calm, almost serene expression on his face. I slowed down as I approached, debating whether or not to pick him up. I wasn't usually the kind of person to stop for strangers, but something about him seemed safe, harmless even. I figured he was probably just some college kid who got stranded out here, trying to make his way to the next town. And besides, the road was empty. There wasn't a gas station or bus stop for miles. It felt wrong to leave him out there alone as the night crept in. I pulled over and rolled down the passenger window. "Hey, where you headed?" I called out. He stepped closer, a small, grateful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Just trying to get to the next town," he said, his voice quiet but steady. "It's a ways off, and I've been walking for a while." There was something soft about the way he spoke, polite, respectful. I figured I could trust him, at least for a short ride. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door. "Hop in." He slid into the passenger seat, setting his duffel bag carefully at his feet. I glanced at him as I pulled back onto the road. He was quiet, his gaze fixed straight ahead, but there was nothing particularly strange about him. Just a guy, down on his luck, catching a ride. For the first few miles, we didn't talk much. The road stretched out ahead of us, long and dark, with only the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance. I kept glancing at him from the corner of my eye, trying to make small talk to break the awkward silence. "So, where are you from?" I asked. "Here and there," he replied, his voice soft, almost distracted. "I've been moving around a lot lately." I nodded, not wanting to pry. "I hear that. Life on the road can be pretty freeing." "Yeah," he said, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. "But sometimes, it feels like you're running from something, or running to something. Depends on how you look at it, I guess." His words hung in the air, and I wasn't quite sure how to respond. There was a strange, heavy quality to the way he said it, like he wasn't just talking about traveling, like he meant something deeper. I didn't push it. Instead, I focused on the road, watching as the night deepened around us. The stars began to flicker into view, bright and clear against the dark sky. The road was empty, just us, the hum of the engine, and the steady rhythm of the tires on asphalt. We drove in silence for a while longer, the miles slipping by in the darkness. I could feel the weight of the long day catching up with me, my eyelids growing heavier with each passing minute. But then, out of nowhere, the hitchhiker spoke again, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Have you ever been lost?" he asked, his tone so calm it sent a chill down my spine. "Lost?" I echoed, glancing at him. He nodded, his gaze still distant. "You know, lost, like you don't know where you're going anymore. You're just drifting." I swallowed, unsure of how to answer. There was something unsettling about the way he said it, like he was talking about more than just getting lost on the road, like he was talking about something deeper, something darker. "Yeah," I finally said, my voice quiet. "I think everyone feels that way sometimes." He didn't respond. He just nodded, a faint, knowing smile tugging at his lips. The air in the car felt heavier now, thicker somehow, and I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease creeping over me. The road ahead curved sharply, and just as I was about to steer into the turn, the hitchhiker spoke again, his voice low and firm. "Turn left here." I frowned, glancing at the GPS on my dashboard. There was no left turn. The map showed a straight road for miles. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my grip tightening on the wheel. "Left," he repeated, his voice harder now, more insistent. "Turn left." I glanced at him, my pulse quickening. His expression had changed, his once calm demeanor now replaced by something cold, something urgent. His eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time, I felt real fear creep into my chest. "I can't," I said, my voice trembling. "There's no road there." "Turn left," he repeated, his voice almost a whisper. Without thinking, I jerked the wheel to the right, pulling over to the side of the road. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. "Get out," I said, my voice shaking. "Get out of the car." The hitchhiker didn't move. He just stared at me, his eyes cold and unblinking. I said, "Get out," I shouted, fumbling for the door handle. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tension broke. The hitchhiker blinked, his expression softening. He nodded, slowly, and without another word. He opened the door and stepped out onto the side of the road. I watched him in the rearview mirror as he stood there, still as a statue, his figure slowly fading into the darkness as I pulled back onto the road. My hands were trembling as I gripped the wheel, my mind racing with questions. What had just happened? Why had he wanted me to turn off the road? And what was he running from? The next town came into view a half hour later, and I pulled into the first gas station I saw, needing to collect myself. My head was spinning, my body still trembling with the remnants of fear. I parked the car and sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. But when I looked over at the passenger seat, I froze. The duffel bag, the hitchhiker had left it behind. My heart pounded as I reached for it, my hands shaking. I unzipped the bag, expecting to find clothes, maybe some food. But what I found instead made my blood run cold. Inside was a single, folded piece of paper. I unfolded it slowly, my hands trembling. Scrawled in messy handwriting were 2 words: "Thank you." That was it. No explanation, no reason, just those 2 words. I shoved the bag away, my heart racing. I couldn't explain what had happened on that road, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. I never saw the hitchhiker again. And to this day, I have no idea who or what he really was. All I know is that after that night, I stopped picking up strangers. Because sometimes, when you help someone on the road, you might not be helping a person at all. I've always loved driving at night. There's something calming about the world after dark, when the traffic thins out and the roads become your own personal highway. The stillness of the night, the hum of the engine, the glow of the dashboard, it's my kind of therapy. But there's also an uneasiness that comes with being out there, alone, with only the stars and your headlights to guide you. That's something I learned the hard way. It was late summer, and I had decided to take a back road home from a friend's place in the country. The scenic route, I called it. It was a quiet, winding road that cut through farmland and woods, with no streetlights and barely any signs of life. Just miles of darkness and the occasional farmhouse, their windows glowing softly in the distance. I'd driven this road plenty of times before, but that night, something felt different. I remember checking the clock as I turned onto the back road, 12:30 a.m. The sky was clear, and the moon hung low, casting a pale light over the fields. My windows were down, letting in the cool night air, and I had some soft music playing on the radio. Everything felt peaceful, perfect even. But about 10 minutes into the drive, I noticed something strange. It started as a faint glow on the horizon, just above the tree line. At first I thought it was the moon reflecting off some clouds, but as I got closer, the glow grew brighter, more intense. It wasn't the soft yellow light of a farmhouse or the steady beam of a streetlight. This was different, almost unnatural. Curious. I slowed down, trying to get a better look. The lights were hovering above a field just off the road, flickering in and out like they were dancing in the air. There were 3 of them, all perfectly spaced apart, glowing a pale blue that made my skin crawl. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. I pulled over to the side of the road, turning off my engine and stepping out of the car. The night was silent, the only sound coming from the wind rustling through the cornfields. I stood there for a moment, just watching the lights. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just hung there in the air, pulsing faintly. For a split second, I considered walking toward them, but something in my gut told me to stay put. There was something off about those lights, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I didn't want to get any closer. Just as I was about to get back in the car, the lights started to move. They floated slowly across the field, dipping down toward the ground before rising back up again. It was almost as if they were searching for something, gliding silently over the crops. My heart raced as I watched them, every instinct in my body screaming at me to leave. But I couldn't. I was frozen, mesmerized by the eerie dance of the lights. And then, without warning, they turned. All 3 lights shifted, pointing directly at me. My breath caught in my throat as the lights began to move toward the road, slowly at first, but then faster, like they had suddenly noticed me standing there, watching. I stumbled backward, my hand fumbling for the door handle as panic surged through me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I yanked the car door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut just as the lights reached the edge of the field. I locked the doors out of instinct, my hands shaking as I fumbled to start the engine. The lights were getting closer now, brightening with each passing second. They hovered just above the ground, casting long, unnatural shadows across the road. The engine sputtered to life, and I floored it, speeding down the road as fast as I could. My tires squealed against the asphalt, and I could hear the gravel kicking up behind me. But even as I sped away, I couldn't stop glancing in the rearview mirror, terrified that the lights were following me. And they were. The 3 glowing orbs floated behind me, matching my speed as I raced down the road. They didn't make a sound, didn't flicker or waver, just kept coming, their eerie blue glow reflecting off the back of my car. My heart was in my throat, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I don't know how long I drove like that, but it felt like an eternity. Every turn I made, every bend in the road, the lights followed. No matter how fast I went, no matter how far I tried to get, they were right there, keeping pace with me. It was like they were toying with me, playing some sick game that I didn't understand. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see them still floating behind me, but the road was empty. No lights, no glow, just darkness. My heart was still racing, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. I pulled over again, my hands trembling as I turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. The air was still, the night quiet once more. I stood there for a long time, staring down the road, half expecting the lights to reappear. But they didn't. It was like they had never been there at all. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe it was a trick of the light, I told myself. Some weird reflection from the moon, or maybe even a drone. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had seen those lights, felt the way they had followed me, and there was nothing natural about it. I got back in the car, my hands still shaking as I started the engine. The rest of the drive was a blur, my mind replaying the scene over and over again. The lights, the way they moved, the way they had seemed to watch me. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. When I finally made it home, I sat in my driveway for a long time, staring out at the darkened street. I hadn't seen another car the entire drive home. No headlights, no taillights, nothing. It was like the road had been deserted, like I had been the only one out there. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lights, glowing faintly in the darkness and following me down that empty road. I tried to shake the feeling, tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but the memory of those lights stayed with me, haunting me long after the drive was over. In the days that followed, I did some research, hoping to find some explanation for what I'd seen. Maybe there was a logical reason, ball lightning, or some kind of natural phenomenon, but nothing I found matched what I'd experienced. The lights weren't like anything I'd ever heard of before. I even tried to talk to a few locals, asking if anyone had seen anything strange on that back road. Most people just gave me odd looks, like I was crazy. But one old man sitting on the porch of a rundown gas station gave me a knowing smile when I mentioned the lights. "Seen 'em myself a few times," he said, his voice raspy with age. "They come and go. No one knows what they are." "What do they want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man shrugged. "Don't know, but they're not looking for trouble, long as you don't go looking for them." That was all he said before turning back to his newspaper, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. I haven't driven that back road since. I stick to the highways now, where the lights are bright and the roads are full of cars. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm driving down an empty stretch of road, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a faint blue glow, just on the edge of the horizon. And every time, my heart skips a beat, wondering if the lights have found me again. There's an unspoken rule in camping. Once the fire dies down and the stars are out, the woods start to change. The trees seem to close in, and every little sound feels amplified in the stillness of the night. It's when the forest starts to breathe with you, and suddenly, you're aware of just how isolated you really are. I've always loved that feeling, until the night one of my friends disappeared without a trace. It was supposed to be a simple weekend camping trip. 5 of us, me, my girlfriend Amanda, my buddy Nick, his girlfriend Jess, and another friend Ryan, decided to get away from the city for a couple of days and reconnect with nature. We found a remote campsite deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town, and figured it would be the perfect escape. No cell service, no distractions, just us, the trees, and a campfire. The first day was perfect. We hiked, swam in the nearby lake, and set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by thick pines. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we gathered around the fire, sharing stories and laughing about old times. The night was cool, the fire crackling in front of us, and everything felt just right. We were all in good spirits, far from the worries of daily life. As the evening wore on, the conversation slowed, and we found ourselves just enjoying the quiet. It was one of those moments where the only sounds were the occasional pop of the fire and the distant chirping of crickets. That peaceful, almost hypnotic kind of silence. That's when Ryan stood up, stretching his arms above his head. "Gonna head out for a bit," he said, his voice breaking the stillness. We all looked at him, a little confused. "Where are you going?" Nick asked, raising an eyebrow. "Just for a walk," Ryan replied with a shrug. "It's too nice of a night to sit here the whole time. I won't be long." None of us thought much of it. Ryan was always the type to wander off, especially when he needed time to think. He loved being in nature and had this habit of going on these solo hikes to clear his mind. We figured he'd be back in 20 minutes or so. "Don't get lost," Amanda called after him, laughing. Ryan just waved us off, disappearing into the woods with a flashlight in hand. The beam of light flickered between the trees for a few moments, then vanished completely as he went deeper into the forest. The rest of us stayed by the fire, chatting and joking around for a while longer. But as the minutes ticked by, I started to feel uneasy. Ryan had been gone for almost an hour, and the woods were getting darker, colder. It wasn't like him to wander off for so long without saying something. "Should we go check on him?" Jess asked, her voice hesitant. She was always the one who worried the most, Nick shook his head. Nah, he's fine. You know Ryan. He's probably just enjoying the peace and quiet. He'll be back soon. But another half hour passed, and still no sign of Ryan. By then, even Nick was getting restless. All right, I'll go see if I can find him, Nick said, standing up and grabbing a flashlight. He can't have gone too far. I'll come with you, I offered, my own unease growing. Something didn't feel right. We set off into the woods, calling Ryan's name as we went. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The air was cool and still, and the trees towered over us like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Ryan, Nick called, his voice echoing through the woods, but there was no response, just the sound of our footsteps crunching over leaves and twigs. We walked for what felt like hours, the beam of our flashlights bouncing off tree trunks and casting long, eerie shadows across the ground. Every now and then, we'd stop and listen, hoping to hear Ryan's voice or the sound of his footsteps. But there was nothing, just silence. The farther we walked, the more I started to panic. Ryan wasn't the type to get lost. He was experienced in the outdoors, always aware of his surroundings. But there we were, in the middle of the woods, and there was no sign of him. Maybe he went back to camp, Nick said, though his voice didn't sound confident. We might have missed him. Yeah, I agreed, though deep down, I didn't believe it. We turned back, heading in the direction of the campsite. The walk back felt even longer, the darkness closing in around us with every step. I kept expecting to see Ryan's flashlight flicker through the trees, or to hear his voice calling out to us, but the forest remained eerily quiet. When we finally made it back to camp, Amanda and Jess were waiting by the fire, their faces lit by the dim glow of the remaining embers. They stood up as we approached, their expressions tense. Did you find him? Amanda asked, her voice tight with worry. We shook our heads. He wasn't out there, Nick said, his voice low. No sign of him at all. Jess's face paled. Where could he have gone? That's when the fear really set in. Ryan wasn't the kind of person to just disappear. He wouldn't have wandered off without telling us, and he definitely wouldn't have been gone this long without checking in. Something was wrong. We decided to split up and search the surrounding area. Nick and Jess took one side of the clearing, while Amanda and I took the other. We called Ryan's name over and over, our voices growing hoarse as we pushed deeper into the woods. But no matter how far we went, there was no sign of him. As the night wore on, the temperature dropped, and the forest became colder, more unforgiving. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves and sending chills down my spine. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound felt like it could be him, but it never was. Eventually, we regrouped at the campsite, exhausted and defeated. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting faint, flickering shadows across the clearing. We have to go into town, Amanda said, her voice shaky. We need help. None of us wanted to admit it, but she was right. Ryan wasn't coming back. We needed to find someone who could help us search, maybe even the park rangers. The idea of leaving him out there alone terrified me, but staying at the campsite, waiting in silence, was even worse. We packed up what little we could carry and set off for the nearest town, a 2-hour hike through the dark, winding trails. The walk was quiet, none of us speaking, just the sounds of our footsteps and the occasional crackle of leaves beneath our boots. Every now and then, I'd look back, half expecting to see Ryan jogging up the trail, laughing about how he had just gotten turned around. But it never happened. By the time we reached town and contacted the authorities, the sun was starting to rise. The park rangers organized a search party, combing the woods for any sign of Ryan. We retraced our steps, pointing out where we'd last seen him, where we had searched, but there was nothing. Days passed, and still, no sign of Ryan. It was like he had vanished into thin air, swallowed up by the woods. No footprints, No dropped items, no clues, just gone. The official report called it a disappearance under mysterious circumstances. But that phrase didn't even begin to cover what we felt. None of us could make sense of it. One minute, he was there, standing by the fire, joking around with us, and the next, he was gone. We talked about it endlessly in the weeks that followed, trying to figure out what had happened. Could he have gotten lost, fallen somewhere? But no matter how much we went over it, the truth was, we didn't know, and we probably never would. I've been camping since then, but it's never the same. The woods don't feel peaceful anymore. They feel different, like something's watching, waiting. I don't know what took Ryan, and maybe I don't want to know. But I'll never forget the way those trees seemed to close in on us that night. How the forest felt like it was holding its breath, like it knew something we didn't, and maybe it still does. There's something about rest stops at night that gives me the creeps. They're meant to be a place of refuge when you're on a long drive. Somewhere you can stretch your legs, grab a snack, and refuel before getting back on the road. But when the sun goes down and the traffic thins out, they take on a whole different atmosphere. Maybe it's the dim lighting, or the way everything feels a little too quiet. But if you've ever stopped at one in the dead of night, you know what I'm talking about. I was on a long drive home after visiting family, and it was getting late. I'd been on the road for hours, and the combination of fatigue and the monotony of the highway was starting to wear me down. My eyes were heavy, and I could feel myself starting to lose focus. I knew I needed a break before I fell asleep at the wheel. That's when I saw the sign for a rest stop coming up in a couple of miles. I didn't think twice about it. I could grab some coffee, maybe walk around a bit, and then get back on the road. Simple enough, right? I pulled into the rest stop just after midnight. It was one of those smaller ones, just a couple of vending machines, a restroom, and a parking lot with a few scattered cars. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. A few trucks were parked at the far end of the lot, their engines humming quietly. But other than that, the place was deserted. I parked near the vending machines, stepped out of my car, and immediately felt the weight of the night settle around me. The air was cooler than I expected, with a slight breeze that rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. There was something about the stillness that made me feel uneasy, but I brushed it off. I was just tired, that's all. I headed for the restroom first, hoping to splash some water on my face to wake myself up. The bathroom was old, the kind that looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. The lights buzzed softly above me, casting a dull, yellowish glow over the cracked tiles and stained sinks. I turned on the faucet, the water coming out in a weak, sporadic stream, and splashed my face. As I dried my hands on my jeans, I heard the door creak open behind me. I glanced in the mirror and saw a man standing in the doorway, his face partially hidden in the shadows. He was tall, with a scruffy beard and a faded baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't say anything, just stood there for a moment, staring at me. I gave him a nod, trying to seem casual, but inside, my heart was starting to race. Something about the way he just stood there, not moving, gave me a bad feeling. "Hey," I muttered as I stepped past him, making my way toward the exit. He didn't respond, just continued to watch me as I left. Outside, the air felt even colder, and the breeze had picked up. I could feel my skin prickling as I made my way back to the car. I tried to shake off the weird encounter, telling myself that the guy was probably just another tired traveler, maybe a trucker stopping for a break. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, that creeping feeling of unease stuck with me. I made it back to my car, but instead of getting in, I decided to grab a snack from the vending machine. Maybe some sugar would help keep me awake for the rest of the drive. I fished some change out of my pocket and pressed the button for a candy bar, the machine whirring softly as it dropped the snack into the tray. Just as I reached in to grab it, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I turned around, half expecting it to be the guy from the bathroom. But the parking lot was empty. The trucks were still parked at the far end, their engines rumbling quietly, but there was no one else in sight. The wind rustled through the trees, and for a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined the footsteps. I glanced toward the restroom, but the man wasn't there anymore. The door was shut, and the dim light inside cast long, eerie shadows across the pavement. My skin prickled again. I decided I'd had enough. I didn't need coffee or a snack that badly. I just wanted to get back on the road and away from whatever was making me feel so uneasy. I turned to head back to my car, but as I reached for the door handle, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. The door was already unlocked. I was sure I had locked it when I got out. I always lock my car, especially when I'm at a rest stop at night. My hand froze on the handle, my mind racing. Had I forgotten to lock it? Or had someone unlocked it while I was in the restroom? I hesitated for a moment, then cautiously opened the door, peeking inside. Everything looked normal. Nothing out of place. No sign that anyone had been in there. But that didn't ease the knot of fear tightening in my chest. I slid into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and started the engine. The hum of the car brought me a small sense of relief, but as I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man from the bathroom standing in the shadows, watching me drive away. But the rest stop was empty. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was late. I was tired, and the mind plays tricks when you're alone in a quiet place like that. Still, I couldn't shake the unease that clung to me like a cold sweat. I got back on the highway, and for a while I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind. The road stretched on, the darkness swallowing everything beyond the reach of my headlights. The hum of the engine and the rhythm of the tires on the asphalt should have been comforting, but instead they felt oppressive, like I was the only person left in the world. And then, I noticed it. A light flickering in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was just a car approaching from behind, but the light wasn't steady. It flickered, pulsing in and out like it was struggling to stay lit. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing behind me, just the empty stretch of highway. I checked the mirror again, and the light was still there, faint but unmistakable, flickering like a dying bulb. My heart started to race again. What the hell was that? I hadn't seen any other cars since I'd left the rest stop. How could there be lights behind me now? I pressed the gas pedal a little harder, speeding up, hoping to put some distance between me and whatever was behind me. But the light stayed with me, hovering in the rearview mirror like a ghost, always just out of reach. My palms were sweating, my grip on the steering wheel tightening as I tried to focus on the road ahead. But I couldn't stop glancing at the mirror, that flickering light taunting me, growing brighter and more erratic with every passing second. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. I blinked, my heart still racing. But when I checked the mirror again, the road behind me was empty. No flickering light, no cars, nothing. I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm myself down. Maybe it had just been a reflection, some trick of the light. But as much as I wanted to believe that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been following me, watching me. The rest of the drive was a blur. I didn't stop again, didn't slow down. I just kept my foot on the gas and my eyes on the road, refusing to look in the mirror again. By the time I finally reached my destination, the sun was starting to rise, casting a warm, golden light over the landscape. But even in the daylight, I couldn't shake the memory of that flickering light in my rearview mirror, or the man standing in the doorway of the restroom, watching me with those cold, empty eyes. It's been a few years since that night, but I still think about it every time I pull into a rest stop late at night. There's something about those places, something unsettling that I can't quite explain. And now, whenever I park at one, I always make sure to check the locks. Because sometimes, the things that make us uneasy in the night aren't just in our heads. Sometimes, they're real. It's strange how quickly a routine drive can turn into something you can't forget. I've always been the kind of person who finds comfort in the familiarity of the road. Driving at night with nothing but the hum of the engine and the soft glow of streetlights. It's peaceful, meditative even. I never expected one of those quiet, uneventful drives to leave me with a memory that still makes my skin crawl. It was a late Thursday night, and I was driving home from work after pulling a double shift. My usual route was a stretch of highway that wound through rural farmland, long and mostly empty. It wasn't the kind of road you'd see much traffic on, especially after dark. Just endless miles of open road, flanked by fields and the occasional cluster of trees. I'd driven it 1,000 times before without a second thought. The night was clear, and the moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft silver light over the landscape. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead, while the soft murmur of the radio kept me company. It was just after midnight, and I was tired, but not enough to worry about nodding off. I figured I'd be home in about an hour, showered, and in bed soon enough. But then I noticed something strange in my rearview mirror. At first, it was nothing, just a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I glanced up, but there was nothing there, just the empty road stretching out behind me. I brushed it off, thinking maybe I was just seeing things. It had been a long day after all. But then I saw it again. A figure sitting in the back seat. I did a double take, my heart skipping a beat. The car was empty. There was no one in the back seat. I knew that. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror again, there it was, a shadowy figure, barely visible in the dim light, sitting perfectly still in the back seat. My chest tightened as panic washed over me. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my eyes darting between the road and the mirror. I couldn't make out any details, just a vague silhouette, like a person slouched in the seat behind me. But every time I looked away, my mind raced with possibilities. Was someone in the car with me? Had they been there the whole time? I glanced back again, expecting to see nothing. But the figure was still there, unmoving, just barely visible in the mirror. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to focus on the road, but my mind was spinning. There was no way anyone could have gotten into my car. I had locked the doors the moment I got in, and I hadn't stopped for anything. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe a reflection from the window or something I'd left in the back seat. But the more I stared at the mirror, the clearer the figure became. It wasn't just my imagination. Someone or something was back there. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling on the wheel. I didn't know what to do. Should I pull over? Stop and check? But the thought of pulling over on that dark, deserted highway in the middle of the night made my skin crawl. What if I stopped and found something back there? I kept driving, my heart racing, my mind spinning with fear. I couldn't take my eyes off the mirror. Every time I looked, the figure seemed a little more defined, a little more real. It wasn't just a shadow, it was a person, or at least, it looked like one. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to try something. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, making sure the figure was still there, and then I turned around in my seat. Empty. The back seat was completely empty. No one was there. Just my crumpled jacket, lying on the seat where I'd tossed it earlier. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. I was just tired. That's all it was. My mind was playing tricks on me after a long day. I laughed softly to myself, feeling foolish for getting so worked up. Of course, there was no one in the car with me. I'd been imagining things. But then I looked back at the mirror. The figure was still there. My stomach dropped, and a cold wave of fear washed over me. I hadn't imagined it. The figure was real, or at least it was real in the mirror. But when I turned around, the back seat was empty. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to explain it. All I knew was that I needed to get home, fast. I pressed my foot down on the gas, speeding up as the highway stretched out before me. The road blurred in my vision as I kept my eyes glued to the mirror, watching the figure sitting silently in the back seat. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just sat there, still as a statue, like it was waiting for something. My heart raced as I tried to focus on the road, but the fear was suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that whatever was in the mirror was real, that it was watching me, waiting for the right moment. The miles flew by in a blur, the dark shapes of trees and fields rushing past me on either side. I didn't slow down, didn't stop. I just drove, my knuckles white as I gripped the steering wheel. Finally, I saw the turnoff for my neighborhood up ahead. I barely slowed down as I took the exit, my tires squealing against the asphalt. I was almost home, just a few more minutes, and I'd be safe. But the figure was still there. As I pulled onto my street, my hands trembling, I made a decision. I wasn't going to stay in that car any longer than I had to. The moment I parked in my driveway, I was going to get out, lock the doors, and run into the house. I didn't care if it seemed paranoid. I just needed to be out of that car. I pulled into my driveway, threw the car into park, and jumped out, slamming the door behind me. My heart was pounding, and my breath came in ragged gasps as I fumbled for my keys, my eyes darting between the car and the front door. I ran inside, locking the door behind me. The house was dark and silent, but the familiar comfort of home didn't bring me the relief I expected. My mind was still racing, my heart still pounding in my chest. I paced the living room, trying to calm myself down, but the image of the figure in the rearview mirror was burned into my mind. Eventually, I forced myself to sit down, taking deep breaths to steady myself. It was over. I was home, safe. There was no one in the car, no one following me. I had just imagined the whole thing. That's what I kept telling myself over and over again, trying to convince myself it was true. But even as I sat there in the dark, the image of the figure wouldn't leave me. It had been so clear, so real. And no matter how many times I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't drive the car again for a few days. I made excuses, telling myself I needed a break from the road, that I was too tired, too stressed. But the truth was, I was afraid of what I might see in the rearview mirror if I got back behind the wheel. When I finally did drive again, it was broad daylight, and I made sure I wasn't alone. But every time I glanced in the mirror, my heart skipped a beat, half expecting to see that figure sitting silently in the back seat, watching me. It's been months since that night, and I still don't know what I saw. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day. Maybe it was a reflection, a trick of the light. But every time I get in the car, every time I glance in the rearview mirror, I can't help but feel that same unease creeping up my spine. Because once you've seen something like that, it's hard to forget. And no matter how hard I try to convince myself otherwise, part of me still believes that figure is out there, waiting for the right moment to return. There's something about road trips that makes you feel like you're untouchable. Miles of open road stretching out ahead, the freedom of no fixed plans, the kind of adventure that promises nothing but the unknown. I've always loved that feeling, the sense that anything could happen, good or bad, and the thrill of not knowing which one it would be. But this trip, this one crossed the line between adventure and something else, something I still can't explain. It was me and my friend Dylan, two guys just looking for a change of scenery. We'd planned this road trip for weeks, a cross-country drive, stopping wherever we felt like it, no set schedule, no deadlines, just us, the car, and whatever came our way. It was supposed to be fun, spontaneous, but somewhere along the way, things took a turn for the strange. We were driving through the middle of nowhere, one of those endless stretches of highway where there's nothing but flat land and a few scattered trees as far as the eye can see. The kind of place where you lose cell signal and feel completely cut off from the rest of the world. It was getting late. the sky starting to turn a deep purple as the sun dipped below the horizon, and we hadn't seen another car in miles. I was behind the wheel, my eyes starting to blur from hours of driving. Dylan was scrolling through the GPS, trying to find the next town or rest stop so we could fuel up and stretch our legs. "Anything coming up?" I asked, glancing over at him. He frowned at the screen. "Nothing for another 50 miles, but there's a gas station about 5 miles off the main road. It's a little out of the way, but we could stop there." I shrugged. "Sounds good. We need gas anyway." We took the next exit, following the narrow, winding road through fields and patches of trees. The further we drove, the darker it got, and the more isolated I felt. There were no streetlights, no signs of civilization, just the beam of our headlights cutting through the night. The road was rough, too, full of cracks and potholes, like it hadn't been maintained in years. After about 10 minutes, we finally saw it. An old, run-down gas station sitting by the side of the road, its neon sign flickering dimly in the dark. The building looked ancient, like it had been forgotten by time. The paint was peeling off the walls, the windows were covered in grime, and the lights above the pumps flickered weakly. There was only one car in the lot, an old, rusted sedan parked near the entrance. "I'm not getting great vibes from this place," Dylan muttered, glancing around. "Yeah, it's not exactly a 5-star spot," I agreed. But we didn't have much choice. We needed gas, and there wasn't another station for miles. I pulled up to the pump and killed the engine. The air outside was still and cold, the kind of cold that seemed to seep right into your bones, despite it being summer. I told Dylan I'd fill up the tank while he grabbed some snacks from inside. As I started pumping the gas, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced around, but there was no one outside, just the dark road and the flickering lights of the gas station. The only sound was the low hum of the pump as it dispensed fuel. After a minute, I heard the bell above the gas station's door jingle as Dylan stepped inside. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. But it only seemed to get worse. I glanced over at the rusted sedan parked near the entrance, half expecting to see someone sitting inside, but the car was empty. Its windows were fogged up, and it looked like it hadn't moved in years. When the tank was full, I replaced the nozzle and looked toward the gas station. Dylan still hadn't come out. I frowned, wondering what was taking him so long. Maybe he was just browsing, but something about this place made me uneasy. I decided to head inside and check on him. The moment I stepped through the door, I felt it. An odd, heavy sensation in the air, like the room was too quiet, too still. The inside of the gas station was dimly lit, with rows of dusty shelves lined with old, expired products. The air smelled musty, and the floor creaked beneath my feet as I walked. "Dylan," I called, my voice sounding louder than I expected in the silence. No answer. I walked past the shelves, scanning the aisles for any sign of him. The place wasn't big, but it felt oddly disorienting, like the layout didn't make sense. Shelves were haphazardly placed, and some of the products looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The whole place felt wrong. I made my way to the back of the store, where a small counter stood beneath a buzzing fluorescent light. An old man sat behind the counter, hunched over with his head down. His skin was pale and wrinkled, and he wore a faded flannel shirt that looked about as old as the building itself. He didn't acknowledge me as I approached. "Hey, did you see my friend come in here?" I asked. The man didn't respond. He didn't even look up. I took a step closer. "Hello. My friend was just in here. Did you see him?" The old man slowly raised his head, and when his eyes met mine, I felt a jolt of cold fear run through me. His eyes were glassy, vacant, like he wasn't really seeing me. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out. I took a step back, my heart racing. Something was very wrong. I turned and hurried back down the aisle, calling for Dylan again, but the only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator in the corner. I felt a wave of panic rising in my chest. Where was he? I rushed toward the door, ready to check outside, when I heard a soft creak behind me. I spun around and saw a figure emerging from the back of the store, stepping out from behind one of the shelves. It was Dylan, but something was off. He was moving slowly, almost mechanically, and his expression was blank, like he wasn't fully there. His eyes, usually bright and full of life, were dull, unfocused. "Dylan," I said, taking a cautious step toward him. He didn't respond, just kept walking toward the door, his movement stiff and unnatural. My stomach twisted as I watched him, fear bubbling up inside me. "Dylan, what's going on? Are you okay?" I asked, my voice shaky. He still didn't answer. He just walked past me, out the door, and into the night. I followed him outside, my heart pounding in my chest. He was heading straight for the car, not saying a word, not looking back. I grabbed his arm as he reached the driver's side door. "Hey, talk to me. What's going on?" For a moment, he stopped, and I thought he was going to answer. But then, without a word, he pulled his arm free, got into the car, and shut the door. I stood there, staring at him through the window, trying to make sense of what had just happened. His face was pale, his eyes still vacant, like he was in some kind of trance. I didn't know what to do. Everything inside me screamed that we needed to get out of there, that something wasn't right. I got into the passenger seat, and before I could say anything, Dylan started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, his movements still slow and mechanical. We drove in silence for a long time. The road stretched out before us, dark and empty, with no other cars in sight. I kept glancing over at Dylan, but he just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel, his face expressionless. "Dylan, what happened back there?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer, just kept driving, his eyes locked on the road. I tried asking again, but it was like talking to a brick wall. He wasn't there, not really, and that terrified me more than anything. Eventually, I stopped trying to get through to him. I sat in silence, watching the miles slip by, wondering what had happened to my friend in that strange, run-down gas station, wondering if I'd ever get him back. We didn't stop again until we reached the next town, hours later. Dylan parked the car outside a motel, and without a word, he got out and headed for the room we'd booked earlier. I followed him inside, still shaken, still trying to make sense of what had happened. He fell asleep almost immediately, but I couldn't. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with questions I didn't want to answer. I don't know what happened to Dylan that night. The next morning, he was back to normal, like nothing had happened. He didn't remember going into the gas station, didn't remember acting strange. It was like that part of the night had been erased from his mind. But I remember, and every time I think about that gas station, every time I see an old, flickering neon sign by the side of the road, I feel that same cold dread creeping up my spine, because I know, deep down, that we never should have stopped there. There's something about camping that makes you feel both connected and vulnerable at the same time. Out there in the woods, far from the comforts of home, you're surrounded by nature, yet exposed to the elements, and, occasionally, to things you don't understand. I've camped plenty of times, but there's one night that stands out. The night I realized that sometimes, it's not the animals or the weather you need to worry about. It was a late summer weekend, and I'd decided to go camping solo, a way to clear my head after a stressful couple of weeks at work. I found a spot in a remote part of a state park that I'd never been to before. The area was perfect, completely isolated, with no one around for miles. It was the kind of place where you could forget about the rest of the world for a while. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. I arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground, but there was still plenty of light left to set up camp. I pitched my tent in a small clearing next to a river, the water gently flowing just a few feet away. It was peaceful, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could finally breathe. As the sun set and darkness settled in, I lit a small fire, made myself some dinner, and settled into the rhythm of the woods. The sounds of the forest, crickets chirping, the rustle of leaves in the breeze created a peaceful backdrop. I sat there, enjoying the crackling of the fire, the warmth on my face, and the stars beginning to appear above me. By the time the fire started to die down, it was late. The woods were completely dark now, the kind of darkness that only exists far away from the city. The moonlight barely filtered through the thick canopy of trees, and the only light was the faint glow from the embers of the fire. That's when I first noticed it, a strange movement just outside the glow of the fire. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, adjusting to the darkness. I blinked, focusing on the spot, but there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, curious about the fire. I wasn't too worried. I'd seen animals plenty of times while camping. They usually stayed at a distance, more afraid of me than I was of them. But then I saw it again, this time closer. A shadow, moving just beyond the edge of the firelight, almost blending into the darkness. It wasn't an animal. It was tall, too tall to be any kind of creature that would be wandering around the woods. It looked like the figure of a person, standing still, watching. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the spot where I'd seen the shadow. The fire was dying down now, casting flickering, uneven light across the campsite, and the shadows seemed to dance and shift with every crackle of the flames. I stood up, trying to get a better look. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the stillness. No response. Just the sound of the river and the crackling of the fire. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it toward the trees where I'd seen the figure. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I swept the light back and forth, but the woods were empty. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden wave of unease that had settled over me. I was alone out here in the middle of nowhere. No one else was supposed to be around. Maybe it had just been a trick of the light, or my tired mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I sat back down by the fire, stoking the embers to bring the flames back to life. The light flared up, casting long shadows across the ground, but I kept my flashlight close, my eyes darting to the edge of the clearing every few seconds. That's when I saw it again, clearer this time. The figure was standing just outside the light, barely visible among the trees. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and thin. Its outline was dark, almost like it was made of shadow itself, and it didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. My heart raced, and my hands trembled as I gripped the flashlight. I shone the beam toward the figure, but the moment the light hit it, it vanished. One second it was there, the next it was gone, like it had never been there at all. I stood up again, my skin prickling with fear. My breath came in short, shallow bursts as I scanned the trees, but there was no sign of the figure. The only sound was the river and the soft crackling of the fire. I was alone, or at least, I thought I was. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching from the darkness. I threw more wood on the fire, trying to keep it burning bright, and decided to stay up a little longer just in case. The flames flickered and danced, casting light across the clearing, but every time I looked toward the edge of the trees, I half expected to see that shadowy figure standing there again. It didn't take long before I started to hear noises, soft rustling sounds coming from the trees, like something was moving just out of sight. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the longer I listened, the more distinct the sounds became. Footsteps, steps, slow, deliberate footsteps circling the campsite. I grabbed the flashlight again, my heart pounding in my chest, and shone it toward the trees. The footsteps stopped, and the woods fell silent. I couldn't see anything beyond the beam of the light, just the dark shapes of trees swaying in the night air. For what felt like hours, I sat there, flashlight in hand, waiting for something, anything to happen. But the footsteps never came again, and the figure didn't reappear. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I knew I had to get some sleep if I was going to make it through the rest of the night. Reluctantly, I doused the fire, grabbed my flashlight, and retreated into the safety of my tent. The small space felt like a fortress, a thin barrier between me and whatever might be out there in the woods. I lay there for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves made my heart race, but nothing happened. No more footsteps, no more shadows, just the stillness of the night. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, the first light of dawn was filtering through the tent. The woods were quiet, peaceful even, as if nothing strange had happened the night before. I packed up my camp in record time, eager to get out of there. As I loaded my gear into the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me all night. I glanced back at the clearing one last time, half expecting to see that shadowy figure standing among the trees. But there was nothing. Just the empty campsite and the soft sound of the river flowing nearby. As I drove away, I kept replaying the events of the night in my head, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by exhaustion and the eerie isolation of the woods. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I haven't been back to that campsite since. In fact, I haven't gone camping alone again at all. There's something out there in those woods, something that waits in the shadows, watching, waiting. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to find out. But I do know one thing. The woods aren't always as empty as they seem. I've never liked driving in the fog. There's something about the way it rolls in, thick and suffocating, that makes you feel like you're driving through a different world. Everything becomes muted, ghostly, like the world outside your car doesn't really exist. It's disorienting, and the feeling of not being able to see what's just a few feet ahead of you is unnerving, to say the least. But nothing I'd experienced before could have prepared me for what happened that night. I was driving home late from a work trip, making my way through a rural part of the state where the roads twist and turn through dense forests and rolling hills. It was the kind of place where there's no cell service, and the only light comes from your headlights. The fog had started creeping in about an hour earlier, and by the time I was on this narrow, winding road, it was so thick I could barely see beyond the hood of my car. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as I squinted through the windshield, trying to make out the faint outline of the road. The trees on either side loomed like dark, towering shadows, and every now and then, the road would disappear entirely into a wall of fog, leaving me feeling like I was floating in some kind of white void. I turned the radio off, needing the silence to concentrate. The hum of the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel beneath the tires were the only sounds that filled the car. I wasn't panicked, but I was definitely on edge. I'd driven in fog before, but this was different. It felt heavier, thicker, like the air itself was pressing in around me. As I rounded another curve, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. There was a figure standing on the side of the road, barely visible through the fog. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, maybe a shadow from the trees or a trick of the light. But as I got closer, I realized it was definitely a person. They were standing still, just outside the reach of my headlights, their silhouette barely discernible through the fog. My pulse quickened as I slowed down, trying to get a better look. Who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, on a night like this? I inched the car closer, the headlights cutting through the fog just enough to reveal the figure more clearly. It was a man, standing perfectly still on the shoulder of the road, his back to me. He was tall, with dark clothing, and his arms were hanging limply by his sides. He wasn't moving, not at all. I rolled down my window a bit, hesitating for a moment. "Hey, you all right?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the thick silence. No response. The man didn't even turn around. A knot of unease twisted in my stomach. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 2:14 a.m. What was this guy doing out here, in the middle of nowhere, standing in the fog at this hour? I debated whether I should stop and offer help, but something about the way he was standing, so still, so unnatural, made my skin crawl. I called out again, louder this time. "Hey, do you need a ride or something?" Still nothing. My instincts were screaming at me to just keep driving, but curiosity got the better of me. I pulled over to the side of the road, a few feet behind him, and left the car idling. I figured maybe he hadn't heard me. Maybe he was in shock or needed help. I grabbed my phone, even though I knew I didn't have service out here, and stepped out of the car. The fog was thicker outside, wrapping around me like a cold, damp blanket. I could barely see a few feet in front of me. But the figure was still there, standing just at the edge of the road. I took a few steps forward, my heart racing in my chest. "Hey!" I called out again, my voice echoing faintly in the fog. "Are you okay?" The man didn't move. I stopped walking. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I suddenly felt very exposed. Standing there in the middle of the fog with this strange, motionless figure just ahead of me. My instincts were practically screaming at me to get back in the car, to leave. But I hesitated for a second longer. That's when the man moved. It wasn't a normal movement. He didn't turn around or shift his weight. Instead, he seemed to glide backward, his feet never leaving the ground, as if he was being pulled into the fog by some invisible force. The movement was slow, deliberate, and completely unnatural. My blood ran cold. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. I turned and sprinted back to the car, my heart pounding in my ears. I fumbled with the door handle, threw myself into the driver's seat, and slammed the door shut behind me. The figure was gone. I sat there for a moment, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The fog pressed in around the car, thick and impenetrable, but the figure had disappeared completely. There was no sign of him, just the empty road stretching out into the white void. I didn't waste any more time. I floored the gas pedal, the tires spinning for a second before gripping the road and sending me speeding down the highway. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, my mind racing with questions I didn't want to answer. What had I just seen? Who, or what, was that figure? And where had he gone? I kept driving, my eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man standing behind me, or worse, sitting in the back seat. But the road was empty. The fog was still thick, but there were no more figures, no more shadows. After what felt like an eternity, the fog finally began to lift. The road became clearer, the trees on either side coming back into focus as the headlights cut through the thinning mist. I let out a shaky breath, my hands still trembling on the wheel. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept driving, desperate to put as much distance between me and that stretch of road as possible. When I finally reached the next town, I pulled into a gas station and parked the car. I sat there for a long time, staring at the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had happened. My mind kept replaying the moment the figure had moved. No, glided backward into the fog. The way he hadn't turned around, hadn't acknowledged me at all, just drifted away like some kind of ghost. I knew what I had seen wasn't normal. It wasn't something you could explain away with logic. But the more I thought about it, the less I wanted to understand it. Some things, I realized, are better left unexplained. I haven't driven that road since. I don't even know if I could find it again if I tried. It was just one of those nameless, forgotten back roads that twist through the countryside, the kind you only find by accident. But every time I drive through fog, every time the world around me turns white and the road disappears, I think about that night, and I wonder if that figure is still out there, waiting. I've told a few people about what happened, but I always get the same response, a chuckle, a shrug, maybe a comment about how I was just tired, how my mind was playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. I know that feeling of dread that wrapped around me like the fog itself. That bone-deep certainty that I had encountered something beyond the ordinary. So if you ever find yourself driving through the fog, especially on some lonely back road in the middle of nowhere, keep your eyes on the road. Don't stop. Don't look too closely at the figures you might see standing at the edge of the fog. And whatever you do, don't get out of the car, because you never know what might be waiting for you in the mist. There's something about the deep woods at night that feels otherworldly. You can be miles from civilization, surrounded by trees so thick they block out the moonlight, and suddenly the world feels like it's shrunk down to the small circle of your campfire. Out there, it's easy to forget that the world outside exists. I've always loved that feeling, the way nature pulls you in and wraps you in its stillness. But on this particular trip, that feeling turned into something else. Something much darker. It was supposed to be a solo camping trip, just me in the woods for a weekend of quiet. I'd been stressed with work, and I needed a break from people, from noise, from the constant buzz of everyday life. So, I packed up my gear and drove out to a national forest I'd camped at a few times before. It was remote enough that I knew I'd have the place to myself, but familiar enough that I felt comfortable being out there alone. I set up camp in a small clearing next to a stream. The water babbled softly, the trees swayed gently in the breeze, and for the first time in weeks, I felt myself relax. I spent the afternoon hiking, enjoying the fresh air and the solitude, before returning to camp just as the sun started to dip below the horizon. By the time I'd built a fire and made dinner, it was dark, and the woods around me were bathed in shadows. That's when I first noticed it, something just beyond the edge of the firelight. At first, I thought it was nothing more than a trick of the light. The way the flames flickered, casting moving shadows, could easily make you see things that weren't really there. But there was something about this particular shadow that felt off. It was too still, too solid, standing just at the edge of my vision. I stood up, squinting into the darkness. "Hello?" I called, my voice breaking the stillness of the night. No answer, just the crackling of the fire and the soft rustling of the trees. I took a few steps toward the edge of the clearing, my flashlight in hand, and swept the beam across the trees. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but leaves and branches. I let out a shaky breath, convincing myself that I'd imagined it. But even as I returned to the fire, that uneasy feeling stayed with me. The woods were too quiet. The normal sounds of the forest, crickets, frogs, the occasional rustle of an animal in the underbrush, were gone, leaving only the sound of the crackling fire and the soft rush of the stream. I told myself it was just my nerves. Camping alone can do that to you. Make you jumpy. Make you see things that aren't there. I tried to shake it off, settling back down by the fire and focusing on the warmth of the flames. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. After a while, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, making sure the embers were fully extinguished, then crawled into my tent. The small space felt comforting, a thin barrier between me and the dark woods outside. I zipped the door shut, leaving just a small opening for fresh air, and settled into my sleeping bag. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that same creeping unease. The silence outside was deafening, and every small sound, every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the roof of the tent, my mind playing tricks on me. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate footsteps, coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tent. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I listened, holding my breath, as the footsteps grew closer. They weren't the quick, light steps of an animal. They were slow, steady, the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, walking through the woods. I grabbed my flashlight, my hand shaking as I clicked it on. The beam of light illuminated the inside of the tent, casting long, eerie shadows. I held my breath, waiting for the footsteps to stop, but they didn't. They were getting closer, circling the tent, slow and deliberate. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a person? Another camper? But why would someone be out here in the middle of the night, walking around my campsite without saying anything? I sat up, my flashlight clutched tightly in my hand, and listened as the footsteps continued. They moved in a slow, methodical circle around the tent, like whoever or whatever was out there was deliberately staying just out of sight. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what to do. Should I call out? Unzip the tent and shine the flashlight outside? My gut told me that was a terrible idea. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to stay quiet, to stay hidden. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was silence, complete, oppressive silence. My heart pounded in my chest, and I held my breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Then, the footsteps started again. But this time, they were different. They were lighter, quicker, almost as if whoever was out there was running away. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. Maybe it had just been an animal after all, something curious that had wandered too close to my camp. I listened as the sound of the footsteps faded into the distance, leaving the night quiet once more. But the quiet didn't last. Just as I was starting to calm down, I heard something else. A faint, scratching sound. Soft at first, but growing louder. It was coming from the other side of the tent. I shone my flashlight toward the source of the sound, but there was nothing. Just the thin fabric of the tent, the zipper, and the darkness beyond. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like someone, or something, was dragging their fingernails across the outside of the tent. My heart raced, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts as I listened to the sound move from one side of the tent to the other. I wanted to run, to throw open the zipper and sprint into the woods, but I couldn't move. Fear had frozen me in place, my mind racing with thoughts of what might be waiting for me outside. The scratching stopped. I sat there, flashlight in hand, waiting for something to happen. But there was only silence, the oppressive, deafening silence of the woods. I don't know how long I stayed like that, sitting in the middle of the tent with the flashlight pointed at the door. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep, though I don't remember when. When I woke up, it was daylight. The sun filtered through the trees, casting a soft, golden light over the clearing. For a moment, I thought I had dreamed the whole thing, that the footsteps, the scratching, the fear had all been some kind of twisted nightmare. But when I stepped out of the tent, I knew it hadn't been a dream. There, in the dirt surrounding my campsite, were footprints. They circled the tent in a wide arc, just like I'd heard the night before. But they weren't human. They were too large, too deep, and spaced too far apart. I stared at the tracks, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. They looked like animal tracks, but not any animal I recognized. They were strange, elongated, with sharp indentations where claws would be. My stomach churned as I followed the tracks around the campsite. They led from the edge of the clearing, circled the tent, and then disappeared into the woods, vanishing into the underbrush, as if whatever had made them had simply disappeared. I didn't stay to investigate. I packed up my camp in record time, my hands shaking as I shoved everything into my backpack. I didn't care about breakfast or hiking. I just wanted to get out of there. As I hiked back to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something standing at the edge of the trail, watching me. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and sped down the dirt road, not stopping until I was miles away from the campsite. I haven't been camping alone since. I don't know what was out there that night, and I don't want to know. Whatever it wasn't human, and it wasn't something I ever want to encounter again. So if you're ever out in the woods, far from civilization, and you hear footsteps outside your tent, don't go looking for the source. Some things are better left unseen. Road trips are supposed to be fun. Windows down, music blasting, miles of open road ahead. I've always loved that sense of freedom, the idea that you can go anywhere, do anything, with no one to answer to but yourself. But after what happened to me last summer, I don't think I'll ever feel that carefree on the road again. There's a certain kind of danger out there, the kind you don't see coming until it's too late. It was supposed to be a quick solo trip. I had a couple of days off work, and I figured I'd take advantage of it by driving upstate, spending some time in a small cabin I'd rented. The place was isolated, tucked away in the woods, perfect for a little escape from city life. Just me, some books, and a few days of peace. The drive started out perfectly, clear skies, open road, and nothing but the sound of my favorite playlist filling the car. I was feeling good, excited even. I hadn't taken a break in months, and this felt like the perfect way to unwind. The highway stretched out in front of me, and for the first few hours, everything was going as planned. But then, somewhere along a long stretch of deserted road, I noticed something odd. In my rearview mirror, I saw an old, beat-up van following me. At first, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to have a car behind you on the highway, and there were stretches of road where you wouldn't see another vehicle for miles. But after about 20 minutes of driving, the van was still there, tailing me at a steady distance. I glanced at the speedometer. I wasn't driving particularly fast, just cruising along at the speed limit, but the van didn't seem interested in passing me more despite the empty road. I figured it was just a coincidence. Maybe they were going the same way I was. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Something about the way the van was following me felt off. It stayed at the same distance, never speeding up, never slowing down, just keeping pace with me in a way that felt deliberate. I told myself I was overthinking it. I'd been on the road for a while. Maybe I was just tired, getting a little paranoid. But the longer I drove, the harder it became to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to test a theory. I sped up a little, pushing the car a few miles per hour faster than the speed limit, just to see if the van would do the same. And sure enough, it did. The van matched my speed perfectly, staying at that same steady distance behind me. Now I was really starting to worry. I glanced at my phone. No service, and of course, I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. The road stretched on, empty except for me and that van. I turned off the music, the silence inside the car suddenly feeling heavy. I needed to figure out what was going on. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just being paranoid, letting my imagination get the better of me. But what if I wasn't? After another few minutes of driving, I spotted an exit sign up ahead. It wasn't for a town, just a small rest stop, one of those roadside pull-offs with a couple of picnic tables and a bathroom. I figured if I pulled over, the van would pass me, and I'd be able to see if they were really following me, or if it was just a coincidence. I signaled and took the exit, my heart pounding in my chest. The rest stop was deserted, not a single car in sight. I pulled into a parking spot and waited, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. The van didn't pass. Instead, it slowed down and took the same exit. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. This wasn't just some random driver going the same way. They were following me. The van pulled into the rest stop, parking at the far end of the lot, a good distance from my car. For a moment, everything was still. I watched the van, my pulse racing, but no one got out. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see who was inside. I sat there for a few minutes, debating what to do. I didn't want to get out of the car, not with that van sitting there, not knowing who or what was inside. but I also didn't want to just sit there, waiting to see what might happen next. I figured my best option was to leave, to get back on the road and try to lose them. Maybe if I kept driving, they'd get bored and give up. Maybe they were just trying to freak me out for some reason. But the thought of that van following me all the way to the cabin made my skin crawl. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. As I merged back onto the highway, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, praying that the van would stay behind. But it didn't. It followed me back onto the road, staying at that same steady distance. My heart was pounding now. This was no coincidence. Whoever was in that van was following me, and they weren't giving up. I pushed the car faster, the engine roaring as I sped down the empty highway. The van matched my speed, never falling behind, never trying to pass. I was trapped in some kind of twisted game, and I had no idea how to get out of it. I spotted another exit up ahead, this one leading to a small town. I took it, hoping that if I drove into a more populated area, they'd back off. Maybe I could find a gas station or a diner, somewhere with people, somewhere safe. I drove into the town, my eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. The van followed me into the town but kept its distance, hanging back as I turned down side streets, trying to lose them. Finally, I spotted a gas station at the edge of town. It was small, but there were a few cars parked outside, and I could see a couple of people inside. I pulled in, parked right by the entrance, and hurried inside. The cashier gave me a strange look as I walked in, probably because I looked like I was about to have a heart attack. I tried to calm myself down, acting like everything was normal, but my eyes kept darting to the windows, looking for the van. It didn't pull into the gas station. Instead, it drove by slowly, the tinted windows reflecting the lights from the station. I watched as it disappeared down the road, finally out of sight. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. Maybe they'd given up. Maybe they'd realized I wasn't going to be an easy target and decided to move on. I stayed at the gas station for a while, buying a drink and chatting with the cashier to calm my nerves. When I finally felt ready, I headed back to my car, scanning the road for any sign of the van. Nothing. It was gone. I drove the rest of the way to the cabin with my heart still racing, constantly checking the rearview mirror, half expecting the van to appear out of nowhere again. But it didn't. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was starting to set, and I felt a wave of exhaustion hit me. The cabin was as peaceful as I'd hoped, tucked away in the woods with nothing but the sound of the trees rustling in the wind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see the van parked in the driveway, waiting. I spent the next 2 days at the cabin, trying to relax, but I never really felt safe. Every time I heard a car pass by on the distant road, my heart would race, and I'd peek out the window expecting the worst. When the trip was over, I drove home, taking a different route this time. I didn't see the van again, and I haven't seen it since. But that experience has stayed with me. I don't know who was in that van or what they wanted. Maybe it was just someone messing with me, trying to scare me for fun. But whatever their intentions were, it worked. I've never felt comfortable on a road trip since. Now, whenever I'm driving alone, I find myself glancing in the rearview mirror, looking for that same old beat-up van. And every time I see a car following me for more than a few miles, my heart skips a beat, because you never know who's out there, watching, waiting. You know that feeling when you walk into a place and something just feels off? Like the air is a little too still, the shadows a little too dark, and you can't shake the sense that something's watching you, even when you're alone. I never really believed in that sort of thing before. I thought it was just superstition, people reading too much into old stories or letting their imaginations get the better of them. But after what happened at that cabin, I'll never doubt that feeling again. It started as a spontaneous weekend trip. My friend Sarah and I had been talking about getting away from the city for a while. just the two of us, to relax and recharge. We found this cabin online, advertised as rustic and off the grid, which sounded perfect for what we needed. It was cheap too, which should have been a red flag, but we were eager for the escape and didn't question it too much. The drive to the cabin was long, winding through dense forests and narrow mountain roads. The deeper we went, the more isolated we felt. By the time we reached the cabin, there was no cell service, no other houses, no signs of life at all, just us and miles of trees. At first it felt liberating, like we had the entire world to ourselves. The cabin itself was old but cozy enough. It had the basics: a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, 2 bedrooms, and a porch that overlooked the forest. There was something charming about it, in a rundown, forgotten kind of way. But even in the daylight, I couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. The place felt empty. Not in the obvious way, of course. It was empty. No one had been here in months, but there was a strange kind of emptiness, like the cabin was holding its breath. We unpacked our things, made a quick dinner, and settled in for the evening. The sun had just set, and the only light came from the few candles we had brought and the dim glow of the fire we'd started in the stove. The cabin didn't have electricity, so once the darkness set in, it was thick and absolute, pressing in from all sides. That's when I first noticed it. The quiet. It wasn't the peaceful kind of quiet you get when you're far away from the city. It was heavy, almost unnatural. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you shouldn't make a sound, like the air itself is holding its breath. I figured it was just the isolation, maybe my mind playing tricks on me after the long drive. But still, the unease lingered, like an itch at the back of my mind that I couldn't scratch. Sarah didn't seem to notice. She was busy talking about her plans for the weekend, oblivious to the tension I was feeling. I tried to shake it off, focus on the warmth of the fire and the comforting glow of the candles. But something about the cabin didn't feel right. After dinner, we sat on the porch for a while, listening to the wind rustle through the trees. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the forest, and for a brief moment, I felt like I could relax. The beauty of the night was almost enough to make me forget the strange feeling that had been gnawing at me since we arrived. But then Sarah pointed something out. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice low, barely above a whisper. I listened, straining to hear what she was talking about. At first there was nothing, just the wind and the creaking of the trees. But then, faintly, I heard it, a distant rhythmic thumping sound coming from somewhere deep in the woods. My heart skipped a beat, and I exchanged a glance with Sarah. "What is that?" I asked, my voice tight. "I don't know," she replied, frowning. "Maybe an animal." The sound was too steady for an animal. It was too deliberate. It reminded me of footsteps, heavy and slow, like someone, or something, was walking through the forest, just out of sight. We listened for a while longer, but the sound never got closer. It stayed distant, faint enough that it could be mistaken for the wind if you weren't paying attention. Still, it left me with a cold knot of fear in my stomach. We decided to head inside and call it a night. Sarah brushed it off as nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, lurking just beyond the edge of the trees. Inside, the cabin felt even more oppressive than before. The fire in the stove had burned low, casting long shadows across the walls. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made my nerves jump. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being paranoid. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me, growing stronger with each passing minute. By the time we crawled into bed, I was on edge. The cabin was too quiet, too still, and every sound seemed amplified in the silence. I could hear Sarah's breathing from the other room, slow and steady, but I couldn't fall asleep. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard it again. The thumping. It was louder now, closer, echoing through the walls of the cabin. My heart raced as I lay there, holding my breath, straining to hear where it was coming from. It sounded like it was right outside, just beyond the door. I sat up in bed, my pulse pounding in my ears. The sound continued, slow and rhythmic, like something was walking around the cabin, circling it. I couldn't see anything through the small window, just the dark shapes of the trees swaying in the moonlight. I wanted to wake Sarah, but something stopped me. I didn't want to move, didn't want to make a sound. It was as if some instinct deep inside me was telling me to stay still, to stay quiet. My mouth was dry and I clutched the blanket, my eyes fixed on the door, waiting for something, anything, to happen. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I stayed frozen in bed, my heart racing, every nerve in my body screaming for me to do something, to check the door, to make sure it was locked. But I couldn't move. I couldn't bring myself to do anything except sit there, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound to start again. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the oppressive feeling that had haunted me all night seemed to lift with the dawn. But the memory of that sound, that strange, rhythmic thumping, lingered in the back of my mind. I didn't say anything to Sarah about it. I wasn't even sure how to explain it without sounding ridiculous. We spent the morning hiking through the woods, exploring the area around the cabin, but I couldn't fully relax. Every time we passed a particularly dense patch of trees or came across a dark hollow in the ground, I felt that same unease creep up my spine. By the afternoon, we decided to pack up and head back to the city. Sarah didn't seem to mind cutting the trip short. She said something about wanting to get a head start on her week. I didn't argue. I was more than ready to leave. As we packed up the car, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. The place looked different in the daylight. Just an old, run-down building in the middle of the woods. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something about it had changed. Or maybe it hadn't changed at all. Maybe I was just seeing it for what it really was. We pulled out of the driveway, and as the cabin disappeared into the trees behind us, I felt a strange sense of relief, like a weight had been lifted off my chest. The further we got from the woods, the more I started to feel like myself again. The tension, the unease, it all began to fade. But that night, as I lay in my own bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the cabin, about the sound I'd heard, those slow, deliberate footsteps circling us in the dark, about the strange, heavy silence that had settled over the place, like it was holding some kind of secret. I don't know what was out there in the woods that night, and I don't want to know. But I'll never go back to that cabin, and I'll never ignore that feeling of unease again, because sometimes it's not just your imagination. Sometimes there's something real lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. They say rest stops are some of the creepiest places you can end up late at night, and I never really believed that, until it happened to me. I'd driven through countless of them before without a second thought, stopping for gas, maybe grabbing a snack or stretching my legs. But that night, when I pulled into a rest stop in the middle of nowhere, it felt different, and by the time I left, I knew I'd never look at them the same way again. I was driving home after visiting a friend who lived a few states over. It was a long drive, and I decided to power through it all in one go, rather than stopping at a motel. It was one of those decisions that seems smart at the time, until you're on the road for hours, the darkness closing in around you, and fatigue starts to weigh heavy on your eyelids. It was after midnight, and I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Just me, the open highway, and the occasional truck barreling past in the opposite direction. I could feel myself getting tired, my focus starting to slip, and I knew I needed a break before I fell asleep at the wheel. That's when I saw the sign for a rest stop coming up in a few miles. It wasn't anything fancy, just one of those small pull-offs with a couple of vending machines and a bathroom, but it was better than nothing. I figured I'd stop, stretch my legs, and maybe grab a soda to keep me awake for the rest of the drive. As I pulled off the highway and into the rest stop, I immediately felt the weight of the isolation. There was only one other car in the lot, an old, beat-up sedan parked near the entrance, but no sign of its owner. The parking lot was dimly lit by a couple of flickering streetlights, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The air felt heavy, thick with the kind of stillness you only find in places that have been abandoned by time. I parked near the vending machines and sat in the car for a minute, listening to the hum of the engine and the faint creak of the wind moving through the trees. The other car sat there, dark and silent, its windows fogged over. I wondered if someone was asleep inside or if it had been left there, forgotten. The rest stop was so quiet that I could hear the faint rustle of leaves in the distance. I wasn't used to this kind of stillness, and it put me on edge, but I brushed it off as paranoia. I just needed to stretch, get my blood flowing, and clear my head. I stepped out of the car, the night air cool against my skin, and made my way toward the vending machines. My shoes crunched against the gravel as I walked, the sound seeming too loud in the quiet of the night. As I approached the machines, I realized there was something strange about them. Both were completely dark, like they'd been out of order for years. I sighed, frustrated. The idea of a cold soda had kept me going, but now I'd have to make do without. As I turned to head back to the car, that's when I saw him. A man was standing near the old sedan, just a few feet from the car I hadn't seen anyone in before. He was tall, his clothes dark and loose, making it hard to see him clearly in the dim light. But there was something unsettling about the way he was standing, perfectly still, his face turned in my direction, but just outside the glow of the streetlight so I couldn't make out his features. My stomach knotted with unease. I hadn't heard him approach, hadn't seen him when I first pulled in. He must have been sitting in the car the whole time. But now, for some reason, he was just standing there, watching me. I tried to play it cool, giving him a quick nod, as if to acknowledge his presence without seeming nervous. But he didn't move, didn't nod back. He just stood there, completely still, staring at me. I forced myself to turn away, heading back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what his deal was, but I wasn't about to stick around and find out. As I reached for the door handle, I glanced back over my shoulder. The man was still standing there, his face still hidden in the shadows. But now he had moved slightly closer. Not by much, just a few steps, but enough that I could feel my pulse quicken. I quickly unlocked the car, jumped inside, and locked the doors behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled to put the keys in the ignition, the engine sputtering to life with a loud rumble. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting the man to be right behind me, but he was still by the sedan, standing in the same spot. I was about to put the car in reverse when something caught my eye, a movement in the back seat. My breath caught in my throat as I froze, my eyes locked on the rearview mirror. There was someone sitting in my back seat, a figure, barely visible in the darkness, slouched low in the seat, as if trying to stay out of sight. My heart raced as a wave of terror washed over me. How long had they been there? How had I not noticed? My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't know if the person in the back seat was connected to the man outside, or if they were something else entirely. But one thing was clear. I needed to get out of there. Now. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles turning white as I tried to think. Should I make a run for it? Should I confront the person in the back seat? But before I could decide, the figure shifted. Slowly, deliberately, they sat up, their silhouette becoming clearer in the rearview mirror. My breath caught as I saw their face, or rather, the lack of one. Their features were blurred, indistinct, like a shadow that hadn't fully taken shape. I felt a chill run down my spine, my body frozen in place as I stared at the figure in the mirror. They didn't move again, didn't say anything. They just sat there, watching me through the reflection, as if waiting for me to make the next move. Panic surged through me, and before I could second-guess myself, I slammed my foot on the gas. The tires screeched against the pavement as the car shot forward, speeding out of the rest stop and back onto the highway. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror again. My hands shook on the wheel as I drove, my heart racing, my mind trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that? How had they gotten into my car? And what did they want? I drove for miles, the highway stretching out endlessly in front of me, my headlights the only light in the darkness. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my chest tight with fear. Every time I thought about looking in the rearview mirror, a wave of dread washed over me, stopping me from checking if the figure was still there. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I pulled into the parking lot of a well-lit gas station in the nearest town. The lot was filled with cars, people coming and going, and for the first time since leaving that rest stop, I felt a sliver of safety. I parked under the brightest light I could find, taking deep breaths to calm myself. I was still shaking as I turned off the engine, but I knew I had to look. I had to check the back seat. Slowly, with my heart in my throat, I turned around. The back seat was empty. I let out a shaky breath, my body sagging with relief, but the fear didn't fully leave me. I sat there for a while, trying to make sense of it all, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen had just been a trick of the light, a product of my exhausted mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I knew what I'd seen, and I knew that somehow, someone, or something, had been in my car. I never went back to that rest stop. In fact, I avoid pulling into rest stops altogether when I'm driving late at night now, because whatever was waiting for me there, whatever had gotten into my car, I don't ever want to meet it again. And if you ever find yourself alone at a rest stop in the middle of the night, and you get that strange feeling like someone's watching you, trust it. Get out of there. I used to think that the woods were a place for peace and quiet, a place to escape, where the only sounds you'd hear were the rustling of the leaves and the occasional call of a bird. But after what happened to me last fall, I know better. There are things in the woods that don't belong, things you can't explain, and once you've felt their presence, the peace of the forest never feels the same again. It was mid-October, and I had taken a solo trip to a cabin deep in the mountains. The kind of trip I looked forward to every year, where I could disconnect from the world, enjoy the cool air, and take in the beauty of the changing leaves. The cabin was small, just a single room with a bed, a wood-burning stove, and a porch that faced a thick stretch of pine trees. There was no electricity, no cell service, just me and the wilderness. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains. The air was crisp, with that unmistakable scent of pine and earth that always makes me feel like I'm breathing in something clean and pure. I unpacked my things, lit a fire in the stove, and made myself a cup of coffee. It was perfect. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. As the sun set and the cabin grew darker, I decided to take a walk. I had explored the area during previous trips, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. The woods were familiar to me, and I had always found comfort in their stillness. So I grabbed my flashlight, threw on a jacket, and headed out into the trees, my breath fogging in the cool evening air. The trail I followed wound through the pines, the ground soft beneath my boots from the fallen needles. The light from my flashlight cast long shadows between the trees, and the only sound was the crunch of my footsteps and the occasional rustle of the wind. It was peaceful, serene. But as I went deeper into the woods, something changed. It started with a faint sound, like someone whispering. At first, I thought it was the wind playing tricks on me, the way it sometimes moves through the branches and creates that soft, almost whisper-like sound. But the more I listened, the more I realized it wasn't the wind. There were words in the whispering. I couldn't make them out, but they were there, just on the edge of hearing. I stopped walking, shining my flashlight around, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The trees stood tall and unmoving, their dark shapes looming in the night. But the whispering continued, growing slightly louder, more insistent. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. But no one answered. The whispering continued, soft and steady, like a conversation I wasn't part of. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just tired, that maybe it really was the wind after all. I started walking again, quicker this time, wanting to get back to the cabin before it got too dark. But the farther I went, the louder the whispering became. It was surrounding me now, coming from all directions, though I still couldn't make out the words. My heart started to race, and I quickened my pace, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The trees seemed to close in around me, the path ahead disappearing into shadows, and the whispering, it wouldn't stop. Suddenly, I saw something up ahead, just a flicker of movement between the trees, barely visible in the dim light. My stomach clenched with fear, but I forced myself to keep walking, convinced that it was just my imagination, that the shadows were playing tricks on me. But then I saw it again, a figure, moving silently through the trees, just out of reach of the flashlight's beam. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure was tall, too tall to be human, and it moved with a strange, fluid grace that made my skin crawl. It wasn't walking, it was gliding, like it wasn't touching the ground at all. The whispering grew louder, almost frantic, as if the trees themselves were trying to warn me. I took a step back, my legs trembling, and shone the flashlight directly at the figure. It disappeared. One moment, it was there, and the next, it was gone, swallowed up by the darkness of the trees. But the whispering didn't stop. It was louder now, filling the air around me, like hundreds of voices all speaking at once, though I still couldn't understand what they were saying. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the ground, the beam of the flashlight bouncing wildly in front of me. The whispering seemed to follow me, chasing me through the trees, growing louder with every step. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if the figure was following me. By the time I reached the cabin, I was out of breath, my heart racing so fast I thought it might explode. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and bolting it for good measure, even though I knew that if something wanted to get in, a simple lock wouldn't stop it. I stood there in the middle of the cabin, trying to calm myself down, but my mind was racing. What had I seen? Who, or what, was out there in the woods? The whispering had stopped, but the silence that replaced it was almost worse. It was so thick, so complete, that it felt like the world outside had ceased to exist. I could hear my own heartbeat in the quiet, the sound of my breath echoing in the small space. I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head, that I'd imagined it, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something was out there, and it had been watching me. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the stove, staring at the door, listening for any sound outside. But the woods remained silent, as if they were waiting for something. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I dozed off in the chair, though I never truly slept. My dreams were filled with shadows and whispering voices, and I woke up every few minutes, jolted back to consciousness by the fear that something was at the door. When morning finally came, I wasted no time packing up my things. The cabin, which had felt like a safe haven the day before, now felt like a prison. The trees outside the window seemed darker, more ominous, and the memory of the figure in the woods was still fresh in my mind. I left the cabin without looking back, driving away as fast as the narrow mountain roads would allow. The farther I got from the woods, the lighter I felt, like a weight had been lifted off my chest. But the whispering, I could still hear it, faint and distant, as if it had followed me. It's been months since that night, and I haven't been back to the cabin. I'm not sure I ever will. Every time I close my eyes, I can still see the figure in the trees, still hear the whispering voices in the wind. I've tried to forget about it, to tell myself that it was just a trick of the mind, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I know that the woods are not as empty as they seem. So if you ever find yourself out in the wilderness, alone and surrounded by trees, and you hear whispering in the wind, turn back. Because sometimes, the woods are trying to tell you something, and sometimes, you're better off not knowing what it is. You know those long stretches of highway where the road disappears into the horizon, and there's nothing but darkness ahead? It's unsettling enough to drive them during the day, but at night, they take on a whole different atmosphere. The silence, the isolation, the way the road seems to swallow you up. It all starts to feel a little too eerie, especially when you're out there alone. I've driven countless highways in the dead of night, but after that one experience, I've learned to keep my eyes open for more than just the road. It was late fall, and I was driving back from a work trip that had taken longer than expected. By the time I hit the road, the sun had long since set, and the only light came from the glow of my headlights and the occasional truck passing by in the opposite direction. I'd done plenty of late-night drives before, so I wasn't too concerned about the hour. I had a thermos of coffee, my music playing softly in the background, and a long stretch of empty highway ahead of me. The first couple of hours were uneventful, just me and the road, with nothing to see but the faint outlines of trees on either side and the open sky above. The night was cold, and every now and then, a gust of wind would rattle my car. But other than that, everything felt normal, until it didn't. It started with headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, they were just a distant glow, barely noticeable against the darkness. I figured it was just another truck or car coming up behind me, maybe someone in a hurry to get wherever they were going, but the lights weren't approaching the way they should have. They stayed at a distance, not growing brighter or dimming, just hanging there at the far edge of my mirror, like they were watching me. I kept an eye on them, curious, but not yet alarmed. Maybe the driver was keeping a steady pace, content to stay behind me. It was a quiet night, after all, and there was no need to rush. Still, something about those lights felt off. I sped up a little, wanting to put some distance between myself and the vehicle behind me. But no matter how fast I went, the headlights stayed at the same distance. Always there, never getting closer, but never falling behind either. After a few minutes of this strange cat-and-mouse game, I started to feel uneasy. The highway was long and empty. There was no reason for someone to be tailing me like that. I tried to shake off the creeping feeling that something wasn't right, but it clung to me, making the air in the car feel heavier. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, just after 2 a.m., still hours away from home. I took a deep breath and turned my attention back to the road, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. There was probably a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was a trucker who'd set his cruise control, or maybe the driver was tired and didn't want to overtake me. Either way, I needed to focus on the drive and not let my mind run wild. But the longer the headlights stayed there, unwavering, the more my nerves frayed. It was unnatural, the way they hung back at the same distance no matter how fast or slow I went. It was like whoever was behind the wheel wasn't even driving, like the truck or car was moving on its own. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to pull over at the next rest area, let the vehicle pass, and maybe take a moment to calm my nerves. I didn't want to stop in the middle of nowhere with no cars in sight, but I figured a rest stop would be safer than trying to outrun whatever was behind me. I kept driving, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, waiting for the next sign for a rest area. When it finally came into view, I breathed a sigh of relief. I signaled and took the exit, pulling into the small, dimly lit lot that sat just off the highway. There were no other cars around, just a couple of vending machines and a restroom building that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I pulled into a parking spot, the engine idling as I waited for the truck to pass. But as I sat there, watching the highway, something strange happened. The headlights didn't pass by. I sat there for what felt like minutes, staring at the stretch of road where I expected the truck to appear, but it never did. The highway was empty, no sign of the vehicle that had been trailing me for miles. It was like it had vanished into thin air. I felt a chill run down my spine. I checked the rearview mirror again, but the road behind me was just as empty as the road ahead. There were no headlights, no taillights, nothing. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. Maybe they'd pulled over further up the highway. Maybe they'd taken a different exit. But I hadn't seen any turnoffs, and there was no reason for them to stop out here in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the whole situation didn't add up. My heart pounded as I sat there, debating what to do. Part of me wanted to wait it out, see if the truck would reappear. But another part of me, a stronger part, was screaming to get back on the road and keep moving. I didn't need to be told twice. I shifted the car into gear and pulled back onto the highway, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. Still no sign of the truck. The road behind me was dark, empty, as if I had imagined the whole thing. I tried to calm myself down, tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just a weird coincidence. But as I drove, the nagging feeling of unease wouldn't go away. Something about that truck, those headlights, had been wrong. About an hour later, just when I was starting to feel like I could relax again, I saw it. The headlights. They were back, glowing faintly in the distance, exactly where they had been before. Hanging there at the edge of my rearview mirror, not getting closer, not falling behind, just there. My heart leapt into my throat, and I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my palms slick with sweat. I tried to think of an explanation, tried to tell myself that it was just another vehicle, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The truck had found me again. I pressed down on the gas, the engine roaring as I pushed the car faster. But no matter how much speed I gained, the headlights stayed at the same distance. It was like they were tethered to me, following me no matter where I went. I don't know how long I drove like that, my eyes flicking between the road and the headlights in the mirror. But eventually, something snapped in me. I slammed my foot on the brake, bringing the car to a screeching halt in the middle of the highway. I didn't care if it was dangerous. I didn't care if I was being reckless. I just needed to know. The headlights didn't stop. They vanished. 1 second, they were there, glaring in my mirror, and the next, they were gone, leaving nothing but the empty highway and the blackness of the night. I sat there, frozen, my hands trembling on the steering wheel, my mind racing. How was that possible? How could a truck, or whatever it was, just disappear like that? I didn't have an answer. I didn't want one. I put the car back in gear and sped off, determined to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been following me as possible. I made it home just before dawn, exhausted and shaken, but grateful to be off the highway. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night. How could I? What would I say? That a phantom truck had followed me for hours and then disappeared into thin air. But I know what I saw. I know that those headlights weren't just a trick of the mind. Something had been out there. Something that didn't belong on that highway, and it had followed me. Now, every time I drive at night, I can't help but check the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those headlights again, hanging there at the edge of my vision, waiting for the perfect moment to reappear. And if they ever do, I don't think I'll stop next time. Because whatever was following me that night, I'm not sure it was something I could outrun.